What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, Newsday Tuesday, the 18th of August, 2026. This is NCCTV coming at you live from the streets of Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay out my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. We got the shaky Gurgers in chat today. I wonder what those are doing. What's up, Davi? What's up, Tanner Dudeman? What's up, Narwhal by Nature and Direful and Neopergos? Good to see you all. Stop the stupidity. Good to see you. Priceless, Prebulus, Tanner, Dude, and MC. Yeah, good to see you. Glad you were able to stay up late for this one. We're not really going to be doing much of a, you know, there was an election tonight, all right? And there were some disappointments, but there were also some surprising victories in that election. So look out for that. We're going to cover a little bit of that tonight, but we're not doing the whole Steve Kornacki thing. I don't know if that's a good thing. To, like, one in chat if that's a good thing. Like, it's a little bit stressful for me, the Steve Kornacki, but yeah, some pleasant surprises, actually. A candidate that nobody's even talked about, that is a DSA member and largely part of the left flank of the Democratic Party, succeeded in her primary. She got a very uphill battle. I'm talking, of course, about Nixon here. The good Nixon, not the bad Nixon. There's plenty of Nixons to go around, chat. Speaking of plenty to go around, there's plenty of weasels to— holy shit, what the— oh my god, weasel overload. Damn. Damn, stop the stupidity. Starting us out with some numbers. Some big numbers. Putting up those big numbers. Oh my god. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be talking about Destiny tonight. Because Destiny, apparently, I think this was before the Vanguard talked to Pisco. Destiny was like stalk watching maybe? I don't know what the word for it is, but it's kind of creepy. And I'm sure that Pisco feels creeped out by this too, right? That's why I feel a little bit weird about covering, you know, his Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson thing, just because it's like that is something that Destiny is doing to Pisco like all the time, and he does to Hasan all the time, and just anybody that he you know, really hates. It's like any stream that they do, he's gonna be there, he's gonna be watching. Destiny is always watching. Oh my god, you know, speaking of always watching, I think I need to put on another— I think I need to turn up the air conditioner or something. Wow. That is indeed a lot of weasels. That is a record number of weasels. Although maybe not the record technically, but pretty damn close. What am I looking for? That is what I'm looking for right there. That's the browser. And of course I didn't— oh wait, no, I do have kind of a cold drink. This should be kind of cold. Although this is the drink that always gives me a mustache, right? I mean, I sometimes get a chocolate mustache from the coffee smoothie, but this is like watermelon juice mixed with lime and coconut water. Oh, also tabula pasta. I noticed you hit your 115 stream streak right as the stream ended. So congratulations on that. I don't know if you're still in chat right now or you've made it into chat yet. Let me see if I can do some magic here. Cumtownian Studies? Oh my god. Sorry, we gotta get the Cumtownian Studies flexing off the screen. All right, let's try this one more time. See if I can make this work. Boom. Yes, there we go. That is a lot. And happy birthday, Narwhal. What's up, Bevarious? Okay, so let's try doing the, let me start on these weasels now, all right? Ola Moko, you just got weaseled. John Jeffrey, you just got weaseled. Pretty Evil Angel K, you just got weaseled. Grimsy, you just got weaseled. Meditate more. That's something I should do. You just got weaseled. Davy Cliff, for real, I'm disappointed about Mr. Fishback, who could have been who could have seen that coming? Yeah, that he'd be held to just barely double digits, right? Killzone 1123, you just got weaseled. Hairstyler, you just got weaseled. Wait, no, wait, am I saying your name right? Harlestar. Sorry, I thought it was Hairstyler. No, I mean, Hairstyler is a kind of a... sounds like a boy's superhero name or something. You know, like, you got Homelander and you got Hairstyle. They should have a Hairstyler, chat. I don't know. I need to watch The Boys. I never got into it. Somebody showed me the part where Bill the Butcher beats the shit out of Homelander, and I'm just like, I don't really have the context. I know the guy's an asshole. He probably deserves it, but damn. Damn, which is what I said when I saw those 50 subs hit the chat. So yeah, what do we have here? Dacious, you just got weaseled. Kevin Belmont Luna, you just got weaseled. Dios mío, indeed, Narwhal. Chenialaya, you just got weaseled. Kiano Live, you just got weaseled. Arc to 421, you just got weaseled. Forever 145, sorry, Forever Young 45, you just got weaseled. Dag Tech, you just got weaseled. Nature Walking Through, you just got weaseled. Spend Loud Night, have I ever spent a loud night? I don't know. But either way, you just got weaseled. I'm gonna try not to spend a loud night at wherever I end up staying in Vietnam coming up here. And the raid. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Good to have you with us tonight. We're just getting started. I'm just shouting out weasels in chat. That's something I do. Alphabet Soup 6817. You just got weaseled. Vote blue no matter who, with an extra O on who, which would mean something in Thai, right? You actually do pronounce the double letters as like twice as long. Double vowels are twice as long. Kimika 89. You just got weaseled. Weed Eyes, wait, what is this name? Weed Eyes Fan 69, you just got weaseled. Red Justice, you just got weaseled. Keltech 115, you just got weaseled. Kata Nakao Kopnik, you just got weaseled. Katana Cow Kopnik, you just got weaseled. I said it right. I think I said it right. Pickle Nuts, you just got weaseled. Girly Bear, you just got weaseled. Is a Junebug, you just got weaseled. Melindoc, you just got weaseled. Sup, I like cats, you just got weaseled. Infallible Fowl 9809, you just got weaseled. Politickin, you just got weaseled. Snowset, you just got weaseled. Mere Boulder, you just got weaseled. Lisa is a blogger, Lisa just got weaseled. GVG 8968, you just got weaseled. Chris Perez, you just got weaseled. Abel Mabel, you just got weaseled. You're able to get weaseled, apparently. Quirky Memories, like a quirky memory of somebody saying that you just got weaseled. Yeah, that's a quirky memory, I'd say. Eric Powery, you just got weaseled. Specs00, you just got weaseled. Davy Cliff, people who interact with old people are the adult-sized baby trays. Wait. People whose interaction with old people are the adult-sized trays when they need to change a diaper. Oh my gosh, I think I'm in the middle of a conversation. Iron Fawns, you just got weasels. Ryan Rootless, you just got weaseled. Say, you just got weaseled. Friars8854, you just got weaseled. Listerine mouthwash, the very best kind. You just got weaseled. No, not really. Jan5126, you just got weaseled. Han Grigarl, you just got weaseled. Larry Putt1, you just got weaseled. Southern Charm Painting, you just got weaseled. Cat1981, you just got weaseled. And that is a lot of weasels. That is a hell of a lot of weasels, right? As Michael Brooks once said, a hell of a lot of bank. And a hell of a lot of weasels. That's like, how many weasels are there now? There's a lot of weasels, chat. We got weasels, we got weasels, we got weasels. We also got raiders. So welcome in Gusty Broadcasting. Sorry, GustX Broadcast. I am saying your name wrong. Welcome to the stream. I live in Thailand. Yeah, right at the moment. Gust Raid indeed. Welcome, Raiders. Good to have you with us. Everybody go give our new friend Gusty a follow if you have not already. And I'm gonna give you a shout out as well. To make it easy for people to follow. Let's see, does that work? No, it doesn't. Let's try that again. But we're at the very beginning of our broadcast for tonight. And that is going to be a broadcast. We're going to start off with some, just going over the news a little bit. I've got a news rundown to do. Unfortunately, chat, what I don't have is a timer. I mean, I do have this timer, right? But my other timer that I use to keep me on track, as far as the rundowns, right? I usually give myself a limited time to run down the news so that we make sure that we get to the main topic sooner. My timer has decided just not to work. I don't even know what's going on. I've got no idea what's going on, but we are starting today at, well, let's do a few things first. I gotta make a few moves here. First, let's reset this timer. We start the day with 4 hours on the clock. Now that doesn't seem like much time considering how much I like to yap and considering, you know, how much content that we have, because Destiny likes to rage. And he's now raging out at the Vanguard boys, Zac and Gavin, Silly and Billy, you may know them as, right? I think they did some kind of segment on Destiny before they brought on Pisco for the conversation that we watched the other day. And Destiny was watching. He's always watching, right? This guy watches everything and everyone except for me, which is probably a good thing, chat. Let's keep it that way. Let's not bring Dusty in. All right, but we're starting off with 4 hours. Let's start that clock. The number goes down, right? That's a number that goes down. We don't like numbers that go down. We like numbers that go up. So if you want the number to go up, well, super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even, yes, if you get a wild hair up your ass and you support me on twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc, which is a really good way to get yourself a sub, right? That's one of the ways that you can support me. You can get a sub for free if you got Prime. I don't want you to waste $6, even though it puts a little bit more money in my pocket. Don't waste your money. If you've got Prime, don't pay for a sub twice. You've already got a free sub. You can use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, first of all, thanks a lot, because you only have one to give. That means a lot to me, actually. And second of all, yeah, you got all the benefits of being a sub for free, no cost to you. So I want to save you a little bit of money there if I can. Yeah, it does cost $6 to get a sub on Twitch. That's about twice as much as it does to get yourself a membership on YouTube, but it is a bit of a premium experience, I am told. All right, I don't have subs on a lot of channels, but when you do, you don't get ads, you get to rewind the stream. I found this out on Hasan's stream the hard way, right? The one time I tried to watch him live, oh my god, chat, that means that if I ever need, if Hasan ever goes over something and I want to watch it with you, I would have to have a sub to Hasan, because I literally can't rewind the time. This is something that Twitch has done. You can't rewind the time on a stream unless you're subbed up. So that's another benefit. You also get all these weird little funky emotes that on Twitch, they actually move around. YouTube has emotes too. I think they're pretty cool, but they're not as animated as Twitch. So people appreciate the animated Twitch emotes. That's why people sub on Twitch from time to time. Now, if you cannot sub on Twitch, right? there's still hope for you. There's very generous people that come around from time to time, and they like to help people out. And they see somebody in the chat without a sub, and they say, let's make it so they do have a sub, right? So if you want to benefit from their from their generosity, your best bet is to just be active in chat, because how else is anybody going to see you if you're not chatting? So yeah, if you're just active in chat, you'll probably end up with a gift sub at some point. So yeah, that's a possibility too. But anyway, that's what makes this number go up. Now, what are we going to start with, chat? We're going to start with a number, a fairly high number right here. This is 150. All right. And every time we hit a 100, that means we hit an extra hour on the timer, right? So we're starting. Oh wait, whoa, hi there. We're starting off with 150. I'm gonna add an hour. I'm gonna add an hour to the timer. Sub add time 1H. We're gonna add 1H right there. Did it work? Yes, it did. We got the 1H. Okay, that's good to see. I need to get that turtle hermit thing, chat. I feel like that might be a good thing for, like, we get an extra hour. I just don't know what the copyright deal is. What I'm talking about is, what is it called? Dragon Ball the Beginning, or Dragon Ball the something? It's the Taiwanese sort of bastardization of a live action Dragon Ball. And there's many bastardized live action Dragon Balls. In fact, I think, isn't there one coming up? Aren't they doing another live action Dragon Ball? Anyway, let's take a look here. It's the Taiwanese, yeah. But yeah, we had that turtle hermit doing the dance. I showed you that yesterday. I think that might be a pretty good, like, I don't know. I want to do something to, like, celebrate the, oh my god, chat. It is incredibly hot here. I am melting. I am absolutely melting. Let me drink some more watermelon juice here. Just so people know. Oh wait, it's still on. It's still up here. All right. So yeah, like, this is a Taiwanese company, which in 1991, which I think was before Dragon Ball Z, maybe. I don't know my Dragon Ball Z history, right? But before Dragon Ball Z, I think, was out, or at least before it was out. Maybe it was out in manga. Before it was out as a anime. This company made a Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball where they're all little kids and stuff, right? They made a Dragon Ball movie, and, you know, it's something about being in Taiwan allowed them to do this, right? But yeah, I'm just showing you this guy's moves, right? This is Master Roshi, the Turtle Hermit. You might be familiar with him. I don't know if we have the copyright license, right? Because that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, the license for this movie is kind of, you know what I mean? This is an IP that the people that made the movie don't exactly own, but somehow have not been punished for. This thing still exists. I think they made money off of this, despite the fact that, yeah, this is an unlicensed, I believe, version of Dragon Ball. And you can see Master Roshi there doing the turtle dance. I mean, it's kind of epic. Look, I'll play a little bit for you. Is that fucking awesome? Okay, that's all I can give you, right? Because other than that, yeah, if I give you more, we end up with a copyright strike, and I don't want to have that. But yeah, I am melting here. DBZ in Cantonese is best. Wait, is there one? Wait, in Cantonese, I mean, Dragon Ball's kind of a ripoff of, I don't want to say ripoff in like a negative sense, right? But it's based on, isn't watermelon literally just liquid? I mean, no, there's some fiber in there. The Kamehameha is called Guaimo Fei Gong. Yeah. So like Son Goku is actually the Japanese version of Sun Wukong, right? So I don't know how that works. I don't know why that is, but that's the truth. They literally just like took the name, translated the name Sun Wukong into Japanese to get Son Goku. So yeah, Goku is Sun Wukong, Bulma is Schwansong. There's little pig guy that's obviously Pigsy. Sandy Dragon? Who is Sandy Dragon? I want to say, is it Yamcha? I don't know. Yeah, Journey to the West. Yeah, did I say Sun Wukong? Anyway, Journey to the West is one of the, what is it, like the 4 classic Chinese novels? 6 hours of that, please. Yeah, I know, right? No, we're just gonna play it when we get maybe like when we hit an extra hour, right? And when my brain stops working because I am way too hot. Oh my god, chat, my hair is already dripping. That's crazy. It's not like especially hot today either. It's just it's actually so cool that I kind of turned my air conditioner off overnight, but now I'm paying the consequences for that. What am I trying to do here? I just need to tie my hair up a little bit. Oh my god, sorry chat. Let's get back on. I can't make this work. Somehow it's backwards to me. All right, we go here. We go here, and we go here. So yes, as I said, chat, we had elections. We had primary elections tonight in Florida. And although, yeah, Oliver Larkin did not win, and neither did Elijah Manning, or sorry, am I saying his name right? I'm too hot to know what anybody's name is. No, Elijah Manning is a football player. What the fuck, chat? Who am I trying to say? Debbie Wasserman Schultz's opponent. Come on. Oh my god. I'm sorry, the thing that I looked, I had the New York Times open, and it just like, as I'm reading it, it's just like, whoop, whoop, paywall, hey, what did you think you were doing? Were you gonna read the New York Times for free? Fuck no, you're not gonna read the New York Times for free. You gotta pay for that shit. I'm just about to, like, I'm like, oh wait, this is the name. I was talking to Direful about this morning. Manly. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Chat, this is embarrassing, okay? But the heat is cooking my brain. I can't remember anything. And the race that I was just talking about, like, I am... Yeah, Elijah Manley. Okay, yes, very close to a football player's name that somehow got in my mind instead of Manley. Manley is the last name, all right? That's all I was trying to think. I have a paywall blocker extension. They're a little bit janky. Yeah. My TV is hella late, but Journey to the West. Oh, I see you're on. Oh no, fuck! No, you're no. It's not your TV, Vrix. All right? It's that there's a good button on YouTube, all right? What do I mean by a good button? I mean that the default of YouTube is to have a bunch of delay on a stream. Just like if you just stream on YouTube, bunch of delay, right? There's a button that you can hit to say, I would not like to have a bunch of delay. Could I please have minimal delay? And all I gotta do is hit it, but I gotta hit it every time. I can't set it to be like, no, just don't give me delay anytime. Don't ever fuck. Like, there's no button on YouTube to be like, don't delay, right? I'm a streamer. I don't want delay. I talk to chat. Now I'm talking to chat with delay. That's great. That's wonderful. Great way to start the night, chat. Let us try. Is this why Twitch is a premium viewing experience? Yeah, I guess so. So you can watch it on Twitch if you don't want any delay. But no, watch it on whatever platform you like best. I'm not trying to steal you off of your platform. I am going to go now to our 25-minute news rundown. I think I have detailed how this works, right? We got 5 hours now because we hit 100, all right? And we're 50 points away from 200. If we hit 200, we're going to get 6 hours, right? The more hours I have, the more time that I have to explore these topics with you, and also the more time I have for bonus content. What is bonus content today? Bonus content today is Noah Sampson. Wait, we got 36 votes so far. The voting goes over on YouTube, over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Okay, so if you want to vote, even if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to go over to my channel over there. You can click on the live stream, you can click on the chat, and then you will be able to click on, at the very bottom, there's the vote, there's the poll. So you can click on the poll, you can make your voice heard, you can vote. I've got 4 lovely topics for you tonight. Let's see what they are. We got Noah Sampson on Roach Enjoyer Asmongold, right? Noah's made an Asmongold video talking about Asmongold's just ridiculous brain dead discussion of issues of Israel and Gaza. I mean, we know Asmongold's deal. He's a little bit anti-Semitic, so he's like tempted to say, you know, to go on the fuck Israel angle, but for all the wrong reasons. But in reality, I don't know when it happened, but he kind of pivoted back. He sort of circled back to being, I don't know, maybe because Trump supports Israel, he circled back to Israel support. So that's his deal, right? He's a Fuentes enjoyer. He's definitely an anti-Semitism enjoyer, but he's not. He's decided that he, I guess, is more Islamophobic than he is anti-Semitic. It's like he's got 2 dogs in him, chat. I don't know if Noah's going to talk about this, but Asmongold really does have 2 dogs in him, right? One of them anti-Semitic, and the other one Islamophobic. And I think the Islamophobic dog won the fight. So that's what we're dealing with Asmongold. We got that. We got Hasan finally talking about the stale 2000 situation. If you don't know, this is a moderator. In fact, chat, does anybody recognize this thumbnail? All right, so we got the Vanguard, of course. We got Silly and Billy standing in the back. All right, and who's this in front? I mean, it's kind of Destiny, but it's also kind of stale 2000. You know how Destiny was doing these thumbnails? I don't know if I can find them. Let me see if I can find them to show you. Destiny's been doing these thumbnails of Hasan, where he makes Hasan bald, right? Let me see if I can find you what I'm talking about. Oh, here we go. Right off. Goddamn. It's not hard, chat. And it's like it's his main channel. It's the smaller channels, the like fans channels, like every like it's just it's a community meme, I guess, that Hasan is actually bald, right? Because here's the deal. Destiny's kind of washed up. All right. He's not that old. Like, I don't think he's pushing 40, but he's not 40 yet. Right, Destiny's, but he is washed up, right? He has, he's peaked, and he is on the decline, and in no small part because his community is so toxic. Nobody wants to be around these freaks. He himself is dealing with a court charge involving the sharing of nudes of one of his orbiters. Right, he's been using his orbiters as kind of a casting couch, sort of pressuring them for sex, and finally somebody had enough of his bullshit. And in fact, I think, is there new news on this today, chat? I feel like we do have some new developments in the Destiny court case, and that being, here's what I'm talking about, chat. Here's what I'm talking about. Look at this. This is standard operating procedure now, right? Destiny with a full head of hair, not very well combed or anything. Doesn't look like he's had a shower in quite a few days, right? But Hasan is sad and bald and washed up, and really we're kind of projecting here. There we go. Look at that. That's main channel. That, in case you thought it was just fan channels doing this, nope, main channel doing it too. Let's make Hasan look old, because Destiny's feeling a little old himself. And he is washed up. He is legitimately washed up. Like, he is things are not going to get better. They're only going to get worse. He is dealing with a court case, and he might be dealing with another court case from Hasan, because yeah, this guy likes to defame, likes to slander, and he may have crossed the line with Hasan. We'll find out about that. Hasan's talking about a lot of legal action, right? We got Scott Jennings, And yeah, he has mentioned Destiny as well, but that may just be to rustle Destiny's jimmies. I'm not sure entirely, but yeah, we can see. Well, there we go. That's a great one. We got the Destiny is a SoundCloud white rapper, and Hasan is a aging, I don't know, Chinese Communist Party official. So yeah, no, I didn't feel bad at all about, you know, kind of giving Destiny a little bit of his own treatment. Now, as much as I want to take credit for the thumbnail, and yes, chat, I did do the thumbnail, right? The Photoshop of Destiny into Stale 2000 was actually done by my OG thumbnail designer, right? If you look back at the catalog of NCC material, you will find that some of my earlier thumbnails were done by Vamps, who we may see, Miss Vamps, in Twitch chat today. And she just had to. She just had to, after, you know, hearing that I'm going to cover Destiny and the Vanguard today, and, you know, seeing all the, being inspired by Destiny photoshopping Hasan into a bald person, we decided that we should have a hybrid between Destiny and Stale 2000, a Stalestony, if you will, right? And there he is right there. I hope this does not make anybody mad. Speaking of making anybody mad, where would people be getting mad at? I don't know. Look, I just put up the Twitter thread. Oh my God. Oh no. Okay, already people are starting to notice, okay? Putting this shit on Twitter, it's kind of like catnip, right? Like, this is what Twitter loves more than anything. Petty fucking snark, all right? And look, if we're gonna talk about snark, let's just use it in a way that it makes sense, right? I know what snark is, I know what being snarky is, okay? Ethan Klein wants to make it sound like snark is only when he gets criticized, but in actuality, Ethan Klein is the king of snark. And Destiny is the snark emperor. The snark emperor of the known internet universe, right? So yeah. Candace Owens is a master finesser. Can't even get mad at her anymore. Is it more like a CCP thing? I mean, with one of those, yeah, I guess. Has Hasan ever promoted Mao? Oh my God. What are you talking about, Shinmaruku? Have you ever promoted George Washington? We're talking about the guy that, you know, won the Chinese Civil War. We're talking about, you know, a complicated historical figure who certainly has made mistakes and certainly is criticized even in China, even by Hasan. But please, can we not have the anti-China brain rot breakout in chat? All right, are we done with this already? I've seen a million, speaking of fucking bullshit thumbnails, how about the million thumbnails talking about how China is cooked? China is done. China's going down. China's gonna fail, right? And we see it go up and up and up and up and up and up. And it's the most popular country. It's the best country. It's the most advanced country. The United States going down the fucking toilet, right? And we're gonna worry about, like, oh my God, but Mao is like beyond the pale. Fucking shit, guys. Is this really where we're at? Is this where really are we gonna freak out about Mao here and be like, no, actually, it's okay. It's based when Destiny does the thumbnail making Hasan bald because he's making fun of communism and communism bad, you know, because Mao, he killed 40 billion people in China, starved them out on purpose, right? And then that's his whole entire legacy, right? Anyway. I know, I don't think it's a CCP thing. I think it is a projection thing. I think it is Destiny. Look, there's a poem by Shakespeare, okay, that maybe comes to mind here. That time of year thou mayest in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none or few should do hang, upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs, where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day, and as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire, that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceivest, which make thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. Right? That's how Shakespeare handled getting old, chat. I believe Destiny is aging much less gracefully, okay? Ethan comes from... Wait, are we doing etymology on the name Ethan? Who is fleeing the United States for China? Definitely not me. Oh my god, did I rustle some jimmies here? Do we have some brainworms in chat? Do we have some brain... Look, I mean, no country's perfect. I'm not a big fan of any country. There's a lot about China that I probably would not like if I lived there, right? But we can't talk shit when there's people being shot in the face for protesting. We can't talk shit when we got a bunch of concentration camps in our own fucking country. Please, take your head out of your ass, okay? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. It just it makes me mad that the Republican Party has a long-term project of anti-intellectualism, making it uncool, making you distrust people who are educated, and making us all stupider, right? And destroying education, destroying, instead of actually learning about Chinese history, you learn fucking CIA versions of the worst fucking possible, portrayal of China, the worst possible portrayal, especially of Mao. And that's crazy that brought something up in somebody like that. Like how consumed with anti-communist propaganda do you have to be to see a picture of Hasan and with a bald thing and be like, well, actually that's good and proper because he says good things about Mao, so he's just like Mao and he's going bald even though he's not. Destiny is actually fucking old as shit. He's falling off. He can't do his job anymore. He can't do anything anymore. He's freaking out when a bunch of young bucks come up and out-snark him. That's what this show is about, chat. Out-snarked, okay? You're gonna get out-snarked if you play this game. Snark around and find out. Right? This is the Empire of Snark right here, falling before the likes of Silly and Billy, who, I mean, they're okay, right? But these guys aren't exactly the brain trust of, you know what I mean? I mean, no offense to, I mean, you know what they do, you know what they cover. They're the lefty TMZ, or in their own words, right? They're not, I mean, they're smart, they're, intellectually curious, unlike Destiny. They have, interests in things like film and seem to know a lot about that. But, I'm not going to count on these guys to know a lot of history, right? And they are taking him down, chat, not because they are, not through their content, not through their coverage of Destiny necessarily, but actually through Destiny's own coverage of their coverage of him. All right. So if you're looking for a fucking washed up loser, here's your guy. All right. Not Chairman Mao. Jesus Christ, guys. Jesus Christ. All right. We got, I believe, I was right in the middle of the poll too, right? So yeah, Stale 2000, that's what set me off. That's what got me derailed and distracted and caused chatters to completely lose their shit over. But yeah, but Mao bad though. But Mao bad. I just don't want to interact I don't want to interact with history, with world history, like a fucking cattle. I know cattle is plural, chat, but I feel like a cattle. I don't even want to say a cow, right? I'm talking about a domesticated animal that is fucking, you know, manipulated and programmed to go into the slaughter, right? That's what you are when you're believing, you know, United States propaganda, right? And yes, China gets propaganda of the US, North Korea, you know what I mean? The propaganda is kind of a universal thing. If your countries are at odds with each other, you're not going to get a fair portrayal of that country. You know, things like Tibet, things like Xinjiang are going to get blown up into shit that they are actually not, instead of being actually studied and looked at and criticized when criticism is appropriate. But not, you know, turned into a bullshit narrative that's made for idiots. Are you idiots? I fucking hope not. Don't bite that bait, chat. Don't bite that bait, because it's meant to keep you from learning and understanding the actual facts on the ground, how other countries actually are, the problems of China and the successes of China, which right now, you gotta be real, China's a lot more successful than the United States. With all of the suppression that goes on, and believe me, that shit is real, right? China is actually treating its population more like it cares about them than the United States is, right? We are being farmed in the United States, okay? Same is true in every country to some extent, but yeah, I don't think we have any room to, you know, go looking at China and being like, oh yeah, man, these guys really do not know. We're the shining city on the hill over here. No, we're not. We never really were. We never really had free speech. We've always been manipulated. We've always been lied to. Oh my God. So anyway, we got to have the NCC crash out before the Destiny crash out. But okay, so Hasan on Stale 2000. That's a possibility. This is the bonus content, chat. This is how this works, right? We got 4 hours and 37 minutes on the ticker. Okay, I added an extra hour because we got to 100 on the dono goal, and if we get to 200, then I'm gonna add another hour. I'll add another hour. What am I gonna do with those extra hours? I'm gonna do bonus content, right? 40 of you have voted so far over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. And there's 4 items up submitted for your approval here. We got, yeah, Hasan versus Stale 2000, the Reddit mod sitch. So anyway, this is Hasan going more in depth about Stale 2000 and the harassment of him that's been facilitated through this subreddit called LSF. Livestream Fails is the full name of it. It used to be a fun, like, subreddit. I mean, a kind of a snarky subreddit, but, you know, a fun snarky subreddit. Right? You know, where you'd see, you know, people fuck up on live streams, do something silly, right? It was just, you know, it was lots of streamers. It was live streams, right? Not just like 1 or 2 people, right? Then you had DGG kind of take it over. Stale 2000, the DGGer of the year, it was one of the big forces behind that. They took it over and they turned the subreddit into just, you know, basically a kind of fuck Hasan subreddit, right? And some of the old viewers, some of the people that used to like it, they no longer find it enjoyable, right? So Hasan will get more into the history of that, not the history of Chairman Mao. We'll have to save that one for another day. We just got to teach history at some point, chat. Like, there's got to be some debunking of all this shit that people have gotten, and they think that it's like legit. Well, no, I heard he killed like 40. Didn't he kill like 40 million people? Didn't he personally go there and strangle them? Didn't he like take the rice from them or something? Like Chairman Mao runs away with your rice, leaves you to starve, takes your water, leaves you in the middle of the desert, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome style. Isn't that Chairman Mao? I heard he was a really bad guy. Yeah, I heard it's like the big bad wolf. You know, he'll blow down your house, and if it's made of, you got to make it out of bricks, right? Real capitalist bricks to keep Mao from coming by and you know, I mean, it's just fucking fairy tales, chat. And we're not children. This is a real world. It's going to hell. We're all in danger, right? This is no time for fairy tales. This is no time to believe bullshit stories that are meant to manipulate you. It's time to actually deal with the facts on the ground. It's time to actually deal with reality, not the foggy fucking glass of the, you know, what your country wants to see you to see of the enemy country that is now overtaking it. Not because China is so awesome and so great and perfect or anything like that, but because the United States fucking sucks ass right now, right? We have had a moron an absolute moron reality show host as president. And some people would think, well, the president's just a figurehead role. It doesn't really matter. I mean, surely he'll have people around him, guardrails, as they say, to keep him from completely going off the rails. Chat, those guardrails are gone. This fucking madman is in charge of, yeah, right now, the biggest military in the world, but I don't know how long it's going to stay that way. You got soldiers jumping off of boats in the Strait of Hormuz to try to get the fuck out of this nightmare deployment where they can't even get them fresh food. They didn't, the fucking army game planned out a conflict with Iran, said that it would go very badly, said that the Strait of Hormuz, yes, would be controlled and closed by Iran, but what they didn't get was that Iran is also going to fucking destroy the US bases that supply the Navy. So you're not going to be able to get food to those soldiers. And right now they are miserable on those boats. This is like the record length deployment for some of the carriers. Anyway, there never were guardrails. Well, there were, let me try to put it this way. There were people that had a vested interest in the continuity of, I guess, the United States, you know, project, the global imperial project. So if you know, you like, and as such, you know, tried to guard against, you know, fast and disastrous and chaotic change, right? So that's what was in place at some point, you know, with U.S. presidents, even when they were incompetent. I think Reagan was incompetent. I think George W. Bush was incompetent. But you always had, you know, with Bush, you had sort of a shadow presidency in Dick Cheney and Scooter Libby, and the real, you know, a lot of the real decisions were being made down the hall. Now, luckily, one of those decisions that did not get made was the decision that Dick Cheney, you know, was supporting to invade Iran, right? You know, he and the people for a New American Century had a whole plan, and they were waiting for a Pearl Harbor-like event. In fact, that's very convenient that they were so negligent on 9/11, right? In a sane world, a president who ignores a memo warning Osama bin Laden determined to attack in U.S., a president that ignores that memo and lets, you know, one of the, you know, worst terrorist attacks to ever happen in the United States occur, would be run out of office, would be impeached, and maybe impaled. I mean, not necessarily by pitchforks, right? But maybe, you know, like, I don't know, they'd look into it. They'd look into, like, what exactly happened, right? Did they purposefully ignore this warning? Did they want a terrorist attack to happen? I'm not saying are they in on it? Did they do the terrorist attack? I'm not, you know, I'm not going into the conspiracy world of Mossad and all this shit, right? I don't think it even needs that. I think that you can see that there's at least clear negligence and maybe purposeful negligence. I think that's the sort of thing that would require a major investigation, right? Where the president and vice president would have to be cleared of treason in order to not be subjected to, yeah, the course of events that would, you know, follow in you know, that kind of a court case. But yeah, I mean, now we've got a Supreme Court that says, yeah, no, the president can do like anything he wants as long as it's in pursuance of the presidential office. It's, you know, there's no crimes, right? Because the president does it, it's not a crime. We've got the unitary executive. We've got the nightmare of Nixon land, and it's not even Nixon. Nixon was at least a little bit canny, if, you know, a little bit clever, if not well educated, right? But Trump is a fucking nightmare. Like, Trump is a literal toddler in the White House with all the powers that he should never have. Anyway, chat, we got Sam Cedar confronts Bernie. That's our third item up for your perusal, up for your approval over on the poll on youtube.com/nocommentchick. 42 votes have been counted. We got Sam Cedar, confronting Bernie. So yeah, Sam Cedar did interview Bernie. There's not a lot to write home about for this, at least that I've seen, other than he does ask Bernie about Francesca Hong and why maybe she was not, you know, endorsed. Right now, there's reasons that you could say, you know, they want to, and I've kind of made the case for this, right? Or I've at least told you what I thought AOC and Bernie were thinking when they didn't endorse Hong. You know, part of it is about keeping their powder dry. Part of it is about, like, you know, sort of channeling their, you know, political capital towards the best case scenarios, the most likely wins, right? And, for various reasons. And I think the most convincing argument is that Hong, in various television appearances, was not very charismatic, right? Was, particularly robotic, right? I could see that being made as a case. But the replacement, David Crowley, this guy is a mess. And I told you about this. I warned you about this. We were even talking about this yesterday with Live and Learn. Crowley is in the pocket of big data. He's in the pocket of the data centers. And his opponent just released a commercial calling him Data Center Dave. I hate to say it, chat, but I think it's cooked. I think this race is fucking cooked. And as difficult as it would have been for Hong to continue, considering like all the damage that had been done, the way that she'd been portrayed, right? I wonder if she might have had a better chance, given her principled stance on data centers. And that's the difference, chat, between letting the media make shit about personalities and making shit about 2020 and making shit about your shit posts on Twitter and all the rest, right? Versus turning the subject back to being about data centers. You have some people that are good at staying on, at keeping the subject what it should be. I mean, Zoran, was able to do it, and unfortunately Hong couldn't do that. But anyway, the question remains, right? Especially now, given that Crowley is looking like a loser. He is stinking to shit, right? And I wouldn't say this is not me endorsing this is not me endorsing Tom Tiffany, right? This is not me saying I would rather have a election denier as governor of Wisconsin. No, that's really dangerous too. I guess, Crowley, all things considered, is probably a less harmful choice, but there should be more distinction. The distinctions need to be heightened. This is how Democrats win, right? Is when you heighten the distinction. They don't give a fuck about you, the Republicans, right? You got to say at least, we're going to help you organize. We're going to help you unionize. We're going to protect your unions. We're going to keep you from getting exploited by tech bros through these data centers. That's the bare minimum, chat. Because if you don't do that, you look like a Republican, and a Republican can do this shit at any time. Like when they see an 80-20 issue, they're smart enough to flank you on the left. And that's all it takes a lot of times. And I don't know if there's anything, even at this point, chat, if Crowley, says that he had a dream where the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future came to him. And just like Israel comes to Nikki Haley, Haley Stevens, just like Israel comes to Haley Stevens in her dreams, the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future came to Crowley, and he was like, and they made me realize that I made a big mistake when I sold out to big data. They made me realize what I was doing to people in rural Wisconsin who are being subjected to these data centers. And after having that, existential angst nightmare, I am a new man. I have changed. I am anti-data center David. I am willing to sign. I don't think he can even if he signs the fucking moratorium, which he should have done in the beginning. Hong wouldn't have had a chance if Crowley had signed that moratorium. I don't think he's a good candidate. I don't think he's particularly charismatic. I think there's problems with her candidacy too. But yeah, she was nowhere. The only reason she rose to the top, the only reason she's the cream of the crop, before the media had to go at her, is her principled stand on data centers. That's what people are looking for more than anything, chat. Whether it is a DSA candidate or whether it is a center school, the American people want a fighter, right? They want people that'll fight the tech bros. They want people that will fight the Republicans. They are not seeing that right now from the Democratic establishment. And that is part of the reason that DSA candidates have such purchase. So anyway, chat, we got, I know little on Wisconsin, so I can't well, that doesn't keep you from prognosticating on China, does it? Anyway, so chat, we got to get going. So Sam Cedars going to be confronting Bernie to some degree, I guess. I mean, obviously, he's got kind of a, there's an issue of access, with the majority report. I mean, they want to keep people like Birdie and AOC coming on their platforms. They got to be somewhat nice to them. They can't, blow the. We'll see exactly, if we end up picking that, where Sam goes with this, right? Fourth option, West Side Tyler on Hutch. That right? So Tyler, I explained this yesterday. West Side Tyler is a madman. All right, I don't know if he was mad before he went to Iraq, but he's certainly mad upon his return. And, he is what we call a loose cannon. Loose cannons tend to explode. You don't want to be anywhere near a loose cannon when it explodes, right? This guy does not know bounds of reason. And, he takes this shit too far in kind of the same way that Destiny does, right? That being said, he's really good at reading these Destiny ghouls. He's really good at, and I don't even know where he learned this, but like the whole history of Wick, apparently Tyler's got a video on. So if you want to know more about the history of Wick, where Wick came from, or sorry, not Wick, sorry, Hutch, chat, the heat is cooking my brain. The heat is cooking my brain. As soon as I can, I'm going to get up and I'm going to turn my air conditioner on full blast, because I'm mixing up Haley Stevens and Nikki Haley. I'm all over the place today. But yeah, we got Westside Tyler on Hutch to spill the tea. Westside Tyler spills the tea on Hutch, and Hutch says, ouch, that hurt. Why did you do that? And he says, because I'm Westside Tyler, I'm fucking crazy. Right? So yeah, that's his deal. Total mad lad, Westside Tyler. Do not, I covered the Sunday Tyler drama and the Demon Mama Tyler drama, and that was about enough for me. I didn't really want to, have anything to do with the guy after that. But yeah, credit where credit is due. He's really good at reading these Destiny ghouls. We got 45 votes so far, chat. Get in that chat. Even if you're not watching on YouTube, even if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to open a tab, do what you need to do, open your phone, come over to youtube.com/nocommentchick, click on the live stream, click on the chat, and then click on the votes, right? Or sorry, click on the poll. I don't know what I'm saying, chat, because I'm dripping with sweat here. Let me have another sip of watermelon juice. Now, if I was a proponent of like Eastern Asian medicinal theories, I would think that the watermelon itself, even if not cold, has cooling properties. I'm not sure how I feel about TCM. Oh my god, but I know I need some kind of drink. Chat, just to keep me sane, just to keep me cool. But yeah, we got Westside Tyler versus Hutch. You can vote on that one. We're at 150 out of 200. Remember, if we get to 200, I add another hour. If I add another hour, we add more bonus content. We also go more in depth about the main topic, which is going to be Vanguard versus Destiny. And actually, I might even be able to give you a little bit extra, right? There's been these conversations going on a streamer named Connor Points, who I've talked to. I don't like the guy. I think, he's a Christian nationalist. He's playing some weird game trying to be like, well, I agree with the left on this stuff, but I think it's too degenerate. And, all right, so he's a weird like tradcon trying to like shoehorn himself into the left. And we might be able to get some of his stuff, because he's talking about Destiny now, and he's got a lot of inside knowledge about the guy. It seems like Destiny really wants to shut this guy up. So I'm kind of interested in what he has to say, even though he is, batshit crazy in his own right. So yeah, we could maybe add that if we have enough extra time. If we get to 200, we're at 150 now. Remember, it is super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne or on Patreon, or supporting me over on twitch.tv, which makes the number go up. And if this number goes up, this number goes up. If this number goes up, we go more in depth. So if you like those in-depth streams, you can help them happen by supporting the stream in any way you do. When you support the stream, chat, you see all these +0, +0, +0. It's not for nothing. Some people do not understand this concept, but yes, when you support the stream, as one person has so far, you get the ability to put your money where your mouth is. You get to say, hey, I really want to see the Noah Samson thing, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, your donation gets added as a percentage to that topic. Or you could say, I want to see Hasan versus Stale, boom. You put your thumb massively on the scale, right? Now, if that doesn't sound fair to the people that are voting, the people that I've just told to go over to youtube.com and vote, right? If that sounds unfair to them, then you can be the fair person, the egalitarian, as it were, and you can say, I want to see, you can say Vox Populi, right? Vox Populi means the voice of the people. And what you're saying is like, I'm going to use my donation, boom, put it on the scale for whatever people are voting for. So that, I mean, like that's, you trust the chat to make the right decision, right? Or you see the chat making the right decision. It can be a very strategic way of using your donation. It's the most powerful way because it actually stops other people. It makes it harder for other people to affect the outcome via their donations, right? So, you know, if you're a principled type of person that likes to support the stream, you can do that, right? But again, the ways to support the stream are super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, that will make this number go up. This number going up to 200 will make another hour appear as far as content. And yes, Twitch, there is a way to hack extra time for you. I have not figured out how to stop you from doing that, and I'm not really that interested in trying to stop you from doing it. Hack away, right? If you know the secret, that there's a little extra, you know, in terms of what you can do by supporting me on Twitch, then feel free, have at it, right? All right, so with that being said, chat, I believe it is time. Oh wait, let's go. Did I do? Okay, let's get. It's almost time for the rundown. We got to do the rundown. All right, so there's Desty getting out snarked by younger dudes doing the same thing that he used to do, doing it better, right? I can say that about the Vanguard. All right, they're doing it better than Destiny. Like I said, they're not experts on all things, but they're apparently experts at making Destiny crash out, and you love to see it. So yeah, we're gonna get into that. If you want to support me, if you want to support this post right here, let me put it in chat for you. All right, I've already got it linked. I've already got it pinned for you. Isn't Tyler anti-Zionist? God, he is. I think now. I don't know if he was always that way. I feel like some of the shit that he said about Jamal Bowman was pretty off. You know, like celebrating Jamal Bowman, lewising his. This is the thing. Like, there's a lot I don't agree with Tyler on too. He's a huge proponent of American imperialism. He just thinks that maybe he and his comrades in Iraq were used in the wrong way by George W. Bush. But in general, you know, like it's you gotta go fight those terrorists, right? So. I think he's there we go, pro Afghanistan, anti Iraq. That's Tyler's anti-war, whatever. So yeah, not, you know, anti-war, not really anti-war. He's been all over the map on certain things too. Didn't he used to support Ethan at some point? I don't even know, chat. I haven't paid attention to him. He's anti-immigration. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, he's a bit of a chud. He's a bit of a chud himself. He's a bit of a hog. He's a bit of a chud. And, you know, he likes it. So, you know, go do you, Tyler. Go do you over there. Just don't anybody get him confused with an actual principled leftist, because that he is not. Not by a long shot. Anyway, we're not talking about Tyler today, at least unless you get us unless you vote for that as bonus content, right? We are talking about Destiny crashing out to these two, Silly and Billy of the Vanguard. And like I said, I'm going to throw this link in chat for you to click on if you are on the Hell site. If you are still on Twitter, if you have not gotten off Twitter yet, right? Use that Vice for something good. Go over there and support the blast off thread. Because again, chat, yesterday we got so close to actually getting it blasted off. I think it's around 20. I think if we get to 20... then it catches wind by itself. People actually see it, and I want people to see this one. All right, here's how this works, right? This is a thread that has in the comments a off-stream link. Elon hates this, right? He hates the idea that somebody would come on Twitter, see something, and click off of Twitter, right? He doesn't like that, so he makes these things hard to see. The only way they're easy to say is if you get above a certain number of likes, a certain amount of engagement, right? Then everybody sees them, and when everybody sees them, yes, a lot of people are gonna like this. A lot of people are gonna laugh. A lot of people are gonna find this to be a very funny, good thumbnail, right? Other people are gonna comment and they're gonna get mad and they're gonna be like, oh my god, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, you're making Destiny look old. Oh my god, how would you, like, massive hypocrisy from DGG, right? It's okay when Destiny does it, probably because of anti-communism, probably because of xenophobic feelings there. Maybe, I don't know. I never thought about the relationship between the Mao was bald, and so therefore Hasan must be bald too. I don't know. But Destiny is bald in his soul, all right? His dark little soul is completely without hair, completely overcome with the more aggressive form of testosterone that, yes, does kill off hair follicles in that classic pattern. So yeah, this is a man that's bald on the inside. And that's, again, dealing with aging way worse than Shakespeare. Do you see that, Chad? I read you that poem, right? To make you the point, Shakespeare is using his aging to rizz, okay? This whole poem is him rizzing a girl by being like, I'm getting old. My hair might fall out. It might turn yellow. It might be few leaves. It might be no leaves, right? I might be ruined. I might be upon death's door, but will you love me anyway, right? That's what Shakespeare is doing with that. And that's admirable compared to Destiny, who only ever rizzes his fucking orbiters, only ever rizzes people that he's got power over. I don't know if this guy's ever had a relationship, and I don't mean just like a romantic relationship, chat, because we're not trying to get into the guy's personal life too much, but like any kind of relationship that is not based on like clout, that is not based on, this sort of reciprocal, transactional sort of relationship, right? Unlike Shakespeare, who certainly, had many relationships, and I mean, were some of them based on his fame as the poet? I don't know, but I hope he didn't use it as a casting couch like Destiny does. Anyway, chat, we got to get into what are we doing next. We are doing the rundown. All right, so I'll start you our stuff. Also, my timer doesn't work, so sorry about that. It just broke. I don't know what's up with it. I've been trying to get it to work, and it just like randomly, and I killed the app. I restarted it. It still doesn't work. All right, so let's see what I've got in my bookmarks.
No, we're talking about removing them for the country that they came to illegally. There's almost no country in the world that allows people to just cross their border and begin a life inside that country. You have to come in legally. Would you not agree with that?
I agree with that, but there's a right and a wrong way to carry out our laws. We have a constitution in this country. We have rule of law.
So yeah, unfortunately, Elijah Manley was not successful in his challenge against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. It really kind of sucks for various reasons.
We have a Congress, and we cannot have a situation where we have people terrorizing, not just...
We need more volume, don't we?
Our communities, shooting random people in the face like Alex Perty. I mean, this is not acceptable way to carry out our laws in this country. The president and the executive branch need to enforce the laws, but they need to obey Congress, because Congress is part of our constitution in this country.
Well, let me tell you one thing, Elijah. Congress's laws are the laws that ICE is upholding. And I'm just going to ask you one more time, because you didn't answer my question. Are you okay with someone crossing our border illegally, even though that's against the laws of the United States? I'm not talking about how they're removed. Are you okay with them coming in illegally?
I think I answered this question. We have to enforce the laws that we have on the books if someone's coming into the country illegally.
Okay, so they should be removed.
There is a right and a wrong way to enforce the law. We cannot shoot people in the street. We cannot kidnap Americans off the street indiscriminately. You may be okay with that. I'm not okay with that, Martha.
No, I'm not okay with anyone being removed indiscriminately. I'm okay with the laws.
Oh, wow. So you're not okay with Trump's policies? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Like, you know, you've got it set up, and partially because of the weakness of the Democrats, right, where they can take somebody off the street, not give them due process. And we've had, this is yes, an indiscriminate and dare I say racist process by which Trump's mass deportation, ethnic cleansing plan is going forward. Being upheld, and it would be nice to see more of the DSA types, talking about, we have, oh God, who was it? Was it Rob that brought this up? The difference between INS, which used to be the enforcement mechanism around immigration, and ICE, which came about after the war on terror, when instead of being impeached like he should have been, right, him, Cheney, like everybody removed from office, like they should have been that should have been a major deal, right, considering the negligence around 9/11. But instead, George Bush is given full pass by the weak ass do nothing Democrats to enact his whole Patriot Act, and that included converting the INS enforcement into ICE enforcement, which is what we're dealing with now. It'd be nice if we'd hear more of that. Like whisper of a dream chat one day, somebody's going to call for the repeal of the Patriot Act, right? That's where a lot of this bad stuff started.
With people doing their jobs. So, well, hopefully you'll come back, because we have a lot more to talk about. So, Elijah Manley, thank you. We'll be
okay. She's like, I'm cooked. I'm going to get you off the air. That was I don't know how long the rest of the conversation was, but yeah, he kind of got her to say something that I don't think is going to sit well with Trump supporters. So yeah, and again, Oliver Larkin, Elijah Manley were defeated tonight in their primaries. I hope they will stick around, and I hope they will, take leadership roles in the DSA. What is this? It's gotten so bad that Ethan Klein has started to colonize H3 Offshoot podcast in order to tank those. What is this from? Mike from PA checks in on the H3 podcast, continued decline.
Ethan Klein is a loser. No one's really talking about him anymore. How is he doing? Has he started to recover? Has the H3 podcast started to recover? Oh no. Oh wow. That's probably the biggest month-to-month drop they've had since last year's big month-to-month drop. God damn, dude. Last July they had 9 million. This July they had 7 million. Negative 10,000 subscribers in July. God damn. When's the last time they had a positive month in subscribers? October of 2023.
There it is. Okay, I didn't actually know that. I've looked at these numbers a few times, but I never quite made that connection that, yeah, October 2023 is because look, before, like, say what you will about the Leftovers podcast, right? Because it was always a little awkward. I mean, and you could really question Hasan on, like, him helping the Liver King sell more bullshit to people by eating those cow testicles, right? But look, he was in the black back then, right? And I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know how long. Let's see if I can see this a little bit more. October. God, I would love to see a little bit past this, right? To see kind of like what the trajectory was given Leftovers. Ethan was losing viewers, right? Was losing subs even before then. Part of this is having such an old channel. Part of this is the various pivots that Ethan has done. Kind of he started off as like a anti-SJW channel almost, or at least that was part of the content. Was like laughing at people that were perceived to be too woke. At some point, he had on Jordan Peterson, and at some point he decided that wasn't aligning with his values or whatever, and became, more of a, sort of virtue signaled towards the left. Maybe after looking at his audience or something like that. And then tried to become a debate lord, right? Engaged with in debates with people like Pearl and XQCs, admittedly pretty low hanging fruit, pretty easy targets there. But then, he got apparently serious with Hasan on The Leftovers, and much like Destiny, like bringing Hasan on The Leftovers, a lot of it was Ethan asking to be taught, but then not liking the lesson. Like, wait a minute, you do a worker co-op? I don't want to give these guys part of my business. Like, looking at the crew. I don't think that Dan should have any say over what I do with a business, right? Starts to resent it with the communism, and then when October 7th happens, that's when their big split came up, and it looks like as Mike is showing here, dude has not been on the positive side of things ever since. Nothing, the nuke, nothing has gained viewers for Ethan. So, and then here he is. So we saw a few weeks ago, he was trying to he was complaining to his crew about their activity outside of H3. Now, their activity outside of H3, it should be a good thing for him, because if they can build an audience, right, that audience is going to be interested in, like, oh, you have a podcast. Oh, with Ethan Klein, right? I mean, this could be like a funnel for Ethan. But he is more afraid of, I don't know, I guess he's like losing subs and stuff. So, he's afraid that people are going to sub with, Love, sub with AB, sub with, whoever else. I mean, this is the H3 after hours thing. So I don't know if this is as much of an issue, but like he's inserting himself into, the other shows as well. So, if you thought that maybe the crew could be an entry point for people that don't necessarily fuck with Ethan, to be like, oh yeah, no, like you like me, you've gotten to parasocially attached to me, AB, me, Love, me, whoever, and maybe Ethan's not as bad. Like, I'm friendly with Ethan. Maybe Ethan's not as bad as you thought. So let's see what.
She needed all kinds of medication. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken.
Like a fucking can of mayonnaise.
This is so awful.
Perished.
Yeah, like
what is their topic here? Guthrie. Oh no, wait, they're talking about. Yeah, they're talking about the Savannah Guthrie mom disappearance. Yeah, so you can see why maybe people don't like that. I think we watched this, didn't we? Yeah, and there's Destiny all over Hasan back in the day, doing something that looks very much like sexual harassment. We just one wonders, like, is this just standard operating procedure? When you got clout. Does this guy get a date without fucking involving his clout somehow? That's what I want to know. So anyway, that's that. And we got to get on to the news, chat. We got some news for you before we get into the Destiny content. And let me grab that. Grab that playlist. And let's get started. I guess I worked through being too hot. I don't know. I feel okay now, so I might still turn up the air conditioner, but it's not as bad as it was in the beginning. All right, so we got a news rundown for you, a playlist courtesy of Direful. Let's go.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. Today is the last day of the U.S.-Iran temporary memorandum of understanding, and still no deal has been made. President Trump says he's in no hurry, while also threatening Oman. That's following reports that the U.S. ally...
It's crazy how Trump's mind works, right? So, he wants to say that Iran is begging for a deal. He's been kind of selling that narrative for the longest time. He wants to look like he's in a position of strength. He wants to wish cast himself into being able to get a good deal out of this situation. But the fact of the matter is, Iran has put applied pain to the United States a lot more than the reverse, right? And it's actually Iran who is not in a hurry, because they can extract more from the United States the longer this goes on. If you've, engaged in the audio is low. What is up with that? Oh, geez. I bet I can fix that. Literally audio low. Huh. Don't you know I'm friends with Ethan? Sounds like a red flag. It does. It sounds like the way Ghislaine Maxwell would manipulate young girls allegedly to get them, get kind of feed them into Epstein's, predator orbit. Like to be like, no, it's okay. Sorry, God, I don't even want to think about it, chat. But there's stories about her, like, sort of engaging these girls, like, sexually, and then like bringing Epstein in. Like, and then Epstein does stuff with Ghislaine, and she's like, see, it's okay. It's okay. He doesn't buy, like, it's really gross. It's really gross. Anyway, sorry. I don't want to think about that, but she's probably going to get pardoned by Trump. That fucking monster, that fucking predator, that fucking creep Ghislaine Maxwell is probably going to get a presidential pardon. There's going to be a lot of pardons, chat, at the end of this term.
Is cooperating with Iran to toll traffic.
Is that better? Audio better?
At least 7 people are dead after severe flooding in Indiana. Days of heavy rain there, swelling the White River to historic levels. Then over in Hawaii, officials are assessing the damage there after Tropical Storm Lala battered the islands. The Big Island and Maui receiving the brunt of that storm with power outages and flooding. Tributes rolling in for actress Hayden Panettiere after her sudden death yesterday. A preliminary investigation showing no signs of foul play.
Chat, anybody, like, I actually don't, other than she was a voice actress for Kingdom Hearts, right? I think she did Kyrie's voice. That's the only, what else has she been in?
Panettiere was best known for her roles in shows Heroes and Nashville.
Okay, I didn't watch those, so I guess that's why I don't.
She was only 36 years old. The Tupac murder trial kicking off in Las Vegas nearly 30 years after the rapper was killed. Former gang leader Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is charged with his murder. The prosecution is relying heavily on Davis's memoir, which they say includes an admission of guilt. And President Trump meeting the heroic teenage lifeguard and the young boy he saved from the dangerous surf in California last month. Ryder Williams receiving a, quote, high civilian honor in the Oval Office after video of that rescue went viral and inspired the nation. In Washington, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
We have an election alert in a key primary House race there.
I'm actually really curious about the Tupac.
Get right to Steve Kornacki at the big board.
This is a murder that's been unsolved for what, like several decades now. It's crazy that they've actually. It sounds like his diary. He admitted to it.
And Steve, this is a big win for a lot of reasons.
All right, here we go, chat. This is the a very big win and a very unexpected win, right? People are talking about Oliver Larkin. People were talking about Elijah Manley, versus Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Really, horrible, toxic Zionist in Debbie Wasserman Schultz. In a lot of ways, it almost an exemplar of everything that's wrong with the Democratic Party, and somebody that's not very charismatic, should be easier to beat. But again, it's a question of consolidation of the candidates, I think, and it also the money, the overwhelming amount of money that was spent.
I'm sorry, say that again, Tom. I missed. I think we have a race call in Florida. I think it's
what did she die of? I think we don't know yet. Is that right, chat? Nobody. I don't think we have a cause of death.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz in the 20. Yep. Yes, absolutely.
Do we know? Is that for sure? Be various.
On the House side here, Wasserman Schultz, her district was transformed by this redistricting effort. Her house is actually in a different district. She opted to run here in the 20th district. This is based in Broward County, Fort Lauderdale. There was some controversy because this is.
So yeah, she does look to be over 50%. So maybe consolidation of the candidates of the opponents would not have been, although only 67 in. So we'll see, I guess.
A plurality African-American district. There's a history in this district of representation by black members of Congress. But she decided to run here. And again, there's sort of split opposition. You can see to Wasserman Schultz. She easily out-fundraised her opponents. So she wins this thing handily. And again, this is an overwhelmingly Democratic district. Kamala Harris won it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there wasn't like as much press around Elijah Manley's candidacy as there was for some other Yeah, Debbie Wasserman scammer.
Nearly 40 points. So it looks like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, whose career was certainly threatened by the redraw here in Florida this year, has survived this primary and is very likely to go back to Congress.
I think one of the most hated, wasn't she like head of the DNC?
Next January.
And somewhat of a counterpoint to what we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, right? She's the establishment candidate. You had a Democratic socialist there at the bottom who was getting some traction running with that trio of candidates in Florida, but not so much tonight, right?
Well, and I think, yeah, more to that point, Tom, in the 25th district, we also have a call here in the Democratic primary. Jared Moskowitz, who is being challenged by Oliver Larkin, who is a Democratic Socialist of America endorsed candidate. Again, this is Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade along the coast. Moskowitz, we're projecting, has survived, has won there. You can see the margin now just over 20 points. So, yeah, it continues to be the story in that Senate race here. Angie Nixon, the candidate of the left, with nearly 3/4 of the vote now. And
wait, I think this has been called, right?
And what we had talked about, Tom, the last time I checked in with you about was Nixon going to be doing better as that Election Day vote came in? It looks like she is. We've seen this in a number of counties now as the Election Day vote comes in.
So kind of strange. Statewide, you have a victory in the districts, not so much, right?
Her totals are getting better and better. And you can see that's an 8-point margin, essentially, she has over Vindman. So in the Senate race, you're seeing something there that the left, well, I think.
Yeah, no, you're right, Shin Maruku. Nixon, they made the call.
We'll crow about if this
is an earlier.
But not necessarily in some of those House districts.
Democrats are going to be studying that race. Okay, Steve, thank you. Always great to have you. We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
President, is there enough food on the USS Lincoln?
Yeah, it is. That was a CNN fake report. The Lincoln has been out there for a period of time, good period of time. But over the years, we've had them out there much longer.
It's
at a group meeting.
Much longer when you actually could resupply them. This is the thing, is they are not getting to these people with fresh food.
And an admiral came up to see me over the weekend.
And there was problems. Chad, do you remember the problems with the bathroom? Early on, before the Iran war started, when they were, en route to the Strait of Hormuz, to that area, right? There were broken toilets, right? And some people suspect that things might have been flushed down on the toilet purposefully to try to avoid what obviously has turned into a hellish deployment.
And it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true.
Last week you said that you would soon declare the Strait of Hormuz to be a territory of the United States. Could you elaborate?
Well, I just think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade.
Controlling it doesn't mean blockading it, right? You can just have ships there and say, we got a blockade, right? Controlling it means you can get stuff through there. And the United States very much does want to get stuff through there, very, very much needs to get stuff through there. And they can't do that. And again, a lot of people, even Professor Jang called this, that Iran was going to win this conflict based on geography, based on their proximity to the Strait of Hormuz, and also the geography of the coastline, all those mountains on the southern, in southern Iran, serve as places where missiles and drones can be launched and stationed. And the United States has not been able to do shit about that, right? So the longer this conflict goes on, the worse the deal is going to get. Trump could have gotten something very similar to the JCPOA out of Iran if he had settled early, right? He, his ego will not let him do that.
And
predictive geography, yeah.
I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
Wait, I'm sorry, is that 5 minutes until something, or is that 5 minutes I've spent?
We have total control over the strait. Now, they can be a nuisance. They can put a mine in the water, and people don't like having...
It's not a nuisance. We're running out of the strategic oil reserves. What a crazy thing to say. There could be a nuisance. They're going to fucking drive gas prices to record levels, right? And they can hold out as long as a lot longer than the United States and the world can.
airlines hit their billion-dollar ships, etc. But the blockade has been very effective. And, we're taking out, now maybe that will stop or maybe it'll open up even further, but we're taking out millions of barrels of oil a week. If you look at the kind of numbers that we're doing, the strait is open and the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down unless we decide to do something far more drastic than we're doing.
I hate that he said that. That's very disturbing. That's very disturbing that he said, like, he's planning for the oil prices to go way up. He's planning to do something stupid. He's planning to bomb Pickaxe Mountain or
conditions aboard another U.S. Navy warship. John Carl and what he's learned now.
Tonight, growing questions about whether the U.S. Navy is now stretched too thin after new reports of
I heard they were retreating, or at least some of the Navy, some of the naval ships, some of the Armada, whatever you want to call it, is retreating.
Living conditions aboard a second massive ship. Some 300 sailors on the destroyer, the USS Benfold, deployed in the South China Sea, went 4 days with limited drinking water and no working toilets or air conditioning after the ship suffered a complete loss of power. After 4 days adrift, the Benfold was towed to the Philippines. A Navy spokesman cites problems with its generators, adding there were no injuries to the crew, who demonstrated resilience, grit, professionalism, and unwavering steadiness. The Benfold was part of the carrier strike group heading to the Middle East to relieve the USS Lincoln, whose crew has been at sea for more than 260 days as part of the war on Iran. Amid deteriorating conditions on the Lincoln, some sailors' families told the Military Times that at least 2 sailors tried to jump overboard. A U.S. official told ABC News that a sailor did go into the water and was rescued. Defense Secretary Pete...
I wonder, chat, were those, like, Sudoku attempts? Yeah, it is a poop cruise, isn't it, Narwhal? Were those Sudoku attempts, or were those soldiers maybe thinking they could swim somewhere?
Hegseth, who in a highly unusual...
I can totally understand wanting to get out of there. I'm just not sure, like...
move for a defense secretary, was campaigning for Republicans in Iowa this week, has denied there's a problem.
That's crazy. If I was a Republican candidate, I would want Hegseth as far away from me as possible.
Make sure,
like, even more than Trump, chat.
That every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment.
And David, the power failure aboard the USS Benfold happened more than 3 weeks ago. It's unclear why the Pentagon waited so long to disclose it.
John,
I'll tell you, they're waiting to disclose casualties. They're waiting to disclose any bad news, right? This is the Trump, management, media cycle management, right? The longer you can sort of wait until you tell something, the less of a, it was 3 weeks ago. So I guess it doesn't, if it's, it's that thing.
Carl, live at the White House for us, John.
It's the U.S. government gaslighting us. And yeah, like I said earlier, they've always been up to this shit. They always lie to us. They always gaslight us. They always manage us, right? But under Trump, it's gotten a lot more worse. It's gotten a lot more brazen. And one wonders, might this be the beginning of the end?
How do you respond to folks who say that you are prioritizing the interests of adversaries in North Korea over our longtime partners by scaling back your military exercises?
No, I'm making it much safer. You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect. And we met on numerous occasions, actually, 2 primary occasions, spoken and spent time. I understand him, he understands me. You're doing war games. I get along with him. He didn't like Biden, he didn't like Obama, he didn't like anybody. But I get along with him very well. No, what I'm doing is making things safer.
Did he ask you specifically to scale back on those?
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man.
That was almost a quiet piggy.
Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with? I'm
with CNN.
Fake news.
I just wanted to follow up on the South Korea question.
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was trying to find out if you had been talking to Kim Jong-un, if he had asked you to scale back on those military exercises.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Did you?
He's like, am I gonna lie? Should I lie here? Is it? Yeah. I always get away with it.
Did you speak to him?
Oh God.
Before you made the announcement yesterday.
Do you think he sharded himself with that lie, chat? Look, Trump's a madman. You know, from what we know, so is the leader of North Korea. That being said, you know, there's been a ceasefire, like not a true end to the Korean War, right? The Korean War, you know, for the horrible, you know, genocidal war that went on in the 50s is still technically not resolved. And, you know, it's a... I do have some hope for, you know, Korea to be reunited. I don't know if it would be, you know, because of Trump, if there's, you know, any positive effect he's having on this, it's by accident. But there are apparently talks now between the two Koreas. So we can hope that this does not, I don't know, because it could go in two ways, right? Knowing that South Korea doesn't have, you know, the backing could, you know, cause North Korea to get aggressive, but also knowing that they don't have the backing could cause, you know, South Korea to be, to open, you know, to offer more olive branches, right? So, you know, the conflict should come to an end. I don't feel good about this guy being the steady hand on the wheel in that effort, right?
Where are you in conversation?
That's very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, you know, they essentially weren't paying.
Yeah, Trump has turned the United States, you know, imperial ambitions, the global, you know, military hegemon. He's turned it into a protection racket. He's turned it into the mafia. Right, he's turned it into like a, you know, and it always was like a influence game, right? That is what the United States gets by, you know, offering protection certainly to the Gulf states, but yeah, under Trump, it's mafia shit. A lot of what Trump does is mafia shit.
And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion. And they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When the election was rigged and I ended up watching for 4 years and then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion here for whatever reason. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said,
we don't need help from Iran. We're doing just fine. We're doing just fine crashing the world's economy. We're doing just fine, like depleting our strategic reserves. Yeah, we don't need any help, but, you know, it'd be nice. What a fucking...
No, thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No.
I gotta say, all things considered, the way that Trump's, you know, diplomacy, if you can call that foreign policy, is moving, you know, countries in East Asia, right? I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see U.S. allies become Chinese allies, right? I mean, there's some, you know, like, I don't think it's going to happen with Japan, but he's making it make a lot more sense to ally yourself with China than with the United States. In fact, I would say he's making it look rather foolish to count on the United States at all.
We'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but you know, when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves.
They said no thanks because you're an idiot, and you got involved in the stupidest war that has been announced in a long time. Actually, stupider than Putin invading Ukraine, right? From a just, you know, sense of the, and I don't think that, you know,
billions of dollars, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them, but other countries. Look at NATO. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars protecting Europe from Russia. Hundreds of billions, mostly from Russia, but from other things too. And then they say, well, they don't want to get involved with
Chrissy Henderson, I turn 29 soon. It's hard to believe that Greg Abbott and Trump have been destroying the country since I was in high school. Yeah, it's gone on too long. And I do think that Trump fatigue is setting in big time now. And the only thing that's keeping, you know, the people of the United States from rising up and pushing this guy out of power is a kind of learned helplessness that is difficult to beat. But I mean, he's going to drive it to such a crisis that some real resistance has to emerge. Maybe that's what he's going for. Maybe he, you know, still dreams of shooting protesters in 2020.
You know, guarding the strait where they get most of their oil. They get 50% of their oil, and they don't want to get involved. Why are we doing it? So all I want is fairness. And South Korea, I get along with them very well, but they were paying.
Do you think people will rise up against Trump? If people rise up, it's going to be more than against Trump. It's going to be, yeah.
$1 billion a year. And then they convinced Biden that I was probably a bad person and they shouldn't, and he immediately rescinded that order. So we were getting paid. We would have been getting paid a lot more, but we can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
You've got map chops. Right. Meanwhile, controversy brewing in California. Get this: a polling company now admitting that a poll it released on the LA mayor's race was fake.
Oh my God!
Karen Bass was leading.
Okay, I was wondering what this was going to be about. I was wondering if they're going to talk about like the polls between Karen Bass and Nitya Raman, but no, they're trying to say that the polls suppressed. I mean, this is what like Haley Stevens said too, right? That the polls were fake and they were released to suppress her vote, and maybe she would have won if the polls weren't released.
Democrat socialist Nitya Raman by a wide margin earlier this month, but not so fast, sunshine. William Lajeunesse has the details from LA. Hi.
Well, Dana, it's embarrassing. Now, we did not get sucked in, but other media did. Treating this poll...
It is embarrassing.
Let's stop this. Super chatted $50. Just because I want to, and everyone deserves more of you.
Aw, thank you, Stop the Stupidity. You have carried this stream today, literally. Yeah, we're up to 200. We're going to add another hour. Only a minute. Oh, thank you. Only a minute left. Let me hurry. Thank you for being my timer, Direful. And you too, Narwhal.
Gospel, when in fact the results were completely false, untrue, and made up. So here's what happened. Right, a legitimate sounding company puts out a poll showing LA Mayor Karen Bass leads Councilwoman Raman by 12 points. Well, that's plausible. But it also showed 85% of Spencer Pratt voters.
The Republicans cannot wrap their minds around the fact that Spencer Pratt is incredibly unpopular, right? That this guy's a joke candidate, and that Americans don't need another reality TV candidate. All right, this should be a thing. All right, I don't know, chat. People that even entertain the idea of voting for another reality star should be put on blast. Should be socially punished by everyone around them, right? You remember what I said about Sharon? God, what is her fucking name? Oh my God, I gotta hurry up to Sharon Watts. Is that who I'm thinking of? Somewhere here. Stay on Sharon Watts' ass until she blocks the whole internet and confines herself to a small. Yeah, I'm saying it, chat. Anybody talking about Spencer Pratt or any other shit ass reality star as a political candidate should be shamed off the fucking internet.
Breaking for Bass. Well, that's insane.
Not that I'm saying that, you know, the like some DGers were implying. I'm not saying that Shannon Watts should be shamed off the internet. I anticipate her staying on the internet in her small neoliberal echo chamber after blocking everyone that disagrees with her. Yeah, I mean, I just essentially echoed her language here. Stay in Hasan Piker's ass until every candidate is embarrassed to stand with him. When you do it to one of theirs, it's harassment. But when she does it to Hasan, it's fine. He's a public figure. What is she then? What is Sharon Watts? I can't tell because she's blocked me. I can't read her bio, so I don't know what she is. But yeah, she's some kind of a monster of.
Voters would rather walk through fire than vote for Bass. But the media loves polls, TV stations, social media, a major newspaper.
I mean, look, polls are not as reliable as they once were. There's a lot of reasons for that. You know, cell phones being the primary one. You know, who picks up a cell phone to answer a poll is not a good representation of who is going to vote in an election, essentially, right? But make no mistake, what Fox News is trying to do here is make you distrust reality, right? They've made you distrust science, make you distrust actual neutral reporting, and now they want to be like, yeah, can we really trust the polls? Can we really trust the polls? So when somehow Trump does steal an election, right? When the polls conflict with the results, and there is a smoking gun there, they're just gonna say, well, we know the polls are bullshit.
Reported it.
Yo. Oh, I love that ASMR. That's the sound, chat.
Hook, line, and sinker. Millions of voters believed one thing that was entirely fabricated. And when the LA Times called the polling company, it admits the whole thing was a hoax, saying, quote, Median Strategies was created as a short-term social experiment to examine how purported polling information could enter and spread through the political information ecosystem without independent verification. We're not seeking publicity or attribution for the individuals involved in our declining interviews. So we did reach out.
Thank you, Anonymous, for contributing to the haircut and style fund, right, chat? I'm trying to get my hair on another level so that I can do more content that's going to have more reach. I'm hoping to have some time to be able to edit some videos, or maybe even, chat, if things keep on going the way that they've been going, to be able to hire an editor. That would be amazing. That would be amazing if I could find somebody that has a knack for editing my videos. I know I'm not the easiest person to edit for, right? So I wouldn't want to, and generally the way that this works is you get a cut of the ad revenue, which, at my size is not that big. So I felt bad about, sometimes, people have, Zara has edited some of my videos. I've had some people help me out with it, but it's a lot of work editing. It really is. And it seems like ad revenue alone is not going to really cover, really not going to be appropriate. But anyway, I'm dreaming here, chat. Let's, but thank you, Anonymous.
The company this morning we did get something here. It says nobody got paid by the project, and they're not affiliated with any candidate, PAC, or party. It was an experiment, they say, and it proved its point, right? Newsrooms are thin, experienced people are out, pressure is to publish, and if you don't, others will. Now, our polling unit would have our heads on a stick, Dana, right, if we ran this, but it's a luxury a lot of other media don't have. The hoax showed a legitimate-looking website, a news release, doesn't take much to get this into the bloodstream.
That's pretty interesting. All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
That is a doozy. Brett Barry.
Keep dreaming, guys. Keep dreaming, and please, chat, do you think they're going to try to run Spencer Pratt as president? Like, could something like that happen? Do they have a taste for this Trump shit now? Do they have a taste for being led by morons? What is this? Uh-oh, music. Oh, we never know. new photos show the crater carved it by SpaceX rocket that hit the moon. What? Wait, was it? It was that? I mean, this was supposed to, right? Okay, so it was there. It wasn't there before. It is there now. I actually have not been following SpaceX because I hate Elon's guts. But you know who really hates guts, chat? Who hates guts worse than I ever have? It would be Destiny. We're gonna add another. Yeah, we like we gotta add. We're up to 250, chat. 250 out of 200 now. If we hit 300, right, the extra hour goes on Saturday, right? So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which I stream starting at 7 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern time, right? We can add up to 2 hours to the stream. We're gonna do that right now. And then Friday, same thing with Friday, but the Saturday stream can go as long as it wants to. So if we do end up at 300, I will add that to there. But what are we doing? Did I add time? Did it work? Did it go in? No, subathon. What is? Oh my God, chat. My brain is cooked. Sub add time. 1 hour. I can't think. I typed the wrong command. Oh yeah, no, it's 250 now. We're at 2. And that also means, chat, that the throne goal of getting my hair done, getting a cut, a style, and a color, maybe even hopefully some products, and maybe even like a hair wand or something, if I can find out where that is. Oh my God, chat, my brain is cooked. My brain is absolutely cooked. We need to move on to Destiny because I am not functioning mentally right now because of the heat. Oh, I should take a look at the poll before that goes on. Wait, what didn't work? I don't know what that is. That is it's a. Wait, it didn't add it. It didn't add it. Okay, that's what you mean. I got it. We're adding an hour. Yes, and it works. It works. Hot rollers are good too. Oh, you want my hair curly? I've thought about that. It's in my experience, curly hair is a lot harder. It takes a lot more to manage. But my hair does have natural, like it's wavy. You know what I mean? When you have wavy hair, you can lean into the curls, or you can lean into the you can straighten it, right? You can kind of go either way with that. But yeah, my hair does seem to really like heat, and rapidly unscheduled kinetic landing and disassembly. That's great. That's great. It was not intentional. I was like, wait, because they say you shoot for the moon. Was it a moon shot? Are they shooting for the moon? Were they trying to land? Were they trying? No, they were trying to orbit it, right? This is this is trying to, wait, I'm trying to remember what this is, chat. Was this the wavy is super low in maintenance? I don't know. Somehow my hair is like not happy wavy. I have maybe if I learn the ways, when you say wavy, you don't mean curly, right? You mean like in between curly and straight, wavy. Our hair is pretty similar. Hot rollers. Okay, I've never done that. Shimmer body cream. You're making me want to give that. The other thing I could do, chat, is try to get, I wonder, I bet if oh God, no. But here's, like, I'm trying to think this out, right? I know a little bit of Thai now. I know how to say hair. I can learn some language around haircuts, maybe. How much do we have to dono to get you a perm? Oh, you think I should go with a perm? So that would be really leaning into the idea is that the SpaceX would be allowed just to shoot a rocket into the moon and send to me. Yeah, we do live in a dystopia. Look, again, Grover Norquist, chat, wanted a government small enough to drown in a bathtub, right? Meaning that the business interests could extinguish the government, right? We've seen precedent for this. People don't know about FDR, that he actually had a coup plot against him that was only stopped by interesting figure named Smedley Butler, a general from World War I who had been part of the bonus army, where they were supposed to get World War I troops were supposed to get a bonus from the government. They never did. They protested outside of, in Washington, and they got run off by Pinkertons, right? They got chased down. Beehive hairdo, there we go. We got to do something cool, though. Do not tell me that a woman living in a tropical climate to get a perm. Haven't you seen Legally Blonde? Yeah, maybe that's not the best idea. I don't know, chat. We'll have to talk about it. We'll have to figure it out. Because what I was thinking is that, like, look, I know where to get my hair done here. I know how to talk to, the whole deal with Thailand is that, where I live, right? There's salons that have English speaking hairdressers, right? And there's salons that don't have, maybe one person at the place speaks a little bit of English, right? And if you go to the place where the hairdressers speak English, it's about as expensive as you'd pay in the United States, right? It's there's like I don't know, I think there's like a I don't know where you got smelly butt hair from, Tanner Dude Man, but that does sound like a problem, and I hope you find a solution for that problem, because that does sound that sounds atrocious. That sounds atrocious. But no, here's the deal. Like, right, in Thailand, I'd probably be a lot better off in terms of being able to go to a cheaper place and be able to speak some Thai and get my hair done there, right? If I go to Vietnam, potentially very cheap to get my hair done, but also we're going to be communicating via like Google Translate, right? There's no way that if I get my hair done in Vietnam, I don't know, is there no way? I think there's no way that if I get my hair done in Vietnam, that I'm gonna be able to talk, that there's gonna be like communication, right? And it turns out communication pretty important when you're getting your hair done. Oh, Smedley Butler is smelly butt hair. I was thinking, Tanner Dude Man, I'm so sorry. I thought you were saying you had smelly butt hair. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'm glad you're that comfortable with yourself to say that. Right? Some people would be embarrassed. Yeah, the smelly butt hair saved the president from a coup. That's right. That is true. That is true. Okay, so chat, we got to get to where we're going. And where we're going is boom. Boom. Let's take a look at the poll one last time before we start Destiny. I've added the time to the ticker. So we've got 4 hours and 22 minutes. Oh God, I love that. I love that, chat. I love that. I love that I have so much time. I also wanted to mention to you as well, I am in talks with a energy drink company that actually sounds like it might have a good product. I got to do more investigation, right? And I've never done a sponsorship per se. The closest thing we've done is the little, playing Star Trek Online together, where they give me a little bit of money if people sign up. But but this would be like a legit partnership, and I think it would just require me to drink their energy drink on stream, which kind of sounds good, right? I was looking into this. Let's see if I can. I don't know. This is a little premature. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this yet because I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I haven't even looked into there's pluses and minuses to doing sponsorships. I certainly don't want to do a sponsorship for something like Ground News or Fume or BetterHelp or all the normal YouTube ones are kind of just I don't want to endorse a shitty product, right? Oh my God, do they have a distributor in Thailand? That's the other question too. This might not even work if I can't get this shipped to me. Okay, now check this out. This sounds weird, but it's right up my alley. Okay. It's moringa, which is a very nutrient dense leaf, right? It's a leaf that gets turned into a powder. I don't know. Like, I think some of the health effects that there's a lot of claims around moringa. I think they're somewhat overblown, but as far as I know, it's it is good for you. It is nutrient dense and everything, right? Okra. Is that correct? They might have mistaken. There's another Thai. Okra is sometimes called ladyfinger, and there's another Thai herb called finger root. So it might actually be finger root, and maybe there was a mistranslation. And ginger, like that's right up my alley, right? I'll have to look more into the moringa, make sure it's safe and stuff, right? But sweetened with muscovado sugar, and there's like a sugar-free version. Oh my God, chat! This might actually, I don't know. The other name for moringa is malunggay. Oh, this is crazy. I'm looking, and it looks like they have tea as well. Oh my God, they have tea? There's an energy drink version of this, right? That's just like, I think a carbonated beverage, right? And then there's like a tea version of it, right? And then there's a powder version. Anyway, chat, I'll see about this. It might be, moringa is pretty good. Okra, yeah, good for blood sugar. Yeah, this is like normally I would not entertain such an offer, right? Carabao and Chang are the best beers. Oh, in Thailand, Leo, I just don't like that beer. I am not a big alcohol drinker, but I might have to be a little bit of an alcohol drinker in Vietnam. I am not in the camp of thinking that wiping my ass would make me gay. No smelly butt hair here. Yeah, I mean, look, butt hair is it's a real issue, and you got to get good at waxing to deal with butt hair. Not so much the butt hair, but the hair in the area of the. Anyway, chat. Why are we talking about butt hair? Why are we talking about butt hair when I should be talking about something else that I just heard some ASMR drop? Your hairstyle and color is fully funded. Holy fucking shit. Wait, does it say I want to. Okay, anonymous wait, who somebody else donated it, but it's not telling me. Maybe it'll take a second to. It just says it's fully funded. But yeah, somebody donated for the rest of the hair color, so it looks like I'm going to be taking care of that maybe this week too. Oh my God, chat. We got to get going. Okay, so sorry, I got distracted. I got lost in my thoughts. And I need to do something. Yeah, I need to look at the poll. That's what I need to look at. Oh my God, Noah Sampson in first place. We've had a massive upheaval, right? Massive upheaval in the poll. What was ahead before? I don't even know, but yeah, now it's Noah Sampson on Asmongold. Noah Sampson's got a new Asmongold video. That's in first place now. Second place, we got Westside Tyler spilling his tea on Hutch. And since chat, we're at, I think we're at like 300. I think I'm going to be adding another hour to Saturday stream as well. I can't, it's not, for some reason, my email is really slow. So I'm slow at thanking whoever just fully funded the hairstyle and color. Because it hasn't, the email has not hit my email box yet. But yeah, we got to vote on my hair color too. I'm thinking blonde, maybe. I'm thinking maybe blonde would be good. Anyway, what are we doing? We are going over the poll. 69 of you have voted already. If you haven't voted yet, 71 of you have voted. Sorry, mistake. 71 of you have voted so far, right? The voting's going on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can click on the live stream, click on the chat, and then click on the poll, and then you too will be able to vote. While you're doing that, chat, make sure to like the stream. In fact, even if you're not voting, like the stream. I would rather you like the stream than vote, honestly. If you had to choose, if you're like, my thumb is lazy, it only wants to do one action, right? Blonde would be awesome, says Vamps. If you're that one action thumb person, your thumb gets tired after one action, then maybe like the stream. If your thumb can do two actions, then vote and like the stream. Because both of those, I want to hear your voice. I want to see, I want you to weigh in on the poll. And It also helps me. It was me. I don't know why it's showing up as anonymous. Thank you, Girl Friday on Tuesday. Weird stuff going on with Throne right now. Weird stuff going on with a lot of, for some reason, all of my software is weird. And I'm getting offers for sponsorships, chat. Also, I gotta say, I probably wouldn't be, whether or not I take this in chat, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to do commercials. Okay. I'm not going to be like, you know, like there's not going to be like a segment where I'm like, do you know what I like after a nice, hard day of Muay Thai? I like to come home and drink this energy drink. You know, like it's not going to be like that. If anything, it would just be like me drinking the energy drink on stream, which I'm not averse to. You know, I love caffeine. And that energy drink actually sounds pretty interesting, like with what its ingredients are. I've never seen an energy drink with okra. I'm interested, but like I gotta say, I wouldn't be getting this if it wasn't for you, right? I wouldn't be getting this if you know, if you weren't supporting me, if you weren't watching me, and you know, like the numbers are good. The numbers have gone up. All right. I got sick over this winter and the numbers went down. I was streaming in the middle of the night. It's very hard for people to watch me then. But as soon as I got some help from, you know, Narwhal in terms of setting us up a schedule for myself, and then Direwolf reached out and said, hey, I'd like to help you, you know, with timestamps and content selection, right? You know, and obviously I'm feeling better now. Things have been just going up and up and up and up. And I think that's why. So what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't know if I'm going to take the sponsorship. I don't even know if they ship to Thailand. I'll see what's, you know, involved in it. If there's anything sketchy, I'm out. I'm not doing that. I'm not promoting any product that could be harmful to anyone or doesn't live up to its promise or whatever. Right. But the fact that I got offered a legit sponsorship is a sign and a testament that that you watching my streams has had an effect. That people out there are noticing and they want a piece of it. So that's pretty cool. Actually, that's very, very cool. And thank you so much, Girl Friday on Tuesday. That's really sweet of you to fulfill the throne goal to make my hair look better. Especially when I got so sweaty out here. Anyway, chat, we got to get the stream started. So yeah, like I said, 72 of you have voted so far. You make sure to get your votes in if you have not already. Also know that if you have donated or if you do donate, you can put your money where your mouth is. That is to say, you can let me know in the chat, like, hey, I want my donation going to Noah Sampson. I want it going to Westside Tyler, right? You can affect the poll. Or if you're like, I just want people to get what they want, you could say Vox Populi. Or if you're like, hey, I want to make sure you keep playing Persona 2 because I'm kind of excited. I've been watching lately. You just defeated Shadow Maya, and she is not an easy boss. I want to see what you do with those other bosses down in Xibalba, which is coming up, chat. We're going to go into the center of the earth, into a Mayan spaceship. And by Mayan, I mean aliens from the star Maya, right? From the system around the star named Maya that's part of the Seven Sisters, the Pleiades, right? This is the whole like lore of the game, right? We're gonna go down and we're gonna go into like a subterranean alien spaceship. So I'm really excited by that. So we should say 310. So anyway, you can say video games, right? You can also, if you're Gaming Frog, right, you can support me playing more video games because anytime there's 100 yen in the kitty, I play video games, right? Yeah, Xibalba. Which sounds a little bit like the guy from the pod racer guy. What's his name from StarCraft? No, from Star Wars. You know what I mean? The guy he's got like a mustache and it's all twirly, but he's an alien. Shabolba. Yeah, that dude's just pretty awesome. I mean, he's a dirty racer, but I kind of like him as that's my Glup Shido, chat. Does Shabolba count as a Glup Shido? You know what Club Shido is? It's like a Star Wars alien, like a random Star Wars character that you really like. I guess I'm not a super fan enough to be in contention for Club Shido, right? It's usually Vamps can explain this better than I can, right? But you know, it's always a random Star Wars character, and when they have a new Star Wars product, people are like, oh boy, they're bringing back Glup Shido. So yeah, Shibulba is my Glup Shido. IG88 is my Glup Shido, but he's kind of known these days. Oh, this is like a problem, right? It's like when your favorite band becomes super mainstream. The next chatter who distracts NCC is getting a wop wop wop. Well, I think you should save the punishment for NCC. It's really her fault for getting distracted. But I'm glad you're out there looking out for the stream, even when I'm getting distracted by energy drinks and Shibulba and all kinds of things. Anyway, it's getting really close, chat, between Noah Sampson on Asmongold and Westside Tyler talking about Hutch. So get your votes in. It's and just know that when you, isn't that some Aztec god, Xibalba? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. So everything in Persona 2, I mean, obviously Seven Sisters, Pleiades, that's Greek. I mean, you all know that, right? The constellation, the Seven Sisters hunted forever by the archer Orion. And that, but like almost all the rest of the lore is, I mean, look, Atlas Games, I'm trying to explain these guys, right? They're nerds, okay? Atlas Games, but they're nerds for the occult. They're nerds for comparative religion. They're nerds for like different, like, I don't know, legends and myths and all this stuff, right? And they pull it all together. And they make these games, right, where you're like, oh yeah, go around and recruit a party of demons to fight other demons, right? You got to get the good demons. You need the good demons to fight the bad demons, right? That's usually what SMT is about, right? Persona is more of like, has like a little bit of a human touch, tries to bring in some sort of Jungian analysis, which, you know, Jung was very interested in mythology as well. Ideas of the collective unconscious, ideas from Gnosticism. There's a lot of Gnosticism. If you played Persona 5, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. The final boss is actually a Gnosticism, I think Gnostic Christianity reference. So anyway, chat, I'm getting all distracted. We got to get into Destiny. Whoa, get into Destiny. That's like, don't Destiny's like, don't threaten me with a good time. No, Destiny, we are not talking about anything of the sort. We are talking about watching a kick stream from our comfort kick nuisance streamer, Mr. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell II. Oh my god.
What's our boy Hutch doing here?
Destiny is almost eager to burn bridges sometimes. The recent...
Hutch would like you to think that he doesn't really have much to do with Destiny these days. It's don't buy it. Don't believe it. Here, let me switch us over. There we go. And then we gotta go here. Somewhere. I need to click on something to make this better. Oh wait, I know the problem. It's this, right? All right, there, and then find window 3, scroll up a little bit, Twitch capture, make sure that we got the right capture. All right, so like I said, our favorite alleged pedophile kick IRL nuisance streamer, Destiny. Let's see what he's up to.
Leftist bad arc is only like a month and a half old. We'll see where he goes with this. I really like Josiah. To me, Josiah is like a good person. I think, like, behind the scenes, you know, a good person. I'm just very fond of my friendship with him, even though we do get into
like honestly, I wish that libs were more like Josiah. I had a little bit of, I mean, it wasn't a direct conversation with Josiah, but I was in Pisco's chat the other night. Accidentally kind of triggered Pisco a little bit. I think I made some jokes that Pisco thought I was intending seriously. Like I called him the king of reaches, right? I was joking. It was because I called Hutch the king of something else. I don't really think that Pisco always is the king of reaches. There's certainly people that reach more than Pisco. But Josiah jumped in to have a conversation with Pisco, and I ended up kind of like back and forth with Josiah again. And I feel like, chat, like, again, this is a liberal, not a leftist. There's a lot of stuff that we disagree on, you know, but if more liberals were like Josiah, I think I'd have a lot easier time working together with these people for common goals, like defeating Trumpism, right? Like putting, you know, enough Democrats in the Senate and in the Congress to have a decent chance at investigating this guy, right? That's what I'm about. And when I joined Twitch, when I started streaming, I didn't just talk to leftists, I talked to liberals too. And it was with the hope that we could, you know, sort of work together on the things that we agree on, right? This is what I call like you know, when people talk about riding with Biden, you know, some of the people like Vosh, you know, just encouraging people to become cheerleaders for the Biden administration. I always said that was a dangerous thing. I said not to do that, but I said, you don't ride with Biden. Biden comes by in his convertible and he says, hey kid, get in, right? You don't get into the convertible with him, all right? Because you're going to end up in a car crash or something like that. You get your skateboard like Marty McFly, you grab the back of his bumper and you go along. But you understand that he's going someplace different than we are, right? The destination is different, but the route is similar enough that I feel like is it too much for me to ask for just some freaking liberals that I can, like, you know, work with in common goals electorally while still, you know, maintaining pressure on those candidates and doing more than electoralism. Right. But are there liberals that I can work with that I'm not going to have to worry about if I turn around, am I going to have like 8 million, you know, knives in my back? Right. And that's the problem with Destiny. And that's the problem with Twitch politics. Right. That's, you know, the people, the liberals that I encountered were not to be trusted. And some people would tell me not to trust a liberal. And, you know, you got a point there. I see where you're coming from. But you know, at least in terms of, you know, I don't think the DSA and liberals like this have to be at each other's throat this way. I think they're just, you know, they're coping because their party isn't doing very well right now. And there's an element within their party that has got the energy and the enthusiasm that they just can't match. Right. And you got the response from somebody like Hutch, which is like, kill it with fire. Response from Wick, like, I'd rather vote for MAGA over these people. Response from Destiny, I'm going to vote for JD Vance. If it's you put up AOC, and I might vote for JD Vance, right? Destiny's ready to heel turn into the Republican Party after saying that Republicans deserve to be shot for like however long, right? Am I off the Pisco train? I mean, you saw it now. You saw what we saw yesterday, Narwhal by Nature. Pisco and Soypill and the rest of them in their discussion, and yes, Oliver Larkin was defeated today, right? Oh god, we didn't actually get to the Larkin versus Muskowitz part. We were talking about Hong mostly, but like their defense of Crowley and their anger at Crystal Ball for pointing out that Crowley is heading for an iceberg, right? It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, like, if I do feel a little safer, like I feel a little bit less like Pisco is going to stab me in the back than I do with Destiny or Sansol or Doobie or any of these freaks, right? I'm sorry, actually, Doobie's different. Oh my god, I don't even want to get into it now, chat. I don't know what to believe with that guy. Pisco was pressured. Wait, in what way? Yeah, Angie Nixon won. Yes. That's the highlight of the night. And it was unexpected too. And look, it is an uphill climb for her to win the general election. But I hope she can. And but anyway, what I'm trying to say, chat, is David Crowley is about to lose to Tom Tiffany. What was the reason that we got to get rid of Hong? Because she's going to lose to Tom Tiffany, right? What is David Crowley about to do? He's losing. He's losing right now. Crowley just put out an ad calling him Data Center David. Okay, this is not good. Anytime a Republican is able to, to flank a Democrat on the left, right? And we saw this with Trump. Like, this is a weird thing, right, chat? But there was a perception among some people in Michigan that Donald Trump was going to do something about Gaza, whereas Biden and Kamala wouldn't. How do they get that perception? Because of the intransigence of Biden and Kamala. I don't think it's true. I don't think that Trump is better on Gaza. I think from what we've seen, it's just like he wants to give it to Jared Kushner, turn it into the Riviera, like Israel's, basically doing ethnic cleansing. And that seems to be the plan that Trump's along the lines with. But there wouldn't be an opportunity had Kamala or Biden expressed a little bit more skepticism about Netanyahu and Israel, or had they not done the bear hug strategy, or had they actually given anything to people worried about Gaza, which they didn't. Like this is important, right? And this is something that I feel like I hope I could talk to somebody like Josiah about, or somebody like Pisco about. Like, there is a danger in the continuation of the do nothing Democrats. There is a danger in the Democrats like being so captured by corporate interests that they cannot, they've got, we talk about capitalist realism where people can't imagine a world. They can imagine the end of the world easier than they can imagine the end of capitalism, right? We're talking about some kind of these Democrats, they can't imagine a world beyond corporate control. They've given themselves over to, the corporations are always going to be standing on our, always going to be holding us down, right? We do what we can with our government, but we understand that the government is small enough to drown in the bathtub. And ultimately, there's going to be corporate control over us. I don't want to give in to that hopelessness, right? That learned helplessness that they have adopted. So, the fact that they sent Bill Clinton up there. Oh, yeah, to Gaza scold them. That was terrible. Yeah, be various. Absolutely. Just put in my 2 NCOM cents in. Yes, it is expected too much that libs won't stab you in the back, period. Yeah. Well, and what I mean is, chat, like, I don't talk about this enough because I don't want to, sound like I'm living in the past, or that I'm like angry about what happened to me. But I saw a plot unfold to marginalize anybody to the left of, I don't know, like anybody to the left, like anybody who's actually a leftist, right? On Twitch politics, right? These liberals kind of came, to us leftists saying, hey, we're aligned in our anti-Trumpness. We're aligned in our stand against fascism. We're aligned in the marginalized groups that we seek to defend, right? Let's work together. Let's do panels. Let's do this and that. And all it was a fucking, what do you call it in a carnival when you shoot, the easy shooting thing? It was just I can't even think, chat. Like the thing where there's like a bear and you shoot it and it goes back the other way, and I can't think of what it's called. Okay. But it was like a controlled killing of a leftist, a manifestation of the leftist movement on Twitch. And very few people escaped those guns, right? Hasan has prospered. A few other people have stuck around. A lot of my comrades from back then are gone, right? They were, fish in a barrel, something like that, right? They were essentially, and the irony is that these liberals complaining that the left does too much cancel culture, the left is too woke, the left, like all this shit, right? And they're doing cancel culture. I don't know what the fuck you call that. I don't know how you make a distinction of like, no, it's okay when we cancel somebody on the left. It's not really cancel. When you can't get canceled for doing the right thing, that's not bad. It's only bad when you get canceled for saying the N-word. It's only bad when you get canceled for being racist. It's only bad when you get canceled for being a piece of shit and taking advantage of sexual advantage of women, taking advantage of streamers in your orbit, right? That's bad. Destiny getting canceled is really bad, right? People having a problem with Destiny sharing fucking nudes and fucking NSFW of orbiters that he cajoled into, sexual acts with him. That's not a problem at all. but it's a problem if you're too far, if you hate Thanksgiving, for instance, right? I saw this shit unfold. So some of this kind of stuff, some of the way that the left flank and DSA candidates have been gone after by liberals is very, very familiar. Right. In fact, that was what was said about me. I'm too woke for, caring about the way somebody conducts their panel, for criticizing somebody for letting a bigot just go off without, there's a thing called a Gish Gallop, chat. And normally it's just a very annoying debate tactic. And you would say, hey, don't Gish Gallop me or something like that. Right. But when you're talking about marginalized people, like imagine it's Haitians, right? Would you let somebody Gish Gallop saying that they eat cats and dogs? They're all into voodoo. They're doing this. They have a very bad culture. All this fucking racist shit about Haitians. I'm sure you've heard it. We definitely heard it during the 2024 elections, right? Would you let somebody just go on, or would you say, hey, I'm not going to let you sit here and use my show to just put out these brainworms into the ether, hoping that somebody's going to be like, yeah, I do. Yeah, actually, Haitians are kind of weird, right? I mean, that's what they were doing in Twitch poll. That's what they were doing on the Hippy Tippy with trans people, right? It's like, no, it's a convert. We got to bring the transfer on, let him Gish Gallop all these tropes, right? You got to recognize when somebody is on your airwaves, trying to spread moral panics about marginalized groups. And that's what I got in trouble for, criticizing Dylan Burns for him not doing the basic diligence, which I feel like if I went on there and Gish Galloped, I'd get shut down. Dylan's not going to let me go off, yap about, my pet peeve or, a conspiracy theory I have about conservatives or anything like that for 30 minutes. But so why does he let Rob Noor do it? And the answer is because this panel scene, they needed the heels. They needed the conservatives. They were beholden to the conservatives so much that we saw careers created for people like Critically Thinking Veteran, right? Who would have never had any sort of audience on his own, is foisted up there as the voice of the right, because he's a friend of Dylan's, and it's really hard to find right wingers that aren't going to come on and say slurs, right? So that was a real problem back in the day, and the result of that problem was that I was targeted, that people went after my audience, tried to destroy it, tried to harass me, tried to chase me off the fucking internet, chat. I survived that because I am just that stubborn. And we got to be just as stubborn with what's happening to Francesca Hong, the lies about Abdul El Sayed. I'm sure even though Zoran's doing really well, he's really popular, they're going to go after him again. We got to be just as stubborn, okay, as I was. Although maybe we can not fall into the same content ruts as I did, because I don't think that helped either. I think that I maybe talked about, I didn't continue to talk about new content at that time. So that's a mistake that I'll own up to, right? I got to still be entertaining to you, even if I'm aggrieved about how I'm treated. I don't want to ever that became the content, right? And that was a mistake on my part. But I've learned, I've grown, I'm still here, and I'm just as fucking stubborn, if not more so. Anyway, chat, let's give it over to Destiny and Hutch. Let me make sure that we are at the right place that we need to be. It looks like we are. Hutch complaining about his boss and the story of how Destiny and his lot got blocked by Josiah. Okay, so yeah, there does seem to be maybe a little criticism from Hutch this time. I need to do a few things, chat. I need to get some more. Oh my god, I still have some watermelon. I need to get myself more drinks and some food. So I'm gonna give you over to Irene for hopefully just a second, and then come right back to you, and we will cook. We will cook. If I can find the right. There we go. Irene. Right? Is this Irene? Right? Is this the right one, chat? No. There we go. I'll be right back.
Really significant disagreements sometimes. I'm not as close with Pisco, but there's still like an affection there. And so I do feel defensive of my pals when I see some of the heightened rhetoric.
Distinctions between you and IRI, we were all pretty much united in our overall dispositions, both on the Wick conversation and, frankly, on the Keith Edwards conversations. But sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, so like I didn't want to pile on. You know, if I have a particular animus towards a person or their views, then, but like even with Wick, like, you know, I popped down with and I said, well, I'm basically just going to take the back seat. And for the most part, I didn't engage with Wick. You know, I corrected him on like the state delegation thing in the House of Representatives. But other than that, I didn't really join the dog pile. And so I took kind of a similar view or similar proposition with Keith, except the difference is, you know.
Wait, did we already watch this? When he streamed it live or something?
I don't. Oh.
Not that I think that Wick did particularly well making his point, but he certainly did a hell of a lot better than Keith did. You know, he wasn't stammering and stumbling over his words, visibly uncomfortable, visibly, you know, FC. And so I felt even more.
But it does seem like it's Josiah burning the bridge with Destiny. If you won't have a conversation with Destiny over this disagreement, they've been having this conversation by proxy for weeks. Well, to be fair to Josiah, Destiny's been going pretty fucking hard on Josiah. I haven't watched this video yet, but I think they're going too hard on Josiah, but the point Destiny is making is largely correct. I mean, I do agree with a lot of his points. I just think he's going from 0 to 100, you know. That's just the way that he operates. That's his speed. Like once he locks in on you, it's
like I feel like none of these people know what 100 is. Hutch should know what 100 is.
You haven't even begun to see him at 100.
I'm just like,
you were so nice to Josiah.
I feel
by
like
the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't know, dude. I don't know how to deal with this, like the proxy stuff. Wait a minute. To where if somebody is running defense, so like just
chat, what Hutch just said, does it not sound a little bit like the words of an abuse victim? Like, you don't understand, when Destiny locks in, he just goes really hard on you. It's like, right, well, you just don't want to make dad mad, right? You don't want to make him angry, okay? That's the trick. If you just don't make him angry, then he doesn't hit you. Like, what is this? This is a sad state of affairs for the Destiny cult.
Saya was so eager to run defense for Keith, who's now called, well, he's at all the Live and Learn cast. He retweeted that one guy who said they were all sex-crazed weirdos, and obviously now he's called me a pedophile and everything. It's just insane that, like, on that side, those people can just go, like, literally at 100, full press constantly. And then there's a circle of people who won't say anything at all about it ever, and they won't.
What's the circle of people?
That, like, all the, like, these left-lib people will never say anything about this circle of people who are the most aggressive, like, trying to destroy my life and career people. They'll never say anything about them. And then when I offer, what I'm saying is, like, light pushback, I guess it comes off as mean. But is it I don't know. I feel like I literally can't criticize these people. That's what I feel like. Sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in these weird, like, I'll call it an abusive relationship cycle, where these other people might not necessarily come down on me. They'll just treat me as Voldemort, participate in the spaces of my mortal enemies, drag them on to have conversations, like Pisco dragging on Gisticle and shit to talk, or Sorpil going into Doobie's server to do AMAs and shit. Like, they'll do all this stuff. And then when I'm like, I feel like we should be able to push back on the left people more, it's like, I have to quit this community. I can't. It's too much. Like, it's so weird to me that the slightest amount of pushback is just like, it's fucking game over for me.
It can feel like an abusive relationship at times, of where, like, you try to set a boundary and then the other person's like, oh, well, I
didn't even, like, set a boundary. I'm not even necessarily, like, saying that, like, oh, well, I don't appreciate the way you guys are treating me. Saying, it's just like, I feel like we should be able to criticize these people to the far left more. And then also, and I guess maybe nobody acknowledges this, but, like, every single thing I said was correct. And now we've seen that it's like, I mean, you see the nonstop fucking ads that the Republicans have been running on, related to, like, Hasan and everything else, and he's getting fucking more airtime on Fox News than fucking Mom Donnie did over the past, like, month.
Yeah, it was all true.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels cringe as fuck.
I don't understand why Josiah, I guess, got mad at you. I can understand why Pisco got upset at you, because you called him an anti-Semite at some point, but that was pretty far.
Yeah, that was way after. Everything has already been like,
yeah.
I think it's annoying too. I think, like, if Josiah was going to be personally upset, it would be over the fact that I'm basically accusing them of being, like, soft grifting, because I'm saying things like, I feel like you're just trying to, like, do what is most economically advantageous for you, basically, that's pretty mean. But, like, I only started saying this after that felt like the main defense I feel that Josiah and Pisco were giving. They're like, well, we want to be able to go on their shows and we want to be able to maintain good relationships because we want to be able to have access to their platforms. And then especially with Pisco being like, yeah, I would go on to like Fox News, even if it meant not really pushing back on the bad stuff. They just wanted me to like support them on some things. I don't know. That's just like, and then when they're saying at the end of the day, they're doing all of it just for access to the platform. I don't know how else I'm supposed to interpret that.
Yeah, I don't know. Josiah said, I blocked SB because of the personal attacks and insults towards me, Pisco, Mockler, and others. What did you attack Josiah with personally?
It would have to be that, like I don't think I ever said grifter, but the idea that like I guess I call him spineless, but that was after he'd already blocked me. But I mean, it is kind of like insane that these people cannot take a position against any of these far left people on literally anything ever. And then like, I'm so sorry, but like the blocking Conduit, when Conduit had accused Josiah, not accused Josiah, but I think he was rattling Josiah because Josiah was sweeping for Keith doing that retweet, and then he unretweeted it, and Josiah was like, oh, he unretweeted it, so it's fine. I'm sure he just didn't notice or whatever.
Well, I was the one who did that. Josiah didn't block me or anything. I was the one who
He did block
asked,
Conduit over it, though.
Yeah. Which I'm surprised why he blocked Conduit. Was Conduit's message mean?
No. Well,
because I would assume
maybe
that
Conduit's message was like, it was something along the lines of like, I can't believe that you are forgiving this guy. I can't believe you're letting him slide on this when your channel name literally has to do with like deliberating politics or whatever, like deliberate thought or thinking things. Because his name is like pondering politics, and that was too much, and then he blocked him.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have blocked him there, but I could see why somebody feels like that's snarky and is like, fuck him, because he probably didn't know who he is, would be my guess, and I don't mean that in a mean way.
Sure. I'm also getting very annoyed, and I think this was probably the last group of people that I'll tolerate doing this, I guess. It's very annoying to me that like if I'm bringing stuff up, it'll be talked about, but in the weirdest like Voldemort style way, where it's like some communities are saying or some people are saying, and then they do this thing where they will drag on every single person peripheral to me to try to fight with over it, but then like never me. I don't know. That's really weird. No.
Well, yeah, that's one of my criticisms of Pisco. It's like you said maybe I shouldn't have been the one to do it or whatever, but you didn't fucking send me to do it, so I just did it.
Sure.
I reached out to him. I was like, hey. Steve called you an anti-Semite. I don't really think you're anti-Semitic. It'd be interesting to hear like you guys talk about this and like kind of hash it out or whatever. And then he was like, well, I just have no interest in like talking about this at all or having a conversation with him, etc. But then he went on like every other fucking show to talk about it.
Yeah, and they'll talk about it for weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody says I already have actually watched this, so never mind. I'm sorry whoever I banned for it. Oh yeah, this was the tweet. So Keith retweeted, first of all, this account is fucking insane, but whatever.
Insane.
Yeah.
Yep.
In a world where liberal either means being a pill-gobbling, dead-eyed apparatchik, like Neera Tanden, one of Hasan's biggest offs, or one of these whinging freakazoid sex perverts, you should just be a leftist. You can even believe in things outside of hating Hasan Piker. And then they're retweeting I think this was a Live and Learn episode. Oh yeah, the one with Keith Edwards. And then Josiah was like, well, not cool, but he's unretweeted it. And then you said, why would he even retweet that in the first place? And then Josiah said, he told me he didn't read it. Apologized and took it down. Like, that's crazy sweeping. And then Conduit says, Josiah, you have almost 1 million YouTube subs on a channel literally named for applying critical thought to stuff like this, and you just handed your wallet to the wallet inspector. I guess it's kind of mean, but...
Yeah. I get why he would get blocked.
I guess. But I guess, like, I would feel differently if these guys didn't sweep so much for the far lefty people. Because then it's like, okay, fine, you just don't want anything to do with any of this stuff, fine. But these guys are so eager to sweep for them, and these guys all play like 1 million times dirtier than this. I'm just really tired of being like handcuffed to the crazy standards or whatever. Whatever, I don't know. Yeah. This was... Okay. Where was our...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd be interested, like... I know you're not going to, but I guess I'll ask. Would you reach out to Josiah and, like, kind of just see if...
Well, he like, hard blocked me on everything. He, like, is removed from Discord and everything, too.
Discord, too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I mean, you can't really reach out. So.
Yeah, jeez. But sometimes I feel like when there are people doing things like this, sometimes I feel like they're looking for a stronger exit, I guess. That's what it feels like. Like if somebody comes up to me and they're like, "Hey,"
I feel like the Keith Edwards stuff was like oh, I need to leave because Keith is huge.
Maybe I don't know. Fuck, what am I looking for? Hold on. Oh, this Vanguard show.
Did you see Nancy Bay's got a bunch of tattoos?
That woman is fucking
Why?
insane in the worst way
That shit is
possible.
crazy.
I hate that motherfucker.
The generic
price.
congressional vote polls are.
I don't think you watched it. Can you ask chat when it was? Wait, who linked the thing saying Destiny you did watch it and they linked something? Oh my god.
It was Webtoon Enjoyer, I believe.
No, somebody else linked a VOD. They linked something afterwards.
There's DRT linking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's probably.
Shut up. This is me watching you guys doing your debate, and then I'll hop on after. Oh, wait, I see it. Okay, at the beginning of this spot, I think. Okay.
A little closer, but God knows what to expect. All I'm saying is that +6, +7.
Oh, actually? Yeah, boy.
Mm.
Yeah. Like, fuck me. I just need to fucking do. Never mind. I don't care. I'm playing Factorio. I didn't watch it, and it's just my chat is fucking retarded, but that's okay. All right, I don't care. Take a deep breath. Hold on. Okay, take a deep breath. Okay, we're good. Okay. I went live that day while Hutch was streaming, and I had his stream on in the background. And that's with that video incorporated. And now there are fucking retards in chat that are linking, oh, you need to watch this! But it's not, I was just watching part of a stream that day. That's what that was. But okay, too late now. Who cares?
That is probably the generic congressional vote polls are a little closer, but God knows what to expect. All I'm saying is that +6, +7, that's real business for a plus Democrat turnout. I think it could grow from here. But you look at, the Democrats flipping tons and tons of seats if numbers stay like this, because the approval rating of Donald Trump just keeps collapsing.
Yep, 100%. 100%, Zach. Well, do you want to switch gears a little bit because we're about to have Pisco on the show? I want to do a little bit of an intro to the drama that's been popping off in the Destiny sphere, the Destiny orbit related to Pisco, our special guest on today's live stream. He's going to be here in about 10 minutes. Not his first time on the Vanguard. I think maybe his second or third. Actually, we always enjoy our chats with Pisco, but unlike the Vanguard, Pisco has maintained somewhat of a respectful relationship with Destiny and the Destiny community, along with the other folks of the Live and Learn podcast, which he's a part of. But all of that has come to an abrupt and pretty intense end recently, as Destiny has completely turned on not just Pisco, but also Josiah of Pondering Politics. Again, two people that he's had a somewhat respectful relationship with, collaborated with, talked with quite a bit. And
you guys we've also had on the show. We have had Josiah on.
Just as a so completely turned just means that I disagreed with them not covering negatively any of the crazy DSA lefty shit. That's what completely turned means, by the way.
Got blocked by them for
something we need to do in the future is we have to find a way to create lib-left spaces where everybody doesn't immediately become fucking cockslurps for socialists. It has to be possible to find some people with some degree of actual political commitment, actual principled positions, actual things besides just watching the news and printing a million fucking Trump bad videos and then immediately just falling into the farthest left rabbit hole they can find. It's so tiring. It's so fucking annoying to feel like nobody has any political foundation or any principled foundation to their belief system at all. And it's just if a far lefty shows up, it's like a virus that will infect the space and they will.
Oh my god, did I miss cockslubs? What the fuck does that mean?
All completely start to become beholden to it. It's so fucking annoying.
All right, chat, we back. We are so back. I got my cold drink here. Oh god, yeah, I got my No, I put the water slightly out of reach. Just a second.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
On the show multiple times.
Yep, two of our favorite.
Yeah,
libs.
we need more people of color and Eastern Europeans. True. Black people or Baltic and Eastern European people. That's what we need, okay?
Relationship with, collaborated with, talked with quite a bit. And
you guys we've also had on the show.
All right, we're back for real now.
Two of our favorite libs. And I wanted to just play a little bit.
So yeah, you're hearing, a lot of what Destiny's issue is his personality, right? And normally a personality like this would not rise to the top. A lot of the skills of being able to grow come through networking. And when you're Destiny, that becomes really difficult. When you've got an impossible standard for everybody else that you yourself do not uphold, and you're not even aware of it because you're so narcissistic, right? That lends itself to, a lot of burnt bridges, and Destiny is the king of burnt bridges. Cillium and Billiam have been uncaged. I think these guys have got Destiny's number, right? In the same way that Westside Tyler has got Hutch's number, right? In the same way that he's able to read Hutch so well, I think that the Vanguard have kind of got it for Destiny, right? Because they're sort of the opposite. They're just two bros, that do. I mean, their stream is the two of them, right? Their stream is not a person like Destiny. It's a relationship. Destiny, I guess, has got sort of the same thing going with dragging Mooten onto everything. He hates that they won't debate him. Yeah, did you hear that? Did you add the third hour? Did I? I thought I did. Wait, the third hour. Oh, the third hour goes on Friday or on Saturday's stream, or at least that's how I've set it up. How about we hold that third hour as like potential? Like I don't know. Like if we get into something today where this is what sometimes happens, chat. The main topic, maybe I don't get to it for a long time. But when I get to it, I'm like, oh shit, it's a rabbit hole. And there's Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and there's a Cheshire Cat. This is pretty. They're Mad Hatter serving tea. This is pretty interesting. Let's see more about that. And they're like, oh shit, sorry, I guess we don't have any more time, right? I don't know. What is their yes, 100%. Look, if you're gonna make fun of the Vanguard, make fun of them for that. But really, it's just, I mean, they're a couple of bros, right? They talk like a couple of bros. And look, they're like easygoing. Whereas, like, I was surprised when I saw Pondering Politics kind of starting to hang around the Vanguard show, but I sort of understand it. And this is what I appreciate about Josiah. Like, obviously, Josiah does not, like, look, the show's called The Vanguard, okay? If you're a liberal and you hate communism, right? If you're a liberal and you're bound to destroy socialism and communism, you hate it. You probably don't even watch that shit. You're like, oh, these are a couple of MLs here. If you've watched them, you understand they are not a couple of MLs. That's really funny. Yeah, the amount of times that Destiny will sort of excuse his abuse of an orbiter, a female orbiter in his, or especially a female orbiter that he's sort of pressured into whatever, when they go off and they start to tell, spill the tea on Destiny, he just calls them BPD girls. Oh yeah, it's another BPD woman. And somehow that just like puts him in a box of like, oh yeah, those crazy BPD women. We can't, obviously Destiny, bears no responsibility for whatever the fuck this is. Yes, the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you for reminding me, Narwhal by Nature. But yeah, for those of you who don't know what Narwhal's talking about here, he got into a beef with FD Signifier, right? And this is part of the reason that FD, does not fuck with drama anymore, and to some extent fucking with white people a whole lot less, and apparently very much better for his mental health to have cut that aspect out, right? But yeah, so Destiny, is sort of, I don't remember how it all started, but they got into a fight, I think, on Twitter, and I think Destiny wanted to debate FD. He doesn't really do a lot of that. Who has he debated, chat? He debated President Sunday. I don't think FD does a lot of debates. I guess, yeah, you could call that thing with deculturation and, oh my god, I'm trying to remember those other people that were there in that ill-fated panel stream, right? But he's not a debate bro. He's not trying to do debates anyway. Destiny wanted him to do a debate anyway, and FD was like, okay, maybe I can use this for something good. And he's like, Destiny, if you donate like this amount of money to FD did. Oh, thanks for reminding me that I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right, Ash Bradford. That was a pretty big one, and I covered that. We did a little coverage of that as well. But yeah, in general, he's not part of this world, right? This Destiny world where everybody's like, oh, if you don't like me, you've got to debate me. No, if I don't like you, I might not want to have anything to do with you, right? I might just continue to criticize like your presence on this platform and what you do, and more to the point of FD, right? What you represent. I might continue to do that, but I don't fucking owe you a right to response, especially if you're a complete asshole who makes everybody's life miserable and that can only harass and his only fucking skills are harassing and doxing people with his toxic community, right? There's a good justification for not wanting to talk to a guy like that. And then he tries to use this power of, okay, if you're not going to talk to me, you can't talk about me. And but anyway, yeah, so FD was offering to debate Destiny if Destiny would donate a certain amount of money to a Stop Cop City charity, right? Cop City is this thing. They took over a park in Atlanta, and from people that used it, right? Like it was a black area of town, and people use this park, right? They enjoy this park. This is one of the few green spaces. I don't know how many green spaces Atlanta has, right? But this is a green space, right? And the cops said, yeah, we're taking this, we're going to turn it into a facility to train cops, and it's just kind of a big fuck you to the people of Atlanta, right? To say, yeah, we're taking your park, we're going to turn it into Cop City, we're going to bring Israeli IDF people in to train the cops. There's just like nothing good about this. Like, and a lot of people stood up and tried to stop it. Unfortunately, there was way too much money on the other side and it got built. But anyway, FD was willing to debate Destiny if it could be for charity, if there would be, like a Destiny would donate to an anti-Cop City, charity. And somehow instead he just ends up donating to the Atlanta Police Department, just as a big fuck you. So Destiny seeks out vulnerable people who can exploit, smear, and discard true.
This guys, because we've talked about the Destiny crash out, and just I don't know how else to put it. It's a crash out if there ever was one.
We're about to have a crash out.
A state of mental illness, much like we saw with Kanye West or Elon Musk, or Ethan Klein. Yeah, I really do think it's on that level at this point. And you're gonna. By the way, this is why we don't entertain Destiny's challenges to debate us, because you guys are about to see how unproductive it actually is when you try to reason with.
Look, it's a good thing. Okay, it's a good thing. Like a friend of the VOD, Dak Katie, came to my attention. Although Dak Katie was, I think, a viewer, a long-term viewer of mine, right? So I knew Dak Katie from chat, but came to my attention as a content creator when she debated Vosh, and I thought that one of her debates with Vosh was particularly good, and I just had to hold it up as a this is how it's done, right? Because a lot of people have tried to debate Vosh and ended up in the crosshairs for harassment, and so Katie, being able to sort of intellectually best Vosh allowed her to make her point with maybe a little bit. I mean, I'm sure she still got some shit from Vosh's community, but it wasn't as bad because these are debate fiends, and they kind of watched the debate and they were like, yeah, she got him, right? So, kudos to them, right? Very different response from Destiny to Demon Mama when she bested him. But, Katie just, because she did a good job against Vosh, she just started to go kind of into debating a whole bunch of people, right? And one of these people eventually was Destiny, and her debating Destiny did not result in any growth for her community or her stream. It resulted in targeted harassment of her by the Destiny community, right? And that's what happens, and that's why he wants to debate you, right? When Destiny's mad at you and he's like, come in, you gotta, let's chat, let's have a chat, right? What he's trying to do is put you in front of his audience, make you the bad guy, and say, all right, you know the drill, you know what to do, you know how this works, right? They've done it to a million fucking people. I was lucky I didn't get targeted. I think it's because I didn't go particularly hard on him. And, I still didn't realize what he was, what he represented, and what his game was, right? And so they kind of, they did not... But had I continued, had I accepted, for instance, Destiny's invitation to debate him about Jesse Singal, I probably would have been targeted as like a trans rights advocate that expects too much, or that is too woke, or I don't know. Like it probably would have. I probably would have had the same treatment that Dak Katie had. So FD is absolutely. The Vanguard boys absolutely, I think, making the right decision here. You don't have to debate him, right? He's not just a dude. This is Destiny's trick. He will pretend to be just a dude. He will pretend to be nice to people. Okay, good. Love you, buddy. Take care, like, what does he always say? He says something like, take care of yourself. I'm not talking about to chat. I'm talking about to people he talks to. Like, there's some phrase that he utters at the end of it. And I think it's supposed to sound like, hey, I really care about you as a human being. Hey, human to human. I'm glad we had this talk, right? But it comes off like he's saying, like, watch out. Don't let any pianos fall on you. Like, don't get assassinated by any of my fans while you're... I don't know. It comes off as a lot more hostile than, but some people in the Destiny community, they buy into this idea. It's just Steven. It's just Steven. What could be so bad about Steve? Oh, he's a cute little guy. Look, he's on mushrooms. Oh, isn't that cute? He's on mushrooms. Oh, look at that. He accidentally took meth instead of, wait, what was it, chat? I can't remember. He went to Amsterdam and he thought he got ecstasy, but it was actually meth. And so for a few days during the Dylan Burns Prime Kai drama, Destiny was meth-stiny. But you know what I mean? They kind of like treat him like this, I guess they interpret him as like a quirk chungus. And I got to tell you, chat, he's not a quirk chungus. He's a psychopath. He is a dangerous man. And he is a fucking, irredeemable narcissist. And so he's always going to interpret reality in a way that is convenient to his narrative, to him thinking of himself as a good person and thinking of anyone who gets in his way as somebody that deserves unlimited harassment, right? So that's him in a nutshell. Anyway,
Steven, when you try to have a conversation with Steven where you disagree with him, you're going to see how that went for Pisco, and we're going to be hearing from him in person in just a second when he joins the stream. But there's a couple.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Couple clips. This is one that I thought would be good to start with, Zach, because it's just so unhinged. And again, people that don't pay attention to everything Destiny
also the Steven thing, it's a way of turning his orbiter ship. It's a way of making it feel like a family. Anybody else here ever worked for an employer that's like, oh, thank you for joining the United Industries family. We're like a family here. Yeah. And the boss is the dad and the, CFO is the mom. And I don't, you know what I mean? Has anybody ever had this experience where they're like, we're just a family. We're a big family here. And the idea, you'd want that to mean like, okay, we're going to think of you as a human being. If you work for us, you're not expendable. You're a member of the family. All right. We'll treat you good. We'll treat you fair. As long as you take care of the family takes care of you. Have anybody ever had a boss like that? Anybody ever worked at a place like that? That is those are some of those toxic work environments that I've ever experienced, right? Where they try to portray it as like, oh, it's just one big family. And if somebody's having trouble, then, well, I guess the whole family is fucking against you. I guess you have trouble with the family. Costco does that? Damn. Yeah, like an individual, branch of Costco. I'm guessing you're talking about Ash. So anyway, that's what this whole Steven thing is like, right? If you go in his Discord, if you have conversations with you, if you kind of get accepted into the DGG fold, which for some reason, I didn't, I wasn't in his Discord like Mix Vivian, was, right? I wasn't, I had 2 conversations with him, and then, when he ignored me in the second one, I kind of was like, I'm out, right? But the Destiny fans, did sort of, give me, I would say they love bombed me. They blew up my channel. I got a bunch of, followers. They were watching my videos. They were pretty, as long as I was, complimentary towards Destiny, they were very nice to me. And again, when Merrick, the person that was on, when I brought Destiny on, the reason that Destiny even came on in the first place, right, there, was that, I was talking to Merrick DeVille, and Merrick was like, Destiny wants to come on, and I just remember her always calling him Steven. Now, chat, let's be real. All right, there might have been a relationship between Merrick and Destiny, just being real, not trying to, pathologize anything. But yeah, it might have been just more, it might have been more than just like a family sort of, the Merrick's part of the DGG family that she called. I don't think she still is. I think she, at some point she got snarked by the Destiny fans and is not friendly with them anymore. But yeah, at the time she was calling him Steve, and she'd be like, Steven, Steven, right? And it was just so weird to me. It's like, what you are, is this guy you're, you know, like it felt like they were dating actually is kind of the vibe that I got from chat. But yeah, like, did you hear Mootons being like, well, hey, at least they called you Steven. Now I sort of get this on some level, because I, you know, when I had my controversy, it was weird. Like, everybody started calling me NCC, right? I was No Comment Chick. I was Irene, right? Before that. But then when everybody was like, oh, this is Dylan Burns's op, it was always NCC. And I always had a suspicion that, like, you know, you can go a lot harder against something called NCC than you can against someone called Irene Geller, right? So I sort of understand that on one level, but again, I feel like Destiny uses this sort of, you know, family atmosphere to DGG to manipulate people. Because again, like with the places, with the workplaces, right, where they're like, oh, welcome to the family, right? A lot of times, the way that works is that you're expected to maybe stay late, even though you weren't scheduled. You're expected to cover shifts that you know, were not supposed to have to cover. You're expected to kind of like, you know, give up your own interests, give up your own life for the good of the family, for the good of the company. And it doesn't often work the other way. You are expendable at the end of the day, and they don't really consider you like, you know, a brother, sister, aunt, uncle, nephew, niece, anything like that. They consider you, I mean, you were literally just there for the company to exploit. That's how capitalism works. Right. And to put a veneer of family on it is almost obscene. And I think that that obscenity we sort of see reflected in DGG.
They might remember an older version of Destiny, a better version of Destiny, but this is who he currently is.
I like Destiny when he debated against people I hated, but when he debated against people I liked, then I hated him.
We're about to hear him totally freak out and crash out when he's confronted by his hypocrisy related to his stated plan to potentially vote for JD Vance in 2028.
My plan to vote for JD Vance. True.
That's the Democratic nominee.
Brixton says, am I related to the Geller who is a video game reviewer? No, I think I know who you're talking about. Jacob Geller, right? No, I'm not related to that Geller. I'm related to Allegra Geller, the video game dev.
That related to Crystal Ball giving an insanely raked over the coals interview to Slotkin or Matt Berenstein and these people abusing the fuck out of Mick Moore. Would you ever title a video called, okay, fuck Matt, fuck Emma Vigilant?
If she said that she was open to voting for JD Vance, maybe.
You mean like Hasan and Vosh?
You mean like you?
You mean like Hasan and Vosh? Oh,
yes, like Hasan and Vosh and you.
I publicly criticized.
And me,
and you said that you were.
Went into entertaining and hypothetical. These guys didn't support him in the last election.
So who are we saying? Hasan and Kyle? I recently found out that the Kyle thing was a lie. I recently found out that the Kyle thing, like Kyle, I think did vote for Kamala. What they'll do is they'll see Hasan or Kyle or somebody, you know, reacting to some of the really bad decisions that Kamala Harris made, like for instance involving Liz Cheney in the campaign, and you know, kind of going hard on her about that, and be like, oh, I guess you're voting for the Green Party now. Oh, I guess you're they just made it this whole thing. Apparently, like I had believed it. I was like, oh, I guess Kyle voted for Jill Stein, right? And Kyle's got a video on this, right? I don't always agree with everything that Kyle does or says, right? But no, he's not. These guys are lying about him. Oh yeah, you're right. He said AOC versus Vance would be a coin toss. It's crazy how rules for me, not for thee, Destiny is, or rules for thee, not for me.
Jesus Christ!
Sure, whether or not you vote for AOC.
I said over AOC, assuming a socialist takeover. They said over Gavin Newsom. Hold on.
I'm sorry. So when I asked that question,
you recognize the difference between those two statements? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but just an invented thing. I never asked whether or not you vote for AOC.
He's legitimately worried that AOC is going to get elected president and do an executive order banning capitalism.
Given socialist takeover, I asked whether you would vote for AOC or JD Vance.
Yeah, Stephen, sorry. This is as much. No, the question to you was just as much of a no-brainer as it was to Hasan.
Just to be clear, no, it wasn't. But a lot of these people don't even know anything about politics in general.
Oh my God!
They the news. I don't know how to explain.
Oh my God, he's flipping out. This is kind of nice, right? I got my curry here, some red curry with basil, tofu, and all kinds of veggies. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying. Oh no, it's a McDonald's. some of Donald's slogan here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So when I asked that question,
you recognize the difference between those two statements? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but just an invented thing. I never asked whether or not you vote for AOC given socialist takeover. I asked whether you would vote for AOC or JD Vance.
Yeah, Stephen, sorry. This is as much. No, the question to you was just as much of a no-brainer as it was to Hasan.
Just to be clear, no, it wasn't. But a lot of these people don't even know anything about politics in general. They cover the news. I don't know how to explain how far behind these guys are when it comes to like, do you even know like what a socialist believes? Like, what does capitalism mean? I honestly, I know that Pisco can't answer the question. I don't know if Josiah can. I'm actually not sure. I don't.
Okay, so from my little mini conversation with Josiah, I mean, me in chat, Josiah on Pisco stream, he knows a lot, right? I don't agree with, like, again, he's a liberal, I'm a leftist. We don't agree on a lot of things. We don't agree on everything. We don't agree on, kind of the solutions or the endpoints, right? He wants a generous welfare state, a Scandinavian type social democracy. I would like for workers to have the power. I would like to claw back all of the leverage from the moneyed interests. And yeah, I would like to work towards a moneyless, stateless, classless society. And they will call me a monster for that. It will imply all kinds of authoritarianism and, disregard for human life, etc. Just based on that. And meanwhile, while capitalism exercises that same kind of disregard for humanity. But one thing I'll say about Josiah is he does know about politics. He does know about a lot of things. He does know about a lot of stuff that you would expect a liberal not to know about, right? He was aware, he mentioned something about Zoran's, tactics, the way that he manages the constant attacks as an avowed communist, right? Zoran's, self-identified as a communist, right? And not governing as a communist. Obviously, he's a mayor, and there's a lot of work to do before we get to a moneyless, classless, stateless society. But he manages the media cycles that would normally like tear somebody like him up and throw him under the bus, right? He manages that with a very similar strategy to like a Claudia Sheinbaum or an AMLO, right? These are the last two presidents of Mexico, who AMLO started up this practice called mañaneras. It means a morning talk, and generally the Mexican media is really vicious and really capitalist and really fucking hates leftists, right? And they had, the capitalists had control of Mexico. Essentially, like pro-U.S. interests had control of the U.S. for years and years and years and years, right? But yeah, they designed this strategy of like every morning we're going to come on and we're going to talk about what we're doing for hours, so that our self-description of our goals and what we're doing to achieve those goals is going to be a big block of content that drops right in the morning, right? Zoran's kind of done a similar thing in terms of the way that he manages media cycles, right? And Josiah is aware of that. Liberal has respect for Sheinbaum, has some respect for AMLO, probably doesn't agree with them on everything, but at least is aware. I mean, that's impressive to me, right?
I don't know for any of these people. And it's just so fucking annoying to get like the most absurd hypotheticals thrown at you. And it's like, would you vote this or this for president? And it's like, what, in a vacuum? I don't even know how the fuck I'm supposed to answer that question. If you're not also, because he's like, well, no, this had to do with it didn't have to do with the social stick or anything else. And it's like, I don't know what the world is for AOC to win the nomination in the Democratic Party. It implies there's a whole bunch of stuff about our politics that have changed. I don't know what JD Vance is going to look like in 2028 either. There's also going to be a lot of stuff about our politics that changes. The Gavin Newsom versus Trump thing, he's already a governor, but the idea is supposed to be, would you support a moderate Dem in general against Donald Trump?
Okay, so he's very hateable, Casey Puffs. Just to be real clear about what Hasan said in regards to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, he said that if we get to the general and it's Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, we're kind of cooked, right? His statement was not, I won't vote for the lesser of two evils. His statement was that those two evils don't have heightened enough contradictions for me to have confidence that the American people are going to choose the lesser of evils. That's the problem, chat, with lesser evil voting. It encourages Democrats to be shittier. It encourages Democrats to be more like Republicans. And as long they're playing The Price is Right, chat. You know the game show, The Price is Right? I think in the very beginning of the game show, right? People bid on items. They show an item. Look at this grill. How much do you think this grill costs? And the idea is that you want to be as close to the price of the grill as possible without going over. If you go over, you lose. So what people will try to do is kind of just, if a good strategy is to go, what is it, like one over somebody else's bid, I think, like $1 over somebody else's bid. That way, if they say 500 and you're like, oh, I don't know how much it costs, but I think it's more than 500, right? I don't remember. There's like a strategy where you're like right next to the person that's bidding, and it's often successful. Right? That's what the Democrats do. They look at the Republicans. They're like, oh, that's pretty shitty. Okay, so we can be just as shitty to satisfy the corporate donors, because the corporate donors want that. The reason the Republican Party is shitty is, is for their corporate donors. The reason that the Democratic Party is sometimes very close to the level of shittiness is because they're also sucking up to those corporate donors too. And that's when you end up in a situation like what David Crowley is finding himself in right now with data centers, right? It would have been such a smarter tactic, both in terms of getting him that primary and in terms of, winning the general, if he actually backed the moratorium, but he can't do it because he's got to satisfy the donors. He's got to keep his donors happy.
For the leftists, the answer is no. Not what is a party?
But the problem is that JD Vance is too close. The problem with Gavin Newsom is that he's too close to JD Vance. He's not differentiated himself enough. He's calculating, he's triangulating, and he's looking for the least left campaign that he can run that's still somewhat to the left of JD Vance, expecting people are going to know the difference. Chat, the sad thing is people don't know. People, there's polls that say, that people don't like the Democratic Party because it's too liberal, right? They never do a poll of like, what is liberalism? What does that mean? Who is liberal? And I bet you if they did, and they give them a cross-section of Democratic politicians to choose, who's the most liberal here? People would pick like Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, right? Liberalism is a vibe to people, and they don't like that vibe. Now, that's not very useful because, again, it's not an analysis of their policies, it's just vibes. But it does tell us the reason that these loser liberals keep on losing to idiots like Trump. Idiot savants like Trump.
Switch gonna look like in 2 or 3 years? It's not the same. You can hate my answer, whatever. That's fine. But to pretend like they're the same, or to pretend that they're the same level of obviousness, is fucking retarded. It's a deeply unserious opinion to have.
Publicly criticized Hasan, but he gave it.
You guys don't even know what communism is. You guys don't see the threat at all. You don't care at all. You're
yes,
totally
AOC is not a communist.
Yes.
It's not about AOC being a
Case couldn't even know what communist was. I think when I argued like 8 months ago or whatever on this. Oh my god.
communist. It's about would she permit, like Mamdani his, as a backdoor, all the commies in the party. That's the issue.
Yes.
I would prefer an economy ran by JD Vance over like the Green New Deal that literally just...
What? Yeah. What? You would? Oh my God, that's insane. That's insane. Peter Thiel's little bitch boy, his little stooge, his pawn that has been infiltrating its weaselly way into our government, the man who was literally forced to change his religion to Catholicism to join Opus Dei. Yes, literally the same Opus Dei from the Da Vinci Code. Those crazy bastards. That is JD Vance, and he has gone and he is going to let ICE run rampant, and he's going to collab with Tucker Carlson when they want to close the border. And they want to ban fucking
Bro, this guy's crushing harder than I am.
Prozac, and they want to ban booze and any other kind of medication, God forbid. Fucking anything they can get their hands on to create a more fascist Christian takeover. They want to turn every single woman into an incubator for their incelibate fucking men. Are you crazy? The Green New Deal is harmless. Okay, we've already done a New Deal, and it was the best thing that's ever fucking happened to our country, and it saved us.
Involuntarily celibate is what they're saying. Yeah.
Got us out of the fucking Great Depression, along with turning our country into a full-time war machine, unfortunately. That's why we need to redraw the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely unhinged. As you guys probably know, this whole debate is kind of predicated on the fact that Destiny went hardcore scorched earth on Hasan for saying that he might not vote for Gavin Newsom if Gavin Newsom was a
Might not? Oh my God. Whoa, these guys are such bitches. Holy shit.
Democratic nominee. Now, I think Hasan is kind of...
I mean, they're wrong, but they made this same mistake I made with Kyle. I heard Destiny people talking about Kyle, saying that he ultimately voted for a third party over Kamala, And in other words, like he was checked out on the election, right? That's not true. It's not true, right? But I believed it because like just hearing it come from so many different sources, right? They made the same mistake in thinking that Hasan, what did they say?
The map. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely unhinged. As you guys probably know, this whole debate is kind of predicated on the fact that Destiny went hardcore scorched earth on Hasan for saying that he might not vote for Gavin Newsom if Gavin Newsom was the
So that's not what he said. He's freaking out because he thinks somehow Hasan was like straight up JD Vance. I'm going to vote for him, right? What Hasan said, he was faced with the question, and this is like a gotcha question. What are you going to do if it's Gavin Newsom, the shittiest of shit libs, versus JD Vance, right? A pretty bad dude that's likely to carry on a lot of the MAGA policies and maybe even go a little bit further to the right, right? There's a lot of indication with JD Vance that he's willing to embrace the hard right, maybe even more than Trump does, right? So it'd be a crazy thing for Hasan to say, yeah, I would take JD Vance in that case, right? Which is what Destiny is implying. What Hasan actually said was, if that happens, if Gavin is the nominee, then we're cooked, right? He's also said that he doesn't think it's likely that the Democrats are going to pick a pro-Israel candidate. And I think that Gavin Newsom would probably fall under that rubric, right? So Hasan, A, doesn't think the matchup is likely, and B, didn't... I think, look, if as a Hasan whisperer, as somebody that's watched enough of his content and to see kind of what he means by things, right? I'm going to guess it's the same thing that he meant for Kamala, which is that I will not endorse this person, but when I'm covering JD Vance versus Gavin Newsom, I'm going to be more harsh on JD Vance. And ultimately, I'm probably going to vote, for Gavin Newsom but again, this is not a scenario that Hasan at all thinks is likely, right? Which is why he didn't answer the question. So no, Destiny. Your lies do not become truth just because you say them a lot.
Not! Oh my god! Oh, these guys are such bitches! Holy shit!
Nominee. Now, I think Hasan has kind of edited that position and said, yeah, I'll probably vote for Gavin Newsom.
Has he?
No, they're just liars, but that's all they do is they sweep. What is this? Destiny predicted everything.
Fetterman, you be big.
Lie.
1 year
Brain
ago.
dead jokes.
His song, chat, is The Boxer by Simon and Garfunkel, right? And I don't mean the part about I don't mean the chorus. I'm talking about I don't mean the verse. I'm talking about the chorus, right? Destiny's theme song is lie la lie, lie la lie 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 la lie, lie la lie 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 lie. It's that's him, dude. That's all he fucking does all day is drink energy drink and lie. And it's not even a good energy drink, Chad. It's not an energy drink with okra. It's not an energy drink with moringa, right? It's not an energy drink with ginger, which is what you really need in your energy drink.
And you wouldn't give a...
Just kidding, Chad.
And if
I'm not actually sponsored.
And if I had...
What, this is the joke? Why are we against the Green New Deal in that clip? Because the original envisionment of the Green New Deal had more to do with it was like
jobs.
It was either when AOC suggested or when Bernie suggested initially. There's like a 20% takeover of every.
There's a guarantee for jobs too. Tell us more about the Green New Deal, Destiny.
To like abort,
because I think the more the American people get to know about it, the more they're gonna like it.
Workers, there was a federal jobs guarantee for every major industry in the United States. There was a whole bunch of other shit that was thrown into it. It wasn't just climate change was like an afterthought related to the Green New Deal stuff. Most of it had to do with
no. There's two policies that there's two issues that they want to tackle, and it turns out that tackling one can help the other, right? Giving the American worker more power in the capitalist system was a goal of the Green New Deal. And also, curbing climate change was a goal of the Green New Deal. And as far as clawing back power from the corporations, I don't know what he's talking about, 20% of every business or whatever. But yeah, anything that could make, that could reduce the overall leverage of the capitalist class is a step in the right direction. And I say a step because it's not quite radical enough for me. I mean, it's not the end state that I want to. It's not where I want to end on, but it is a good start. But this guy is like this is anathema to him.
The federal jobs guarantee, the 20%, the 1/5 of every company would go to the workers or whatever.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. And you talk about it more, bitch. Talk about it more. Tell us more about the Green New Deal.
Because you think and if I had an oven in my stomach, it's a baked bread in my tummy. What the fuck do you mean? The whole point is who you support. I support Pete Buttigieg because he's a liberal Democrat. Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Go ahead and threaten us with a good time, Destiny. You're the only asshole that this does not sound like a good thing to.
Yeah, but they hate Pete Buttigieg because they feel
he's a liberal Democrat. Yes, that's my point. Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's fucking insane. And like, yeah, you have they're far left, more to the left, and they have strong critiques for centrists. But
they hate centrists. They hate Democrats.
But Fetterman is also the candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic incumbent.
In general, I would support Fetterman.
I would. Wait. I would too. But that guy is in my metaphoric bullseye. I don't want to be global entry canceled. He's in my bullseye, and I'm going to talk about Fetterman and talk about the Lincoln Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about all his like embarrassing moments and being incredibly brutal through the primary, because that's what the primary process is about. Like if there's some cringe candidate that I perceive as cringe, I'm going to talk
any of this. But you're not wanting. You don't hate Fetterman because he's a liberal and you want to replace him with a socialist. You think they're shitty.
Wait. I think this is the first time we've seen that happen. Now Destiny, he streams in a little tiny rectangle. What the fuck even is that, chat? That's a rectangle that's like it's wider than a YouTube thumbnail. That's a really weird camera like ratio. I don't even know what that is. But he's got this thing behind him, like this ticker thing. Anybody can explain that to me? Like I've never seen it move before, but it just like all the things like ticked over. What is that? What is that? Is that like some kind of like when somebody donates that it does that, or what is that?
Democrat. They hate Pete Buttigieg because Pete Buttigieg represents a lot of things.
Have you asked them? I don't know. But they support Tim Walz. They think Tim Walz is based. That's not a socialist.
Tim Walz is like
said
borderline.
How long do I have to listen?
Borderline socialist Tim Walz? What?
Tim Walz.
Wait, excuse me? Excuse me. Whoa. Destiny, does he have does Destiny have trepidation about the vice presidential candidate for Kamala? That's crazy. Wait, he's just criticizing Hasan didn't vote for Kamala? Not true. Kyle didn't vote for Kamala? Not true. But now he's saying like, oh, I don't know, Tim Walz is a step too far. It's a little too commie for me.
That vote before. AOC did that vote years ago, and guess what? They still like her. They'll still vote for her. That's what when you were soling out. I couldn't believe it, right? Like when we were making the empirical point that, yeah, this one thing that AOC said, it's not going to really change the lefty's disposition to them over the long run. We were making an empirical point that nothing ever happens. That was another example of us sweeping, saying it doesn't matter, totally misconstruing it. But the reality is these people, they'll critique their family member if they're running for election. They're purists to the core, but at the end of the day...
To be clear, they absolutely will not critique their socialist candidates. Absolutely not. No way in hell. They love their socialist candidates.
They just did it. AOC, I thought that your whole point was that she was not...
They don't consider... Doug, I know that you don't believe me when I say...
Oh, so it's like when somebody subs, that's when that thing does the...
Okay, talk to whoever in your life does...
Remember Plattner?
Socialism. Socialists do not consider AOC socialist, okay? Nobody that is like on theory and all these people, they will not consider AOC
socialist. You think they consider Tim Walz socialist? And they like Tim Walz?
No.
Yeah, and they like Tim Walz.
Maybe.
The only reason they liked Walz because it was either him or Shapiro.
And they like Tim Walz.
I don't know what their position is on Walz. Listen, if you want to do what you want to do, I'd be like, obviously you do what you want to do. But it's just another episode. It's another liberal podcast. It's not like, oh, let's go talk to the guys that hate our party just as much as they hate the Republicans, and let's see how we can talk to them in a friendly manner.
With Josiah steering the ship,
okay,
he will never ever let it be said on that and let people forget that the Democrat is preferable to the Republican.
But yeah, I think he's like sensitive about, I don't know, his appearance or something. Like, I mean, you could see, like, again, I'm making the case for this, chat. The thumbnails of Hasan bald, right, tell me that Destiny is sensitive about his appearance. This tiny little squatted little window. I've never seen a streamer with this small of a window. And the fact that he opens up in it, like, you know, like, chat, when I come on stream, even if I don't love the way my hair looks, I'm here I am, right? You know, like maybe I, you know what I mean? Maybe I got a pimple here. Maybe, you know what like there's imperfections, right? Maybe I just ate some curry and I've got like a basil leaf on my tooth. You can tell me if that's that's happening, chat, because I do need to know that, right? But I'm just me, and if you know people don't like it, then don't watch. But Destiny, he's squunched down in. He's squanched. He's squanching. Why are you squanched, Destiny?
That is his like mantra. Like, do we really not have faith in Josiah to make that point clear, that clear distinction between the Democrat and Republican? You really think that, like, I trust Josiah with that. Josiah would never let me, this entire podcast is premised on the notion that we would be the kind of, now I know it kind of what came out, that's his truth, he wants to be a socialist, that's power to him. I believe he's still liberal. I think it's compatible on his vision of what socialism means. I do think it's compatible. I don't think there's a contradiction, but our entire thing was, why don't we get a podcast of people who actually like the Democrats more than Republicans and actually talk them up? That was our whole mantra. And we're like expanding, trying to talk to people and see our point of view. I'm trying to get them to be more based about constitutionalism, liberalism. I'm trying to give them the rundown on law stuff. I'm trying to, but the audience is trying to fuck me over, trying to say that like I'm like a person, that I'm cooked, and it's making it impossible. And I think that you want that to happen. That's my like intuition, is that you like that. You like to see, I don't know, sticking the knife.
I'm going to ask one more time. Does anybody in chat know what happened to Straighter Aid? Right? Because I know that when Pisco was streaming with Straighter Aid, Destiny was massively targeting him over her. I wonder, was he successful? Did Pisco cut ties with Straighter Aid? Because everybody kept on saying, you talked to a commie, you were friends with a commie. I've never gotten an answer for what happened to that particular bridge, or if Straighter Aid just is not streaming it anymore. I don't know what the deal is.
And watching the chaos.
I should have seen this more. Well, he used that white blood cell comment. These guys are all... My biggest issue in life with relationships, girls, with streamers, with people, is nobody ever believes what I say. And they always...
She fell off, like she didn't stream as much anymore, or she wasn't getting views as much anymore. She wasn't doing the content that people liked her for. What was the... She's weird? Okay, I guess I've never really watched her very much, but I know she was close to Pisco, and doing a little research, when I looked at, the history, I guess, of Destiny attacking Pisco, Straighter Aid was a big part of that. I'm at your debate, Vergilius now. I can't wait for you to be our debate, Beatrice.
People always try to like do this weird mind reading shit. And I'm pretty honest about almost everything I do, except when I'm fucking your mom. Like, this idea that like
she's hung around with Destiny in person. Yeah, I mean, that is probably the most convincing thing you've said so far. She was she was close to DGG in the or sort of, I guess some kind of orbiter in the past, right? But there was I think the reason, okay, so I know why Destiny actually hates her, and it's not about being a communist. It's because I think she was involved in Pixie deciding to sue him, right? So that bridge is a very obvious why that one. And like, wasn't she always a communist? Like, was Destiny okay with her? Like, the feeling I get is that Destiny was okay with her until she sort of sided against him on the Pixie thing. Like that's what I've seen, right? And then my question is, did she become a communist after that, or was she all? Because like he's acting like, or at least what he said about Straighter Aid was like, it's not only like Straighter Aid is like a bad person, an evil commie, and a Marxist-Leninist, and a tanky, and all this stuff, right? But Pisco is a bad person for hanging around her, right? Was one of the vectors of attack, right? He does, he says he's a liberal, but he does content with a communist, right? They probably just collabed to have interesting discussions, right? Because it's, discussion coming from two different perspectives can be pretty interesting. And again, I think that with, some sorts of Scandinavian, SOCDEMs, like, which is how I would class Pisco, like, you can get along, you can work together. There's a lot of common goals that you have. You might not agree on everything, but you agree on enough. And we're far away from, a moneyless, stateless, classless society to where that makes sense. It seems Destiny is just controlling jealous moron. She was friends with Cherry and Pixie. Yeah. So, I mean, it seems more likely that that's the reason. Because the thing about Destiny is, like, he doesn't seem to have a problem collaborating with right-wingers. Obviously, Connor Points is a big example of this, but Nick Fuentes, huge example. Empath Chan, isn't Empath Chan is wasn't Empath Chan a Destiny orbiter? That person is kind of far right. I don't know about anything recent. I forgot about her. Haven't seen her. Yeah, me neither. I don't know. Maybe she just stopped. Yeah, I mean, it's always the possibility that she went to school, she got busy, she didn't like getting harassed by Destiny, and she stopped. For whatever reason, she stopped content.
I'm like invested in their failure. I don't even know how I'm supposed to counter that. Like you're offering something with literally no evidence except for whatever Gisticle and Doobie are whispering into your ear, and then like,
my intuition. You tell me it's wrong.
Have you seen any of my coverage of any of you guys prior to this engagement?
It was positive. It was positive before my take on the
Boogeymaning your audience, that's when it's cooked.
yeah, it's like, and then
That happens every time.
Yeah, it's so fucking cringe. Whatever.
On global entry thing, and before what I said about the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which I want to remind the audience you agreed with me, except for that my focus on the Ethan Klein lawsuit didn't seem to matter. The fact that we finally agreed that the lawsuit was strong, that it was the filing was unhinged.
Okay, so you just said that you feel like I'm doing this out of spite, and I asked you what happened, and then you just gave me two concrete examples.
I don't know.
Reasonable mind that I maybe disagree, but it's not like I went off for months and months on these particular things. It's just these are things I disagree with. But I don't think I developed spite 2 weeks ago.
Why did you block me? Why did you block me?
Because of the. I don't know how much I jump on it, but the fact that Aaron is just somehow like crap back at everything is like that's just wild to me. But I just, for my own brain and my own sanity, I'm like,
Wait, Aaron. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to slow this down. Because here's the deal. It's Destiny talking. He talks way too fast, especially when he's angry. He's very angry at Pisco in this conversation. What do I have? Playback speed. Let's slow it down to 7.5. Just to try to understand what he says. Aaron. Aaron is the name. Aaron is Straighter Dade's name, right?
I don't even know how I'm supposed to counter that. Like you're offering something with literally no evidence except for whatever Gisticle and Doobie are whispering into your ear, and then like,
my intuition. You tell me it's wrong.
have you seen any of my coverage of any of you guys prior to this engagement?
It was positive. It was positive before my take on the
Hasan. Your audience, that's when it's cooked.
Yeah, it's like, and then
that happens every time.
Yeah, it's so fucking cringe. Whatever.
On
Drunkstony
entry thing, and before what I said about the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which I want to remind the audience you agreed with me, except for that my focus on the Ethan Klein lawsuit didn't seem to matter. The fact that we fundamentally agreed that the lawsuit was strong, that it was the filing was unhinged.
Okay, so you just said that you feel like I'm doing this out of spite, and I asked you what happened, and then you just gave me two concrete examples.
I don't know.
Reasonable mind that I maybe dramatically disagree, but it's not like I went off for months and months on these particular things. It's just these are things I disagree with. But I don't think I developed spite 2 weeks ago.
Why did you block me? Why did you block me?
Because of the. I don't know how much I'm gonna jump on it, but the fact that Aaron is just somehow like crap back at everything is like that's just wild to me. But I just, for my own brain and my own sanity, I was like, okay, whatever. Like, you know what, people can do their own shit, and I'll just be over here doing my own shit.
Well, final descriptions. I mean, it's like
so. Yeah, it does. He's saying he's citing Aaron as a reason that he blocked Pisco. I remember this. This is from a while ago. I'm tempted to try to blow it up to see if I can. We're on, let's see, 720. We're on the highest quality. Let me blow it up and see if I can read the date. I can't. Actually, I don't think the date is on there. He's not scrolled down enough to see the date, so... Destiny calls Pisco after explosive debate. Okay, Destiny calls Pisco after explosive debate. Let me just really quick research when this happened. Destiny calls Pisco after explosive debate. Let's hope that he didn't change the title, because YouTubers are doing that now. Chat, do you know about this? YouTubers are changing the titles. Yeah, there it is. 1 year ago. Okay, so 1 year ago. Let's see the exact date.
This has been a campaign.
All right. What is the exact date? July 31st. Yeah, it's almost exactly a year ago. It's a year and 17 days, 18 days. After this debate happened. So he's making it clear it's about Aaron. It's about Straighter Aid, right? The one thing that's not clear is it about Straighter Aid's political stances, which I strongly suspect, or is it about Straighter Aid's the role that she played in the Pixie case, which I think was supportive of Pixie, right? I think that's what it is that like Straighter Aid was one of the people that was talking to Pixie and was like, yeah, no, if you need to, if you feel like you need to sue him, you should, right? I think that's the main reason. Whatever he said, somebody else said Straighter Aid is hot. Maybe that's the reason that he was chill with Straighter Aid, even though he hates tankies, he hates communists, right? I guess that's always a possibility as well, in terms of his motivation, right?
Like, I mean, that's so beyond valid. But
what do you think about Drunkstony, chat? Should we keep Drunkstony? Should we keep Destiny at 0.75 speed? Is it funny? Is it entertaining? Or is it more annoying?
Whatever. Okay.
I'm only doing this because he's speeding up Pisco so much that I can't understand what he's saying in the Pisco video.
So what is the ethical? Let's grant your semantics on socialism. Let's grant everything, and let's just say what do you think is ethical for us to do?
This is what I would want to see at the end of the day, okay? If you think that you can cast a net that will encompass some socialists because you're pushing some aspects of liberalism so hard, I think that's fine, okay? What I would want to see at the end of the day, ideally, is these guys going back to their chats and their chats screaming at them, being like, why the f you guys like push harder for how the Dems are? Why do you guys push harder? And I get them to admit that like the Dems are the same as the Republicans. That's what I want to see in their chats. Not after they leave your chat, you know, like not like only the liberals left of the Pikers be like, oh, like why is this guy such a loser? Like, you know,
my community, my community was mostly DGGers. You know, my community, or you know, there's so much overlap. You want to know, like my.
I don't think it was
Discord,
that way before the initial when you guys did the initial.
I feel bad because I remember when you know, I remember seeing a bunch of Destiny people criticize Straighterade, and I think I covered something related to that. And when I made my tweet, I said something like, you know, at Straighterade, are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? And the joke was, oh, I wish I could get 0.85. You mean a little bit faster? Yeah, I'll probably just put it back on 1 because it is a little bit slow and a little bit annoying and we need to get through this. But, you know, the joke there was that Straighterade was being given the McCarthy treatment. The joke there was they were like purging they were treating Straighterade like Joseph McCarthy treats like a person brought before the House Un-American Activities Commission, right? But I'm not sure if that was clear because a lot of people were giving Straighterade shit for like being a commie, being a tanky, right? Maybe it all just blended in and Straighterade thought it was more hate.
I didn't watch it. I watched the VOD of that when Hutch was the one who had problems. So I guess you're saying he had problems for no good reason, I guess, was the issue? Or
I think that he had problems with the optics like a lot of other people did. And
yeah, she also kind of had Pisco coming left. Yeah, I noticed that.
I can understand why some people that he might feel that way. I don't think that it's based in some... I think it's based in kind of like how it felt, but I don't think it's based on an objective like look at what occurred. If that's my take on it, and I think that I wasn't trying to gaslight him. I like Hutch a lot. You know, Hutch is my boy. I'm not trying to betray Hutch. I would never try to throw him under the bus. Like it's just not that way. Like offline, we have a very amicable relationship. So yeah, it wasn't that at all. And my community is highly critical. Unlike you.
All right, here's the deal. Yeah, because I don't think I have that. Yeah, it's 0.75, 0.1 times or 0.5 times. I'll stay with 0.75 until he gets through this Pisco debate, which he's got, you know, jammed up to like 1.75 or 1.5, so that you can't even hear what they're saying. But yeah, as soon as he goes back to the Vanguard, hopefully, and has them at 1 times speed, I'll go back to 1 times speed. Or if it gets annoying, let me know if it's getting annoying.
I don't delete all the criticism of me in my own Discord and even in my own Reddit. Not.
Is Straighterade still around? People are saying no, but I honestly have no idea. I don't know where I would look for Straighterade.
I have a Reddit.
These are talking points.
Yeah, it's actually too bad we never got to talk. If she stopped streaming, then it's too bad that we never got to talk, because Straighterade does seem like an interesting person.
I know. Yeah, it's these.
And if I wish I'd been a little bit more straightforward instead of making a joke, right? Because I don't know. Again, when you're under a dog pile, sometimes it's hard to tell when somebody's actually on your side and is making a joke at your detractor's expense rather than all the people that are making jokes at your expense and snarking you.
You don't go to your Discord.
It's just like talking points from this is a
How
Kiwi
did you
Farms.
not notice from here?
This is a Kiwi Farms talking point.
I don't delete that. People talk mad shit, and so it's just not the case that like my community is becoming.
I don't understand what.
What?
Never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my community is not becoming ML. It's not becoming like mass communists. The kind of fears that you're raising is like not true.
Changed, Pisco.
I've changed. How have I changed?
No, your community. Relax.
Yeah, but you were talking.
Whatever.
Okay, so we're back to the Vanguard.
I think that might have been Mantis. Was that no? That was a year ago. But crazy, huh?
I don't know.
him if he's the nominee, and it's Newsom versus Vance. But that's Destiny's whole beef with Hasan and the Hasan left, because people that are on the Hasan left didn't condemn Hasan hard enough for making that statement. But here he is basically saying the same shit, which is that if the Democratic nominee isn't someone...
Direful says DGG has a theory sprouted from an incel fever dream where the reason why all Destiny's orbiters have abandoned him is because they're dating a leftist chick. God damn. That is like the iDubbbz slander on steroids, right? The whole idea that iDubbbz got wokeified by Anissa. Straighterade used her sexuality a lot to bring people in. At first, I was uncomfortable with that, but then I realized, yeah, I mean, there's been other leftist streamers that have done that before. It's not like nothing wrong with that.
One that I support, I might not...
some of whom I've been friends with.
...vote for them. And he goes even farther than Hasan to say that not only will I not vote for that person, but I'm going to support the Republican. I'm going to support J.D. Vance. I would prefer J.D. Vance over the Green New Deal, over what AOC and Zohran Mamdani represent. And he's being confronted by Pisco.
I got coffee, chat. I got more coffee.
I did say economically, by the way.
And he's crashing out. He doesn't know what to say because there is nothing to say. It's the most...
Wait. Sorry.
He completely exposed himself. He took the mask right off. And now he has nothing to do but yell and scream.
I mean, that's what you're doing.
Rage
nice.
at these people.
That's literally what you're doing. That's what he's doing on the conversation on the Twitter space, right? That they're listening to. It's also what he's doing right now, crashing out on the Vanguard. Wait, what did he... I missed something.
The Green New Deal, over what AOC and Zohran Mamdani represent. And he's being confronted by Pisco, Josiah, and others on this obvious hypocrisy. And I'm going to support J.D. Vance. I'm just basically saying the same shit, which is that if the Democratic nominee isn't someone that I support, I might not vote for them. And he goes even farther than Hasan to say that not only will I not vote for that person, but I'm going to support the Republican. I'm going to support J.D. Vance. I would prefer J.D. Vance over the Green New Deal, over what AOC and Zohran Mamdani represent. And he's being confronted by Pisco, Josiah, and others on this obvious hypocrisy.
I did say economically, by the way.
And he's crashing out. He doesn't know what to say because there is nothing to say.
So I'm guessing he means like he doesn't like J.D. Vance's social stands, but he would prefer his economic stands. Jesus Christ. Talk about somebody who doesn't know anything, Destiny. I think that Destiny is under the impression that, look, we got capitalism. That is the normal course of things. Like he's one of these liberals that will even accept an argument like, oh, are we spending too much on the welfare state? Maybe too much welfare makes people lazy. Maybe we should, he's definitely come out against forgiving student loans. But yeah, he's like the fact that he's okay with just that he's assuming JD Vance's policies are just capitalism, right? Just the standard fare, what we're already doing, right? Doesn't realize that capitalists always want to advance their position. Always, they're inherently greedy, right? They will always take more. That's why capitalism is a fucking cancer, and that's why it needs to be cured.
Say it's the most obvious hypocrisy ever. He completely exposed himself. He took the mask right off, and now he has nothing to do but yell and scream in an Adderall fueled fucking rage at these people that again have treated him very respectfully.
Nice. In what way are they wrong?
Considered him an ally, considered him a collaborator, and frankly, had the kid gloves on.
The fuck is bro playing? Is this Factoria? There's a spaceship in Factoria. Is that a thing?
For the last year or two.
Dude, the only thing that I will cherish is watching the Republicans dig in on these.
I feel like this is the kind of game that I used to get way too into, right? I'm almost glad I never found this, right? Because I could see this being like a huge time sink.
Motherfuckers, dude.
The last game that I had that was like kind of, well, I mean, I guess you could make an argument for JRPGs. Let's be real. They do take a long time to get through, but I only play them once a week, so my habit is under control. The last game that I used to play kind of like compulsively, like just would have it on, just randomly and stuff like that, was Vampire Survivors. So I don't know. But yeah, I feel like probably better that I do not. What is the other one? Dyson Spheres that he used to play. That one looked like something that I would.
It's just gonna get into fun watching these people squirm who cannot handle the slight. These are the softest, soyest motherfuckers on the planet. Okay, these guys probably bleed Vaseline. They're so soft
because they're gay. Excuse me, bleed Vaseline. It's enough. The soy thing is enough. Like there's a little bit of like, heteronormativity in the whole soy conception. as well. But I think we've kind of gotten past that, and it's been redefined by the soy jacks, right? That's what I think of as soy now, is that you got a like real extreme reaction to something that doesn't justify that reaction. I think that's kind of what soy means now. But the whole bleeding Vaseline thing, like that's some weird homophobia coming from a bisexual guy. I don't use Vaseline. That's for the F slurs, right? Like what is his deal? Play a lot of Cities Skylines too. Yeah, does he lube with blood? No, God, no. I think he's saying like the bleed Vaseline. I guess he's saying they're so gay that they would like have Vaseline for blood, right? Because gayness can be reduced to anal sex, and I don't know, chat. I don't know. Why didn't he say KY, right? Who the fuck uses Vaseline in 2026? Isn't that like bad for you? It's definitely does not work with condoms, right? I know that the petroleum jelly will corrode the and possibly compromise like a condom, so you're not supposed to use it. The bi guy, he be saying the most homophobic shit sometimes. He really does. He's got to keep that heteronormativity rocking to let us all know that he's not one of those gays, whatever that means.
Soft and smushy on the inside.
He's like, I don't use any lube at all. God damn, no. I don't know if that's what he's saying. I don't know if that's what he's saying.
You guys are such fucking losers. And then the idea that I've been like gloves off.
No, we're talking about gloves? No, come on, Destiny. Can we please get away with it from the subject? Whatever, kind of, complexes you have about enjoying gay sex, can we please just keep those for you? Talk to your Discord about that or something. I don't want to hear about this. Destiny's always complaining that people get into his personal business, people get into his like family life and shit like that. And it's like, bro, you're the guy that does real life drama on stream. You know, Bob Seven, that was like a person, that was a real life friend, right? That was a fucking drama that Destiny did about a real life friend. He solves his real life drama with fucking internet shit.
Been like unhinged by criticism. It's so fucking weak, dude.
Destroys 25% or whatever of all corporations and turns them over to worker-owned fucking boards. That's insane. That the Green New Deal is an insane federal job security. There's so much insane shit in the Green New Deal. We just don't talk about it anymore because it never went anywhere. But now we just look at.
Dude, he's out here crashing out about a federal.
Yeah, and he like, do you understand that if somehow the Green New Deal had been achieved, we would not be dealing with Trump version 2.0 right now, right? Something along the lines of the original conception of the Green New Deal was what Biden actually needed to do, right? If he wanted to get people, out of feeling economically vulnerable, he had to do more for the American people economically. Destiny is so consistent in landing on the exact wrong prognosis politically, right? In other words, chat, you could hire him as a political consultant, and just as long as you do the exact opposite of what he recommends, you'll probably do pretty well for yourself.
Jobs guarantee, dude. Why are you like, this is when you start to really reveal that you've created a corporate ideology for yourself, right? Why is it a bad thing for the government?
That's what I was saying.
Why is it a bad thing for the government to just give you every single possible thing for free? Like, who cares? The government wants to guarantee that there are high quality jobs, and the government wants to guarantee free healthcare, and the government wants to guarantee free school, and the government wants to guarantee no copays, no deductibles, no rent because the housing is commodified. Why?
We can't have good things, chat. We can't have good things, right? Even though, like, you can look at any yacht, you can look at any rich person's mansion and see where that money's going to, and see how much money there is sloshing around, chat. It's more than there ever has been before. We're in the Gilded Age Part 2. The rich are literally masturbating with the money that we could be using for health insurance, right? They are jerking off with fucking dollar bills and coins, and I don't know. I mean, the precious metals and commodities, pork bellies. Who knows, chat? They're jerking off with this stuff, right? They're swimming in the shit like Scrooge McDuck. And motherfucker here wants us to think that, y'all know, if you get too much good stuff, then shit just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work like that. There's no Santa Claus. Yeah, there's Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus. It's a rotund Santa Claus full of money that shits money down the rich's chimney every Christmas. There is a Santa Claus if you're rich enough, Destiny. And if we were to kill and replace him, then I don't know, our lives might be a little bit better.
You hate people.
The Santa Claus, right? Not a real person.
Hate good stuff.
Oh my God, did Irene Geller just advocate the execution of Santa Claus? Oh no. That's worse than being anti-Thanksgiving, chat.
Like,
no, I love Sinterklaas. I have always loved Sinterklaas since I was a little Dutch girl. Since I was a little Dutch girl, I would always go to Sinterklaas and tell him what I want for Christmas.
Okay.
Who wants to have a job can have one,
What does a
and they can have one
jobs
work.
guarantee like entail? That just means like no matter what, if you want a job, and
I think the
you can get
idea is
one.
that the government is always offering some type of work with some minimum level of pay. So the idea is that one, if you want a job, you can find one, and then two, I think it's
that they can't use our economic vulnerability as a cudgel to force us into jobs that nobody in their right mind should take. That they can't increase the severity of this startup culture, of this idea that you're supposed to give your life over to your job and be happy that you have a job, work your entire life, give up your entire life, and then die 2 years into your retirement because you ran yourself ragged for capitalism.
it encourages or necessitates that industry pays more for workers, otherwise they'll just go to the federal job thing.
Got it.
But it just
doesn't really work at scale.
None. This is all just like sloppyism stuff. Like the government could just give us a whole bunch of free shit, and somehow it's all going to work out in the end because free shit is like really amazing and pays.
It's not free shit. It's stolen goods, right? It's wealth that's been extracted over years and years and years from ourselves, from our parents, from our grandparents, and on and on and on down the line of ancestors, right? It's our money. It's our economy. It's our world, not the world of the rich, right? They've just worked out a deal where we can't see how much they're fucking us over, right? And if you start to claw some of that money back, you have a much better society. You can see this in a small way in the post-New Deal world, although the original New Deal did also demarcate sort of racial lines and benefited primarily white workers, right? That changed a little bit in the 60s under the Great Society. But yeah, racism is always, complicated any sort of program meant to alleviate capitalism. And it was eventually used to claw back those New Deal programs under Reagan by implying that the people that are benefiting from the social welfare are primarily black and very lazy, and that the welfare is making them able to continue to be lazy, and that you're paying taxes and some black person is pulling up to the, Snap office in a Cadillac. Just a total bullshit. But it seems like the kind of bullshit that Destiny would buy. I swear to God, chat, what do you think? This guy, if you put him in the 80s, he's a Reagan Democrat. I don't think this guy has a criticism. I don't think he has a critique of Reagan. I think you put this guy in the 1980s and he's like, oh yeah, what do you want to do? Vote for Mondale and have him tax us all? No, I want to lower. Oh yeah, waste all this tax money on these welfare queens, right? He would buy right into that. He wouldn't be the based Minnesotan voting for Walter Mondale. He would be the other 49 states.
Bad thing for the government to say, yeah, anybody who wants to have a job can have one, and they can have one working for the government, because we have a bunch of shit to do, Destiny. We have a bunch of things we need to improve in our country. We have a bunch of things that require all different kinds of skill sets, and that's great because America is a rich tapestry of different people with different skills. Isn't that wonderful? So we have people who are going to be great at rebuilding our infrastructure. We have people who are going to be great at sitting on the phone and walking the elderly through how to make sure they have access to things like their Medicare.
Does he not understand that it's the wealthy that got us Trump in the first place? Like the real traitors to this country are the tech bros. I mean, first and foremost, the rest of the captains of industries as well, right? But I mean, this is what happened. This is how we got Trump 2.0. These guys got mad after COVID. They got mad when workers, were getting a little bit of, money back from the government. They got mad when, even though they're taking up the PPP loans, right? Even though they're benefiting way more, they got mad when workers didn't have to come into the office, and their revenge was to fuck over Biden, right? Their revenge, and this is why you don't do half measures, right? You piss off the wealthy, they go for your jugular, they get you, they replace you with some fucking monster like Trump, because they would rather have a crazy ass fascist that does what they want rather than a doddering old man who has a little bit nicer to unions and to workers, although doesn't really have the follow through to be able to actually achieve some of the bigger goals that would have actually gotten him to a place where, yes, he could pass on presidency to maybe a vice president or whoever, right? Unfortunately, that's not the world we live in.
Their social security, so they don't have to sit for hours and hours and hours and hours for nobody to pick up like JD Vance would do if he was running.
Didn't you explicitly say, like, right now, we're assuming AOC is the normal sort of progressive that's a bit too left on...
Destiny's like a Josh Gottheimer Democrat?
Some things that you'd pick AOC over Vance for now. It was just about the hypothetical of what may happen with the commies and DSA started by 2028. Yeah, but that doesn't matter because Josiah and Hutch are politically retarded and don't know what communism or Marxism or any of that shit entails. Correct. Sorry, not Hutch. Hutch does understand. The other two guys just don't know anything about politics. And then for these guys do, but they're mask on. So they take advantage of the useful idiots who don't know what's going on. And then they just say like, oh, well, we just want like healthcare for people. And then that's how it plays out over and over and over again. So you can never talk about like the broader like political ideology of these guys or the meta that they're trying to subvert everybody into because nobody has an understanding of American politics beyond like just liberalism. So like right, left, Democrat, Republican, and that's it.
In the country, if they were just cutting corners and trying to balance the budget that never needs to be balanced. Okay, do you understand?
It's true that there's a lot of ignorance out there. It's true that there's not a lot of good historical perspective. It's also true that Destiny is not above the average. He's not on the top of the bell curve. He's on the bottom side, right? He's barely treading water. I don't know how you can be a political streamer and have less intellectual curiosity, know less about history, know less about politics, understand less about the subject that you're talking about than what Destiny is doing right now, right? The next step is he becomes a Teletubby and, he walks around a giant hill with a baby with a sun face and he's like, oh, the new-new's coming to take, I gotta get my Teletubby pudding, oh, Teletubby pudding. Time for Tubby pudding, the new, right? That's like, he's gonna become Coco Melon. If his analysis gets any like less informed.
Understand here, you can fearmonger all you want about a federal jobs guarantee. That is a winning fucking platform, Destiny.
Hell yeah, that's what I was saying. Threaten me with a good time, Destiny, please.
AOC is like the moderator.
Remember, these guys always think that every far left platform is always the most winning platform. But if it's not winning, it's just because of capitalists or propaganda or whatever bullshit. It's always
because it might cost some capitalists some money. I think that's a pretty good explanation, Destiny.
There's always some like external enemy.
Okay, then disprove them. Show us that there's no external, and show us that the capitalist class has no interest in manipulating the government. Please, Destiny, I'm waiting for that stream. I will sit in your, I will quietly sit and observe your knowledge in your symposium that you give, explaining how capitalists don't do anything, to aggregate power whatsoever. Why would they do that? Why would they want to control the government? Why would they want to especially control the, financial? Why would they want to fucking mind fuck us into thinking literally what you think, that life cannot be better, that the idea of a social welfare state, which plenty of other countries have, most other developed countries have, is like the idea of like, well, what if we didn't go to work anymore and we just ate ice cream and smoked weed all day? That's what he wants you to think. And that if you want anything better, you're that pothead being like, wouldn't it be nice if we could just smoke ice cream and eat weed all day?
That's why the Soviet Union failed, because of the capitalist countries and because of America. And that's why socialism in any country doesn't work, because capitalists move in and destroy. There's always an excuse. There's always a reason somewhere for why it doesn't work.
Candidate that's had to move away from like the far left. But it's such a meaningless question.
Would you back a JD Vance when he said that he wouldn't certify the results of an election that he'd lose?
Yeah, on liberalism grounds? Hopefully.
What? Yeah, that's disqualifying to me. But so is being a communist.
Well, wait a minute. But
so is being a communist.
See these, God, and he's fucking losing.
No, it's a thought terminating cliche. You always say that communism sucks. You never say what's wrong with it. The best you can give us is like, the good things can't exist, right? The best you can give us is like, oh, you want a pony too? Like, it's just truism, just fucking nonsense, just absolute pablum. Pablum, I believe, is the word for what Destiny is spewing right now. And pablum, chat, is what a magician gives you when they're trying to distract you from what their other hand is doing, right? It's a cheap parlor trick.
Losers. God, oh my God. I can't, I'll get banned.
You should. Go off, King. Go off. The world would be you'll get banned on Kick, though. That's hilarious. You'll get banned. He'll get banned. What are you going to do to get banned on Kick, Destiny? You're going to kill somebody? Like, what gets you banned? Seriously, what gets you banned from Kick? Actually, yeah, it was that one time that he said that he would laugh if a viewer of his went to a Trump rally and got shot, right? If they were going to a Trump rally to support Trump, they end up getting shot. He would think that was really funny. I think that's the only thing that ever got him like a 2-week ban, maybe even less. Maybe it was like a 1-week ban on Kick, right? But yeah, you really Chud the Builder, exactly. Only guy I know got banned on Kick. Yeah, after he literally shot somebody, right?
It's base. They want it, and then Josiah and Pisco don't know what it is. It's like, kill me, dude. What are these? What are
Josiah knows so much more than you, Destiny. I don't love, Josiah's, perspective. Sorry, I don't love Josiah's ideology. I don't agree with a lot of things that Josiah thinks of, like how the world should work. I suspect that, going into a Scandinavian style social democracy, it would just irk the rich again. They would use the fact that you haven't actually, you're not taxing them in a, what's the word for it? Confiscatory. You're not doing confiscatory taxes after a certain level, and so and even if you do that, we've done this in the United States, and it still you got to make it so that the rich are losing power year after year, that they've got less leverage. You've got to ultimately shoot for, if you want to be a sockdom, a capitalism that is easy enough to drown in a bathtub if need be, if it gets out of hand, if these fuckers get greedy, right? That's the only way I could see social democracy would work, but I don't think it will work. I don't think there's that Goldilocks moment really exists. I think you actually have to break their empires and take their toys, right? You've got to, nationalize a lot of industries, starting with the industries that keep people alive, medicine, housing, have greater worker control of the workplace. Like, having like a fifth of the stock in a company is a great starting point, but I honestly think you need to do more than that. That's my disagreement with people like Josiah or maybe Silly and Billy, right? Is that I think that what we've experienced, and I mean like the American people have experienced from the Great Depression till now, is that half measures don't work. You've got to actually claw back the leverage from the wealthy. You've got to get it to a place where they don't control everything. They can't use their money as leverage to get control, which is what they did. They got control of the Supreme Court. They got money into politics. They got control of the political process. They basically ended any sort of New Deal policies from either party. And they just keep on cranking it up. They keep on ratcheting it further and further and further. And they don't understand that what they are producing is French Revolution-like conditions, which are ultimately going to end in a bloody mess with them in the middle of it, right? I don't actually want to relive that part of history. I would rather, find a way to wind down capitalism in a way that makes sense, so that nobody gets hurt. I know that's a weird thing for a bloody communist to say, right? I'm supposed to be bloodthirsty and want to, want to like put people in gulags and shit like that, but I would rather try for a peaceful solution if it is at all possible.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5. Does chat know about the NCI Engineering Reality Scoring System? It's a free PDF that's used in sociology grad school for helping to recognize psyops.
Whoa. That's news you can use, Narwhal. Thank you. I actually did not know about that. Well, the French Revolution, I mean, it caused, it caused a backlash. It turned into, Napoleon taking over most of the continent, and only failing when his eyes got bigger than his stomach.
Our politics right now.
Again, AOC, not a communist. I'm sorry, but the only people that think AOC is a communist is like Sean Hannity.
I was about to say Sean Hannity too. That's incredible. Fucking
the people on fucking Fox News, which apparently is where Destiny's getting his takes, getting his news and commentary these days. I mean, it's absolutely unhinged. It's absolutely unhinged, and the whole Destiny community is in shambles right now. They're totally crashing out over the fact that Pisco's even coming on our show.
And chat, generally with something as chaotic as the French Revolution, it just offers the rich another opportunity to try to divide and conquer. That's kind of what happened. That's how the sad end to the French Revolution was, that a lot of the revolutionaries turned on each other and left a power vacuum, which was, filled by you know what.
because they're like, these guys aren't loyal Democrats. I can't believe you're going to entertain these far left-wing dirtbags who don't.
Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
When Zac and I have repeatedly said that we
they're retarded people that post on Twitter and shit. Yeah.
will support the Democratic nominee. Yeah, if it's Gavin Newsom, I'm going to vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance. I have no problem saying that. I have no problem saying that. As Jennifer Welch said, I'll crawl over broken glass to vote for basically any Democrat if they're running against JD Vance. I'm not going to necessarily love doing it.
Now, broken glass, that's more of a Marquis de Sade thing.
Obviously, I hope it's AOC that I get to vote for, but it's just ridiculous that Destiny's whole thing is like, you're not loyal enough to the Democrats. And he's also going after people like Emma Vigland and Crystal Ball for actually conducting tough.
Like, I'm so sorry. Dude, fuck, these guys should get fucking, I have never in my
You should get fucking what?
Life had racist attacks against me until I started dealing with these scumfuck white people on the left. What? Destiny literally has Miami diaspora brain? What the fuck? These are like racist insults because my mom is Cuban. I've never even seen things like this before. But until I started coming to these dog shit fucking communities. Holy shit. These guys are so mad that they grew up on the wrong side of the political aisle so they couldn't call everybody the N-word. It's actually insane. Holy shit.
Hardball interviews of
what a victim.
Candidates like Alyssa Slotkin and Mallory McMorrow saying that they've abused.
I love how he exploits the confusion between, the confusion of the the dichotomy of whiteness and being Hispanic. Even as there is a on a census, there's a space to fill out white Hispanic, right? There's a ton of people that identify that way, but no, he's a marginalized person, I guess, because somebody said Gusano.
And then and I will say it, I'm sorry, because now I am triggered. Fuck Bisco and fuck Josiah for never having the audacity to call any of these people out on any of it, okay? You are shitty people, you're spineless as fuck, and you have no real fucking friends, okay? So whoever the fuck is going to be in your political fucking orbit.
Oh, we saw this.
Like most viewers on some fucking thing, but these things will break apart the microsecond.
Sorry, I still like, so we saw this as a clip on Twitter, but I never really understood exactly what he is talking about here.
Like Alyssa Slotkin and Mallory McMorrow saying that they've abused these centrist.
And I will say it, I'm sorry, because now I am triggered. Fuck Bisco and fuck Josiah for never having the audacity to call any of these people out on any of it, okay? You are shitty people, you're spineless as fuck, and you have no real fucking friends, okay? So whoever the fuck is going to be in your political fucking orbit, and whoever's ever going to have...
I think they have more friends than you do, Destiny. And I think you're jealous of that fact, right? I think a lot of... Look, if you're not a complete asshole psychopath like this guy... making friends isn't that hard, especially in the content space, especially if you got a little bit of, you got viewers, you got an audience, you got clout, people just like whoever, messaged me about that sponsorship, right? People want a piece of that, right? Or other content creators, want to use your platform. It's not that hard. And Josiah, he just goes around, he chills with people, he vibes with people, and he talks to whoever he wants to, talks to people he doesn't agree with, talks to people he does agree with, right? That's, I don't know. Are you jealous, right? The only thing that's kind of holding Pisco back, I would say, chat, is his connection to Destiny. And even though he is, pretty pilled on that, obviously does not want to, continue, interacting with Destiny, he still has to, he considers Hutch a friend, he considers Wick a friend. He's not a great judge of character. That I think is more than anything that is Pisco's tragic flaw.
Like the most viewers on some fucking thing, but these things will break apart the microsecond there is any type of conflict at all. You will be dumped immediately, just like you dump the people around you. But
wait, what?
That's what people want to
What? I'm sorry. Wait, who dumps who? Who burns the bridges? Destiny, you are the one who burns, okay? You are the toxic Walter White in this world. And you're the one who's going to end up alone.
I'm fine with that. I've been streaming for 16 years, and I'm going to be here for another 16.
Democrats with their platforms. It's just hilarious. It's beyond parody. And in the wake of this discussion, and we're going to get
That's going to mask off for you being bi. Everybody's homophobic. Oh, yeah, and the Adderall attacks too. And I think Vibe...
Yeah, including you.
It's not Adderall, please. Okay, yeah. All of it is permissible in this world, but it should be also. I'm not even mad at these guys, okay? These guys are retarded scumfucks, and they get away with it. And they should act like retarded scumfucks. They're like unruly children. The problem is nobody in the room who's supposed to be an adult can ever hold them accountable. Those are the people that I get...
Hold them accountable? What has the Vanguard done that they need to be... Did they share somebody's nudes, Destiny? Did they lean on their orbiters? Did they use their power differential, with people in their content circle to cajole sex out of people. I don't think so, Destiny. There's somebody that needs to be held accountable here. Somebody who has not yet been held accountable, but it's not the Vanguard boys. It's not Josiah. It's not Pisco. Destiny. Can you guess who that is? Can you know who I'm talking about? Certain asshole that doesn't have any real friends. Only people that are using him for his platform, that are using him for his clout. A person that has never had a real relationship that was not transactional. Destiny, there's somebody that this all applies to. It's not the Vanguard. It's not your ops. You need to look in the mirror.
More triggered at, but
Go to respond to this. In the wake of this discussion, Destiny has just completely lost the plot, taken his mask off, and has now resorted to the age-old tactic of calling people he disagrees with not just anti-Semitic, but actual Nazis, saying that Pisco would have been a Nazi.
But yeah, I mean, after calling you gay, after saying you have Vaseline for blood, what the fuck? Nobody on the left cares if you do drugs. We care if it has an effect on your being able to clearly think. Yeah.
In World War II, during a debate with Mantis on the Tomfoolery show. So before we get Pisco in here, let's quickly listen to this clip.
No, okay. If you're gonna listen to this clip, chat, we're gonna have to bring back Image 82. Wait, is it Image 82 Master Shake? Wait, that's Master Shake right here, right? That's Master Shake. Where's Image 82? There's Image 82. Let's put it, all right about here. All right, if you're gonna play this video, I'm gonna have to put this warning sticker.
And then we're gonna interview Pisco himself.
Like, your movement is so lost. Hasan is okay, but I would appreciate it if he didn't slut shame women, even if they are Zionists.
That's awesome. That's a good quote.
These people are crazy, dude.
The whole going at Pisco thing, I fucking agree. Pisco's a sweeper. He's being fucking annoying. He's being a pussy. He's weak. And I think it's fine to accuse him of being like pulling way too much weight for those cunts. And same with Josiah as well. Josiah was fucking disappointing. And I would fully go in on him. And I have been going in on them on Twitter. But I wouldn't call him an anti-Semite.
Wait, chat, does Destiny have the thing from Wild Wild West? Do you see what he's crawling around in? It's like a spider robot. Is that that's like the bad guy from Wild Wild West, right?
I understand that you're doing this
I've never seen the movie, but I saw the Will Smith video.
gay little functional anti-Semite thing. But why do you have to cross the line from
Yeah, no homophobia in Destiny's world.
reasonable, he's a fuckwit, into like unreasonable, oh now he's just like hates Jews and shit, or like he's an anti-Semite. Like it doesn't need to go into that unreasonable territory for you to make the same fucking point.
He still would have been a Nazi in World War II. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know if like the woke like.
Again, Destiny would have been a Reagan Democrat in the 1980s, which I think is
time period. Like the reaction to it, like broke all of your guys' minds when it came to any kind of social understanding ever. What the fuck do you think it means to be bigoted? Bigotry doesn't mean that you were born with an extra touch of evil in your heart. It means that you've created a permission structure and you have some beliefs that's biased against a certain group of people that you use to facilitate mass hatred towards us.
Have Zac and Gavin responded to this yet? I mean, this is them giving so Destiny's reacting to them giving some background because they bring on Pisco after this, and they want to talk about the allegations of Pisco being an anti-Semite, and it's kind of hard to explain because obviously Pisco's not an anti-Semite. It's a crazy thing to say. They got to kind of give like the story so far of like, why is Destiny calling Pisco an anti-Semite? And but I don't know. I don't think they've responded to this. I don't think they necessarily need to respond to this. Like I said, this is Destiny losing a debate to a video. This is Destiny lose. This is a hard thing to do, chat. Only a few people have done this before. Right? We got this example.
In and of itself, that's kind of what it feels like.
Okay, all right.
If that makes sense.
Makes sense. I just think I mean, listen, is it not kind of comical that he's been given this commentary about like, oh yeah, that's standard issue weaponry. That's usually a surefire sign that things are about to pop off, and he's been doing that for like an hour. And so far, it seems like the police are showing restraint.
Like they're not advancing. They issued a dispersal order and they haven't advanced. Oh yeah, no, they use that technology in Colombia. To okay. Oh, fuck me, right?
Yeah, fuck you, Hutch.
In and of itself.
Yeah, this is the only. I mean, like, that's the only thing I could think of in terms of somebody losing a debate to a fucking video. But yeah, leave it to Stalesney to manage this in chat. I see now that we are almost at 20 likes. That's the thing I said. I said I think when we get to 20 likes, this thread will take off on its own. So if you want to help me get there, you can do so. I'm going to put the thread in YouTube chat and in Twitch chat. And once again, I am asking for your Twitter likes. What do those hashtags say? Wait, what hashtags? It's when I realized Hutch isn't just stupid, he's also a grifter. Destiny is just a Republican. Yeah, he's like a pre-MAGA Republican. That is one way to... He's a bit of a neocon. I mean, like, he'll call himself... oh, God, I put it in the wrong chat, didn't I? All right, kill this one. And then open up this one. That's where I was trying to put it. I should look at the poll as well, because I haven't been checking in on that as much as I normally do. Oh, it's gotten closer. Oh, it's gotten closer. Chat. We got a real... oh, it should say 315. Yeah, you're right. We got a real contest on our hands here. When it comes to the poll, let me read these numbers. Oh my God, stop. Let me just get the properties. There we go. We're at 315 out of 400. I don't know if we're gonna add the extra, 100 to this stream if we find out that there's more that we want to explore. Oh, let's take the PDF off the screen, maybe. Did they get through? No, I don't know if they're through with the Dom Fockery segment yet, but yeah, you can. Oh, here, we can just move this, right? Oh, there we go. That's perfect. I mean, I should have put this in the thumbnail, chat. I mean, like I said, I thought I had the perfect thumbnail today. There was one element missing, apparently. Right, one thing that needed to be stamped on Destiny's head and hide his shame for him as he becomes older and way less relevant. Why am I still hot? Oh, we got 83 likes so far? Yeah, we can get to 100 likes. We can probably get to 100 likes. Let me read the votes, right? You got 97 votes, okay? So yeah, we definitely could get to 100 likes today. Make sure to get over there to youtube.com/nocommentchick. Click on the live stream, click on the chat, and then you can click on the poll. And you too can place your vote, as 97 of you have already. And while you're at it, make sure to like the stream as well, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it so much. Noah Sampson still in the lead, still in command, but only by 3 points now, only by 3%. So yeah, Westside Tyler spilling the tea, sharing his knowledge on the history of Hutch, the Hutchery, if you would. The Hutch lore is in second. It's only down 3 points. So make sure to get your votes in, whether you really want to see that Noah Sampson content or whether you really want to see the Westside Tyler content, right? It's a real contest now. And also know that if you've supported the stream already, or if you do, if you support the stream, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and maybe pushing it over the line. Or you could even say Vox Populi if you're somebody that is like, I care about, democracy. I want to see the voters get what they want. So I choose Vox Populi, or you could also choose video games if you are a video game frog. What happened to Destiny's hair in the pic? Ask Miss Vamps. What happened to Destiny's hair in the pic, right? No, so Destiny, I don't know if I still have this open. Maybe I can show it, maybe I can't. Oh, wait, yeah. Here we go. Like, he's decided to Photoshop Hasan as bald, right? I think this is because he feels himself getting older. He feels himself getting less relevant. There's another one, right? And so he wants to project those insecurities onto Hasan. Right, which if anybody has, like, I don't know, a suspiciously hidden hairline. It might be Destiny, right? You never really see him pull his hair back. Hasan does, but I mean, I don't know, Chad. I don't care if people have hair or not. It's not about that. You're not a bad person if you have like, well, I mean, you're only a bad person if you're a hypocrite about it, and if you project your insecurities onto other people, like Destiny does. And we can see plenty of examples of that here. There we go. There's a great example. So Vamps got a little creative and said, you know our friend, Stale 2000, right? This is our friend Stale 2000. Yeah, this guy. Right? We got Stale 2000, big supporter of Destiny, DGGer of the year. Do we have that DGGer of the year video? Where is it? Did he take it down? Maybe he took it down. I've seen pictures of this. I don't think I've ever watched the video. But yeah, so Vamps was like, we got Stale, we got Destiny. What if we combine the two as one? What if we combine the two as one? And that's what we have, Stalestony. Since he loves making people bald, we thought we'd do it back to him. You are a bad person if you are bald, or if you have a crusty DTJ beard. Wait, what's a DTJ? God damn. So anyway, yeah, we thought that since this guy was such a big supporter of Destiny, that he deserved to kind of, live in infamy this way. Anyway, let's get back to the kick video that we were watching.
I agree. So I fucking agree with you, but
what is the difference between Pisco and a standard anti-Semite?
Okay, the difference between Pisco and a standard anti-Semite is Pisco is a fucking autistic retard. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you did way too much.
Wow, even our chat won't let you talk like that. We're pretty dark woke, but
They don't let autistic retard go? But homophobic attacks on my race or my mom's nationality or the medical ableism shit or whatever, that's all okay? They're so fucking soy.
I think criticizing somebody for being a like a Cuban chud is a little different than criticizing somebody for being Cuban, right? I don't think he's picking up on what it's not like, oh yeah, your mom's a Cuban. I guess it's because, in a place like Miami, Cubans are assumed to be far right. And in the United States in general, like Cubans that leave Cuba tend to be more wealthy, especially if they left, in the aftermath of Batista, or even for some people before that, but anyway, no, saying because somebody's Cuban is that's not the criticism, right? The criticism is you're a fucking, well, I don't know. I don't want to even get into that because I feel like I'm treating Destiny's, Cubanness with a little, I mean, his mom is Cuban, Davy. That's the whole thing. I feel like I'm treating it with a little too much seriousness. Like, I don't think he is, culturally, held on to a lot of that or anything, right? The only thing that, people kind of do is they call him a gusano, because gusano is like the easiest way to explain it is it means chud, but it also implies rich, right? Rich, right-wing asshole. If you're a rich right-wing asshole in Cuba and other, there's other countries that will use the word too, right? You're called a gusano. You're not called a chud. You're not called a hog. You're not called a whatever. The gusano is the term that they use, and people have sort of used it as a dig at Destiny. Again, it's not like I'm not, from Cuba or Latin America. It's not really my, it's not really my word to use, but it's not a racist thing. It's a class thing. Yeah, it's a clap back at the you know, the upper classes and their conservative voting patterns and their greed.
It's probably because they both grew up with retarded people in their family, because it has to be genetic, because these guys are beyond the fucking pale in terms of being actual fucking retards. It's probably personal attacks to them. Seriously, Jesus.
Pretty crazy stuff over there on the Destiny.
Gutesanos are Cubans that fled after Batista was toppled, for the most part, right? But Marco Rubio is an example of, I believe his family left before that.
He used to piss me off with Vosh too, because they're always like 3 degrees away from making everything World War II, but alas.
Absolutely. So again, that's a little taste of the Destiny orbit, the Destiny community.
Nice, good clip there. Okay.
The Peace Coast.
I mean, it is
respectfully be a part of and collaborate with when he feels is necessary. I thought he's done a good job on.
Yeah, it is. They got one of the many pedophiles from the Destiny orbit in there as well. So yeah, you got a non-food shops pedophile for your trouble today, chat.
A live and learn show, pushing back on some of what Hutch has to say, for example, at times. Well, again, always maintaining a respectful relationship.
Like, look, these guys understand the game, even if they don't they understand it intuitively. Where, like, what do you call a commie goy? We need a word for that. Like, Peace goes the good commie goy. Like, he pushes back on Hutch. That's good. On the Live and Learn show, we've got Peace.
Excuse me? Who's calling people goy other than, like, Bad Empanada? Commie goy? I'm sorry, what? What is he talking about? What if Destiny is a long-lost Che grandson? I mean, his mom, there is a clip where his mom talks about the family plantation, so that's what makes me think maybe no. Maybe not so much, but I don't know. And I'm not trying to get in, I'm not trying to research Destiny's family or get anybody, get his mom or anybody else in his family involved.
Collaborate with when he feels is necessary. I thought he's done a good job on the Live and Learn show, pushing back on some of what Hutch has to say, for example, at times. Well,
I mean, the stuff I'm seeing from the chat right now and hearing from Destiny, this is soy right shit. This is woke right shit, right? Medical ableism, the Adderall comment. Oh wait, no, they're actually laughing at Destiny. I'm sorry, I misinterpreted that one. That's a Kick That's a Kick viewer that thinks, that Destiny is actually being too woke. But yeah, this whole thing that they try to do of like, oh yeah, and they say that they're against racism, and they call you a gusano, which is a racist term. It's not literally not. It's literally not. You could say it's an anti rich people term, but it's not a it's not a racist term. Recommend choose them and wait, Luke Beasley. Okay, his chat. Does anybody know? Has something gone on between Hasan and Luke Beasley? Is this a thing? Should I have this on my radar?
Well, again, always maintaining a respectful relationship.
Like, look, these guys understand the game, even if they don't they understand it intuitively. Where, like, what do you call a commie goy? We need a word for that. Like, Peace goes the good commie goy. Like, he pushes back on Hutch. That's good. On the Live and Learn.
Okay, I think I see what he's trying to say. So, this is the racist interpretation of the word goy, by the way. Goy just means like it's I think a Yiddish word with Hebrew roots that means person who is not Jewish. If you live in a Jewish community, which many Jews in Europe were sort of forced into, the only place they could live is in the shtetl or in a Jewish community. You would refer to like people that were not Jewish as goy, right? Now there is amongst, I don't know, I guess the Jewish supremacists in Israel, for example, they will use this word in a racist way. There is a stink that they put on goy when they say it, but most of the time the goy that's being referred to is a Palestinian, right? It's not really a like it's kind of used in a different way there, right? But racists like to think that goy is how Jews talk about you behind your back. They're like, oh, this goy, oh, we don't like the goys, right? They want to make it into this, they want to make it into a slur. They want to feel marginalized. They want to look at Jewish people as being some kind of a master class that runs the world, a la the Elders of Zion slander, etc., right? And say like, they think we're all just goys. I'm just a dumb goy. Oh, a goy like me wouldn't know anything about the protocols of the Elders of Zion, or so you think, right? So yeah, it's a way that like racists kind of have a chip on their shoulder. It's a way that anti-Semites like have a chip on their shoulder to say that like, you think you're better than us, right? That's kind of how it's used, and that's why you don't hear me using that word. Also, if you say it enough, a bunch of groypers will show up in your chat. And if you're bad empanada, maybe that's a good thing, right? Maybe you like the maybe you don't care, as long as they're gonna donate to you, you're okay with that, right? But anyway, so he's saying a goy for wait, what did he say?
Like, look, these guys understand the game, even if they don't they understand it intuitively. Where, like, what do you call a commie goy? We need a word.
Okay, so the commies are the oh my god, Destiny. Are you doing Judeo-Bolshevism here? A goy for the commies is a little bit of, it's not the historical, it's not the historical parallel that I would want to strike, but anyway, I'm not Destiny. So the anti-Semites think that, goy is a good little non-Jewish person that, doesn't pay, isn't anti-Semitic and wants the Holocaust not to happen again, right? Just like they think that's Destiny's imagining a ally, a useful idiot for communists. That's what he's trying to say. He's looking at the word goy, meaning useful idiot, right? That's an anti-Semitic conception. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, you're a kick streamer though, so you probably just get inundated to that with that to the point where you don't even realize that you're doing it. You're criticizing Hasan for being anti-Semitic. You're fucking anti-Semitic yourself. You're swimming in anti-Semitism, Destiny. Everything around you is anti-Semitic. So I guess it's just a natural thing to employ the kind of dog whistles that they use over here. But yeah, he wants to imagine, like the communists also have useful idiots, people that are capitalists, but they're like, oh, it's okay, I'll still sweep for you even though you're a communist, Mr. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fuck this is, chat. This is Destiny stinking of anti-Semitism while he calls Pisco an anti-Semite.
For that, like, Pisco is the good commie goy. Like, he pushes back on Hutch. That's good. On the Live and Learn show, we've got Pisco to provide the leftist critique of anything.
Wait, Destiny might be doing actual libel. Wait, in towards who?
Says good for him, right? It's just so fucking cringe, dude. Holy shit, coys.
Back on some of what Hutch has to say, for example, at times. Well, again, always maintaining a respectful relationship with these liberal content creators and working with them as he sees fit. So I'm really interested to get his opinion on all of this drama, and not just the drama with Destiny, but also just the political landscape that we find ourselves in, the DSA momentum, the commie takeover of the Democratic Party. I'm interested to see if he agrees that it is, in fact, a commie takeover or whatever Destiny described it as. I'm interested to ask him to his face, would you have been a Nazi if this was World War II? So with all that said, let's get Pisco in here.
Absolutely. Let me adjust the camera layout really quickly, Pisco. So that I can get you framed up properly.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Nathan Drake actually. I didn't see your chat, Nathan, but it does look like you got to it before me. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's how he's trying to use goy here, right? This is the metaphor he's trying to employ here.
I'm just adjusting the camera and letting everybody know because we had it framed a little bit differently for our Oliver Larkin interview.
Yeah, I'm gonna bump your mic up.
Oh, okay. Blood libel. Destiny's doing blood libel.
Bump that up on our end just a tad. Let us know, chat, if the audio levels sound good. But yeah,
I mean, he's definitely doing the Judeo-Bolshevism conflation in a.
Super excited to chat with Pisco. Again, sorry to introduce you in that way with a bunch of people screaming and calling you a Nazi and an autistic retard and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, we don't agree with that analysis, but I just wanted to give our audience a little bit of the insight into the insane drama that's been popping off. I just can't believe how almost like abusive Destiny has, like in an almost abusive way that he's been treating you.
Abusive, like, dude, I can't. This space is just crazy, dude.
Over a simple disagreement, saying that you're anti-Semitic, even though there's no evidence to support that. Can you just?
I wonder if this is a 2-hour thing. Do any of them even engage with any of the point? I know that Pisco hasn't. Because he can't. He's incapable of doing it. But like, has anybody ever engaged with any of the arguments I brought up regarding this? Or because all Pisco did was he started crying, saying that this is a personal attack, and I think he just wants my attention. And then he proceeded to debate 400 people that are in my orbit about it.
About why he's an anti-Semite or whatever?
Yeah, like what? Like, do you have any response to any of the things, or any of the justifications, or any way that I laid any of that out?
I think he's been anti-Semitic, but I don't think he is an anti-Semite.
I guess, but I mean, like, this is a distinction that we would never draw around any other form of bigotry ever. Yeah, it's just so cringe.
Explain to our audience how this all started.
Can be racist without being a racist.
Sure. But like even saying that, right? Like nobody else would ever draw that distinction, right? And they certainly don't draw this distinction for any other group, like Muslims or 100%. Arabs. So like if somebody's like, I hate Mexicans, people call you racist, even though Mexico's a nationality and there might be other South Americans you like. Or if people were to say that, or if you are too critical about Islam or...
So when did Pisco say that he doesn't like Jews? Like, right? What are you talking about, Destiny?
Hijab or
yeah. If you say literally fuck, X, ethnic group, yeah, that's kind of the definition certainly of prejudice, right? You combine prejudice with power, it becomes racism, but
homophobic. People were saying that Al Sayed said some weird comments about Haley Stevens. It was about somebody else. They're like, oh, that's because they're being Islamophobic because they hate the fact that he's an Arab man, and so they're stereotyping him by being Islamophobic and racist. It's just like so much. Yeah, it's just like and then I mean look at the fight over the word like genocide, right? Like it is so fucking important that you have to use this one term to describe what's going on in Gaza, even though Pisco doesn't know anything about it. You have to use this one term, or else you're the worst fucking person on the planet.
Well, yeah, as opposed to war, which the media uses, right? They'll call it a war when nobody's able to even fight back meaningfully.
But then we have to draw like endless.
They'll call a slaughter a war. Yeah, I think it's appropriate to call it a genocide. I think it was a calculated attempt to bring about the displacement and death of a people. I think that's definitionally genocide.
Distinctions around other negative things can be used to describe me. Like the skepticism is so selective, and it only goes one way. And it's just like I don't think it's a genuine conversation. I feel like it's all.
Yeah. I think that Pisco probably would have taken it better if you said like, oh, XYZ behavior is anti-Semitic from Pisco.
Do you see Mouton trying to like walk Destiny off the ledge of like this, of like, okay, well, I can see how you would say like a thing that he did or a thing that he said is anti-Semitic, but let's be real, Destiny's pretty fucking ridiculous to call this guy an anti-Semite.
I did this initially. I disagree with you because I did this initially and he still took just as much.
And Destiny's like, no, because I didn't understand in certain ways when people were called Islamophobic, and so therefore it's not valid. And if they're able to call somebody an Islamophobe in a non-valid way, then I can call Pisco an anti-Semite in a non-valid way. And it's just like, Destiny, you're too dumb to ascertain the validity. Antagonizing Elliot Sang. Wait, what? We need to watch that Elliot Sang video. I finally got around to watching that, and it was really good. His video about Woke 1.0, Woke 2.0.
Much offense because
oh god, also the Argentina video was good. Yeah, I saw that a while ago.
I said initially I was like, I don't, because I was thinking about it back and forth before I thought about it more offline, but I was thinking like, I don't think he's like anti-Semitic, but he's like functionally he's like anti-Semitic because in practice it's like all the same behaviors, and it's
also worth, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Gusano is not a way to say, oh, you Cuban asshole, right? That's not what it is. It's got a specific meaning in Cuba. Cuban people that don't like rich assholes call rich assholes Gusano, right?
That's super fucking ass pained about being called that.
It's not a word for saying like you don't like that somebody's Cuban.
Like I don't think there was any other way to phrase it. He was always going to take it the same way, like because these guys have to, and not even people doesn't even know why he has to fight against the anti-Semitic label. But for the commies, the reason why they have to hold on to that anti-Semitic label is because they hate white nationalists and shit.
Destiny isn't dumb, yeah, but a lot of shit goes over his head,
and they want to be able to call the white nationalists.
Like I mean, you could say intellectually incurious if you prefer that term, right? You could say obsessed with drama. You can say that he's unaware of political realities that he is commenting on. You could say this a lot of ways, right?
Neo-Nazis are.
I'm not super wedded to the idea of shitting on his intel. Yeah, it means worm.
Anti-Semitic, and that's their way of attacking.
And so that's what they do. To say that it's a slur, they're like, oh, it's a worm, it's dehumanizing, and it's used towards Cuban people. So doesn't that fit the, you calling him a worm? And it's used. You don't say Gusano about Rupert Murdoch. You don't call him a Gusano. Actually, chat, is Rupert Murdoch a Gusano? I don't know how it's used in Cuba and in other countries, but I wouldn't be surprised if Gusano is not necessarily limited to Latin American people. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a more general term. Again, it's not my culture. That's why I don't use it. It's but I don't know. I also don't know how it's used in Cuba, for instance.
Those people, but they associate those people with like Western world, first world stuff. They consider, by the way, like Nazi Germany and stuff. They consider that part of like the Western world, first world, liberal world, and then the Soviets and the Second World on the other side of that. But they have to hold on to that term. It also lets them use the Nazi labels and everything else on people they don't like because they always talk about fascism and Nazi fascism, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I just think
disagreement
when you
saying
call
you're
somebody like functionally anti-Semitic in like a debate or whatever, I think that we can have like a conversation around that versus if you call them like.
I used to watch him. In my opinion, it's not going over his head. Well, as somebody that talked to him and apparently went way over his head with a very introductory conversation of intersectionality, I think there's a lot of stuff that does go over his head. He knows the other side's point. See, if I feel like he'd be better at debating if he did. Maybe back in the day, he made a practice of, the kind of a Sun Tzu sort of know your enemy sort of thing of being like that was the whole thing about steel manning, right? It's like in any debate, you should be able to repeat back the best version of your opponent's argument, right? To show that you're actually engaging with them. And maybe he used to do that back in the day. He certainly hasn't done that in a long time. And I've seen him be just, overwhelmed with pretty simple stuff, right? Pretty simple, like intro to sociology type material.
They are anti-Semitic. I think
Is it like Guilo? I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. I'm not sure. I dated someone whose ex wanted them to marry somebody from somebody Chinese, and would refer to my ex as Guilo, more just because they were unhappy that their kid was dating my ex and that my ex was not Chinese. But I don't know. I never really got into the exact usage of Guilo.
In every regular person will view those as the same thing, but I think Pisco is in such a debate mode that he's just like, oh, well, it's not even worth having because I'm not anti-Semitic.
But I'm telling you, like, I literally drew that distinction initially, and he was just as mad.
If you just drew that distinction, then I don't.
Because he was like, now he's trying to say this functionally anti-Semitic. Like he even called out that phrase as something that triggered him. So I don't think there was any way to ever. But I understand what you're saying.
Get around it. Yeah.
Destiny has, like, in an almost abusive way that he's been treating you.
I think that if there were more sophisticated conversations happening about this, I think that there would be room to have like a more sophisticated conversation about it for sure. But like Hasan doesn't consider, Pisco doesn't consider Hasan at all to be anti-Semitic. He said he hasn't seen any evidence of that whatsoever.
So Davi, let me see if I can synthesize what you're saying. Being dumb is really more like what do you call it? When you don't know something and you insist that you do, right? You insist that whatever information that you think you've taken in about the subject is true and comprehensive when it's neither of those things.
If that's
kind of like the definition of wisdom.
That's where we're at on these conversations. Like, there's just no world
Has he
where...
said that?
Yes. He said it.
Okay, Hasan has done anti-Semitic
doesn't matter.
things.
Nope, and because like pig dog doesn't
And he
count,
won't
even if he's
grant
shown. No, we listened to this last night. Yeah, he said explicitly, like, no, I wouldn't consider. There's no evidence of Hasan being.
Nathan Drake says Guilo can just mean, it's not necessarily derogatory, but it can be used that way. Yeah, like it just means kind of means foreigner.
So he goes down the racist thing that like he was doing earlier, where like you can't ever truly believe that somebody's anti-Semitic unless they literally say hate Jews, right?
That's what it sounded like. Now, obviously, Pisco wouldn't agree, but like. I remember he was saying, and it's funny because I even said this before he got more into it, because at first he was like, you have to show me that pig dog has like an anti-Semitic meaning somewhere that it's recognized.
It doesn't have any meaning. It's not pig dog is not a fucking thing.
But then he went further because after Avi was starting to say, well, maybe, it was seen as anti-Semitic for here and here. Then after that, people was like, well, that wouldn't even be enough. You would have to show me that Hasan was aware that it had that meaning when he used it. And it's just like, yeah, it's.
Well, does he not think that you can't be anti-Semitic even if you don't mean to?
Doesn't matter. Or I don't even know what he would say to that. They don't have any critical engagement on the topic. But I'm just saying that we're so far down the road on this. It's like the idea of trying to draw a distinction here is pointless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Over a simple disagreement, saying that you're anti-Semitic, even though there's no evidence to support that. Can you just explain to our audience how this all started and what your fundamental disagreement with Steven is?
Yeah, so like I would much rather have it be about the substance.
And he keeps saying this. I want it to be about the substance instead of like the character. This is a point. Somebody mind fucked this into his head because he's not stupid enough to come up with this weird excuse on his own. This is not like a random personal attack. If anything,
yeah, exactly. FTW all day. Yeah, it's like calling somebody a robber baron or something like the Gusano thing.
is existing in the context of what I consider to be a huge anti-Semitism problem on the entire far left. The obsession with AIPAC.
But again, we all know what this is, right? This is a permission structure to continue a genocide. This is all nonsense that's being mobilized and dangerous nonsense, chat, because anti-Semitism is on the rise. It is very real. It's just not occurring on the left in as large a proportion as it's occurring on the right, right? Yeah, you could be, you could have implicit bias against Jewish people. You could think that maybe a Jewish person's not as trustworthy around money, or, you can have, like, without realizing it, ideas about groups of people that are informed by bigotry, right? But when you're talking about an actual swell in anti-Semitism, it's on the right. It's not from people that are concerned about Palestinians. It's not from people who have, like, bad thoughts about, or want, something to happen to, Israel, so it's not able to enact this genocide, right? It's people that are that would only criticize Israel because they, think of it as being the country of the Jews. And in a way, it's a anti-Semitic fist bump between the far right and between the Zionist right, the Zionist far right, the whether it be evangelical or Jewish.
Obsession with Israel. It's a thing I've talked about for a long time. Now that I've centered some of it around him and the way that he facilitates all this rhetoric, now for some reason he thinks it's a personal attack. But it's
your fundamental disagreement with Stephen is.
Yeah, so I would much rather have it be about the substance, honestly, and the personalities to me are much less interesting. And I think this all kind of comes out of a discussion that the whole country is having about the future of the Democratic Party, and where we're seeing sort of movement in both exciting moderate wins in Democratic primaries, but also exciting wins for more left-wing candidates, and a discussion about where the lines are in terms of what the party represents, and should we accept certain people in part of the quote-unquote Democratic tent.
Chat, I hate to entertain this because most of it's nonsense, and it's, like I said, it's not as common, it's not as deleterious, it's not causing the same amount of trouble that, this is the guy that ingratiated himself to Fuentes, for fuck's sake. Destiny, you know what anti-Semitism is. You invited it into your house. You had chicken and waffles with it. You sucked its dick, Destiny. Don't fucking tell me that the left has got a real anti-Semitism problem. You got anti-Semitic DNA on your uvula, Destiny. Okay? You sucked off anti-Semitism. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore, right? That being said, chat, yes, there can be anti-Semitism on the left. Here's an example. If you want to imagine, right, somebody, in a group of people, maybe a group of activists, right? Somebody mentions that they're Jewish, and somebody's immediately comes up to them and starts talking to them about Netanyahu, assuming that they're a big fan of Netanyahu. That's anti-Semitic. That's problematic. That's a person that's misguided, and if they think they're somehow doing praxis with that, they're not. They're doing anti-Semitism, right? Making an assumption about a Jewish person, about a Jewish person's politics based on the fact that they're Jewish, that would be a form of anti-Semitism. So yes, I am sure that does happen from time to time, and that is something that needs to be watched out for in activist spaces. That needs to be identified and pushed back on, right? And not let the negative polarity against Israel stop us from gatekeeping our activism against the infiltrations by anti-Semites, whether they be implicit anti-Semites, like I described a leftist person that, somehow has gotten into their brain that Jews are all, Zionists, despite the fact that a lot of the leadership of, the anti-Zionist movement are Jewish people, right? And that's problematic, but it's not as structural and it's not as widespread as a literal group that goes around denying the Holocaust, that goes around doing great replacement theory. That's the dangerous. If you really care about anti-Semitism, Destiny, you wouldn't have sucked Nick Fuentes' dick. You wouldn't have normalized him into the space. You wouldn't have eaten chicken and waffles with him. You wouldn't have potentially, shared your partner with him and all the other shit that you did. You wouldn't have helped his career like you admitted that he does. We're not talking about Destiny's family, chat.
And I think that there's a feeling of resentment among many liberals, and I include myself among them in some moments.
But yes, when you normalize groypers, you're gonna make people in your family potentially, especially younger members of your family, think that that's an all right thing to be. When it's like, oh, this is dad's friend, yeah, it's a little harder to be like, stay away from this shit, son.
Like there wasn't sufficient support for previous candidates in previous elections from, for example, individuals of the DSA who didn't endorse. And that feeling of resentment, I think, is causing some people to do.
So just to be clear, because I guess people just can't fathom politics. These aren't political discussions. These are like drama slop discussions. It's not a feeling of resentment. I would be resentful if I felt like I was betrayed, or if I felt like somebody was being hypocritical, or maybe something like that. I would be resentful, like, I can't believe you didn't do this. It's not resent. It is a difference in perspective. Like Hasan not supporting Kamala and all of these weirdo leftist types campaigning against Kamala did not betray us or expose. That is their political strategy. It is intentional. It is what they want to do.
That is a lie, and that is a defamation. In Destiny, if you continue to snark around, you will find out, right? Hasan is, in contact with his legal team right now. If I was you, I wouldn't be saying shit like this, right?
And it's
again, you got a lot of wiggle room here in that it's very hard to be found, adjudicated responsible for defamation when the defamed party is a public person like Hasan. But I mean, he's gonna with the amount of shit that he's talked about Hasan. Don't think that those legal teams will not comb through all of your VODs.
Understanding of that, why I don't want to work with them. It's not like you didn't support my candidate, so I'm not going to support yours. It's you have a strategy of actively never supporting a candidate you consider too moderate while you demand total acquiescence, like they did with Plattner, to your candidate, like they did with Fetterman, to your candidate. That's the difference.
I'm sorry, Hasan wasn't sold on Fetterman. Or sorry, Hasan was not sold on Plattner, okay? Hasan was not sold on Plattner. Hasan was one of the people that was like, I don't know, guys, that's a totem cough. And everybody else is like, well, I've never heard. Is a totem cough racist? Is a totem cough a Nazi thing? I think it's just a really cool skull, right? Hasan was like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. But at the same time, he can't tell Maine voters who to choose. And if Graham Plattner is running away with the election and you want to do blue no matter who, you kind of get yourself into the position of supporting Graham Plattner. And of course, all that changed after he secured the nomination and then was revealed as a rapist, right? And Hasan, called that out as well. But god damn, dude, like there's very few people that were skeptical about Plattner. There were even some people on the liberal side of things that were very chill with Plattner. There was just like, yeah, no, this guy's a winner. We got to support the winner. I don't care what fucking his tattoo is, right? Hasan was one of the few people that did care what the fuck his tattoo was. Like Hasan did a better job in that than Sam Cedar, for instance. I will say it, right? Hasan was on that shit. He was reading the tea leaves. He was reading the red flags that some people did not or would not call out.
To just boil that down to like, oh, you're being resentful is childlike.
Do an irrational action, which is to consider not endorsing DSA candidates who win their primaries for general elections against like MAGA traitors who try to overthrow our democracy. And that, I think, has spurred additional conversations about like the influence.
Best thing is to admit it. Raven, I'm sorry. Do you got a Men in Black zapper? Do you want to erase my memory so that I can admit something that's literally not true? I watched what Hasan said about Graham Plattner. Right? I watched what Sam said about Graham Plattner. I watched what Kyle said about Graham Plattner. I watched what Emma said about Graham Plattner. And of those people I mentioned, Hasan's take was actually the best, right? He was fully sold, I guess, on supporting the Democratic candidate, despite like the red flags that he saw. But he wasn't, fully sold on acting like that tattoo wasn't any kind of big deal, right? Raven, I'm sorry if you didn't see all of Hasan's cover on, all the Hasan's coverage on Plattner, but I happen to have seen the initial reaction to the revelation about the tattoo and all the other stuff that came out on Reddit. And yeah, Hasan was more skeptical than like 7 out of 10 people in the space, right? He wasn't trying to, he wasn't trying to promote somebody in Plattner's place. And, if you want to criticize him for that, feel free. But yeah, the initial reaction of Hasan was one of skepticism towards Plattner, was one of surprise to people being okay with, what was seen. But ultimately, when it turned out that, Plattner was still the one with all the support in Maine, yeah, he did, back him up until the point that more was revealed. But yeah, it's not, I'm not having trouble admitting anything. I don't necessarily like Hasan. Like I'd say it, let me try to say this in the right way, right? I don't always agree with Hasan. I think some of his, I don't know. I think he has some reflexive responses to things. I think he overly identifies things as being, the kind of disingenuous identity politics that, like, say, Hillary Clinton used in 2016, when in actuality, he's just kind of being anti-woke, right? I don't have any problem criticizing Hasan, in other words, right? I've been, at odds with him on certain issues, right? But I do find myself, in this space, as having to defend him against, stuff that's just not true about him, right? And saying that he was, like, I don't know, like, if you think of it as a bell curve, right? There was a few people that called out Plattner and were like, oh, no, this cannot go on. This cannot be the candidate, right? There were very few people like that, but they were out there. I think Cavernacle is an example. I'm sure you could find other examples, right? There were people who, called out the red flags, like myself, and were very worried. And actually, if you watch my content from that day, that Plattner's tattoo was revealed, I was like, you guys, I don't know where this campaign's going. I don't have good feelings about this, right? I got so much shit from chat for that. So many people disagreed with me. So many people were trying to put words in my mouth, were trying to call me a supporter of Janet Mills over that. Obviously I'm not. And I just said I really don't like Plattner. I wish there was another candidate. If there's not, I guess he's better than Mills, right? But and then there's Hasan, who was, maybe a little bit more willing to promote Plattner than I was, because I kind of stopped, or I don't think I ever really did promote the guy. Maybe you can find videos of me saying a good thing or two about his, the way that he resonates with voters or something like that, right? But I don't think I was real positive about Plattner. Hasan was a little bit more positive about Plattner after the tattoo than I was. Right. But he's still, like, compared to the rest of the, people out there, he is, I never did. Yeah. Compared to the, he's on the upper side of the bell curve in terms of being skeptical about Plattner. So, yeah, I'm not trying to, anyway, I don't mean to start a fight with a chatter or rake anybody over the coals over that. Because I can understand, depending on what you saw of Hasan's coverage, yeah, there were moments that sometimes, even when he was kind of joking, where, it did sound very, very complimentary towards Plattner. But if you watch the, response to the tattoo, he's, one of the few people that is like, that is a totem cough, and the totem cough is like the third or fourth most popular Nazi symbol out there, right? Behind the swastika, of course. God, there's one I always forget that's really common. The SS lightning bolts. Yeah, that'd probably be second place, and then Sonnenrad maybe third. Yeah, maybe the Sonnenrad is third place, and then God, chat, I'm doing a Nazi symbol tier list here. Like, we're gonna put the swastika in S tier because everybody knows about the swastika. Or no, more like a iceberg stream of, like, the swastika is on the very tip of the iceberg. Everybody knows about the swastika. A lot of people have seen this SS thing, and then we got the Sonnenrad that's a little bit under the surface. So if if you're a real ball knower about Nazism, you might know about the Sonnenrad. But the Totenkopf, that's a little bit more obscure. It's down here, right? I'm not trying to do that, but yeah, I mean, it's
space, and a lot of drama involved in, like, personalities, ranging from Kyle Kalinske to Hasan Piker, and of course, the liberal media influencers who criticize those.
And then never my name. I don't know why he's such a puss, like an actual bitch made.
Maybe because he doesn't like getting harassed by your freaks.
fuck on this that nobody can say my name too. It's so fucking weird, but
figures, and so it's all out of the cauldron of of that kind of like controversy. And unfortunately, it has to go into like these places where we're having accusations of anti-Semitism.
It's educational. What the Nazi symbol tier list, the Nazi symbol iceberg.
But I think it's rooted in something real that's happening in the country and with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And, you know, we played that clip of Destiny basically saying that you would have been a Nazi had you been alive during World War II. It seems to be as a result of a total crash out after you, Josiah, and others pointed out the hypocrisy of Destiny after he's, you know...
The thing that really bugs me, chat, is the gameplay that Destiny's engaged in right now. It kind of looks like, I don't know, it looks like it's reminding me of Gary's mod. And if this was Gary's mod, he'd be setting up all this shit, he'd be connecting it all together, and then he'd be able to like fly it, right? He'd be able to like, all right, let's fly the spaceship, right? And I don't think he's gonna do that. I don't even know what this is, right? Why does it have engines if it doesn't move around? I want that thing to fly. I want this to. What is it? Kerbal Space Program. Am I saying the right name of the game? Is it called Kerbal? Maybe I'm misremembering it. What was it? It's like the game where you like design rockets and you try to get them to fly. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I want to see him make that shit fly. And I don't think this game. I think this game is just like there's resources and you set up stuff to process the resources. Yeah, it's not Gary's mod. This is not Kerbal. He's not going to do that. Destiny plays shitty games.
Routinely scolded Hasan for not, you know, potentially supporting Gavin Newsom as a potential nominee in the future in 2028. But then here's what Destiny had to say when he...
It's not scolding him. It's not scolding him. Hasan doesn't want to support the moderate because he's not part of a political party.
Yeah, good point, Davy. The biggest red flag on Graham Plattner, even bigger than the Totem Cop, was the commentary that he had on his own service for the United States and statements. There was stuff on the Reddit post that was pretty disturbing, like him saying he would have liked to be involved in the quote unquote Indian wars, although he was skeptical of the Iraq war. He's talking about some of the Manifest Destiny wars as being, glorious and good and righteous and something that he'd want to be involved in. So yeah, there's I think a lot of people missed the actual most disturbing stuff about Plattner, which had to do with his military service and more his feelings about that, because you can, go into the military and have it change your mind about the U.S. Imperial Project. So there's some examples of that, not with Plattner though.
It's an intentional strategy. The reason why I attack him on it is because fucking retards like these people, not the Vanguard guys, because they know that it's part of the strategy too, don't seem to understand that. They view it as a mistake.
Wait, Satisfactory is better than... That does sound fun. It's similar to Third, but Third with a vehicle. Oh yeah, wait, but he had a vehicle and he had the Jim West, the spider thing from Wild Wild West.
And not explicit strategy. Like Peaceco Josiah think that Kalinsky and Hasan made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. They're adults. They
didn't vote against Kamala, you shithead. You're just lying. That's all you ever fucking do. This guy is so boring, chat. We got to get to some bonus content at some point. I said, like, we got to 300 today, and even though my the plan, the system, right, is to put the extra $100 always on Saturday and sort of save myself from streaming, wearing myself out during the week, so that there's only one day a week that I wear myself out instead of 5 days a week. I am thinking we should maybe just like, I kind of want to, I know there's more stuff here. Let's see where we are at exactly. Yeah, this is a pretty legendary crash out. I think there's like an hour more of him going off on Peaceco. Yeah, the other thing too is you've already seen like half of this conversation. You've already seen, we've already watched Peaceco talk to the Vanguard. I am sure there's plenty of good crash out in here. There's at least an hour more of him watching the Vanguard and Peaceco, and then I think he even brings it back. What does he do? Live and Learn debate on... Oh, he reviews the Live and Learn debate on Crystal and Kyle. Okay, let's just go to the end where he rage quits. All right. Wait a minute. It's not the end of the stream, though. Apparently there's like a rage quit. Oh no, why is there more pedos on screen? There's a lot of red, like those red markers on the in the Destiny sphere.
I agree. But to defend Wick for a second, I did not see his tweet that you're referencing, but I'm assuming that was during the primary.
Let's just end with this crash out, and then we'll go on to bonus content. How does that sound, chat?
This is a 1v1.
I want to give you more than an hour of bonus content for once, since we got so much in there.
Tweet does nothing but help the Republican and hurt the Democrat.
True.
No, I agree that there are differences in the Wick tweet. And listen, the comparison Wick versus Crystal Ball, I get it. It's just demonstrative of the kind of thing we're talking about. And I don't give a fuck.
It's really close.
What did that? What a word salad of nothing there.
What does demonstrable even mean? Destiny, are you okay? Is Live and Learn a reference to Sonic Adventures 2? What? The final boss theme is Live and Learn? Live and Learn. Okay, I don't think so. I think they're just being cheeky libs and being like, live and learn. How about live and learn? Am I right? Am I right? I don't know. It's just one of those dad jokes, kind of, or an uncle joke, or a fucking older brother joke. Some kind of older male member of your family is going to make that joke and think that they're really clever for it. Demonstrably. Did he hear? Is he this like a Candace Owens level thing, right? What was the Candace Owen thing where she was, monstrosity. She kept on pronouncing it monstrosity, right? She kept on saying monstrosity. This is Candace Owens level ignorance. I don't know. I either heard monster, thought I was out to attack him. Possibly. Let's hear him crash out though. Wait, let's just go back and hear him. Does he really not know demonstrably? That's not a hard word, Destiny. Demonstrably. Demonstrably. Four syllables, okay. It's a 4-syllable word, Destiny.
No, I agree that there are differences in the Wick tweet. And listen, the comparison Wick versus Crystal Ball, I get it. It's just demonstrative of the kind of thing we're talking about. And I don't give a fuck.
What does that even mean? What did that? What a word salad of nothing there.
Demonstrative? Okay, that's a 3-syllable word that you apparently don't. He thinks it's a fake word. Pisco's just using fake words to sound smart. Demonstrative. That's not a thing. He's just making up words now.
Well, this is just demonstrative of the type of thing we're talking about. Of what you're talking about? The difference between.
No, it's obfuscating.
Does he know? Does he know what demonstrative means? I will legitimately be surprised, chat. If Destiny does not know. Like, so it's one thing if he I don't know, doesn't think of it off the top of his head. But like to hear it and then act like that's not a thing or that's not a word or like, is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
No, the way he says it, it's like he's familiar with the word. I don't think he's really ignorant of there's no way. It probably just came off weird. Look, let's cut him a break here. All right. I've criticized his intellect or lack thereof. I've criticized his lack of intellectual curiosity, his obsession with drama, and unfamiliarity with general political and news topics, but I'm not going to go so far as to really, 10 toes on the ground say Destiny does not know what demonstrative means. He's got to know. Like, that's going too far. I think I went too far. I'll grant him that he knows demonstrative. Hopefully he knows demonstrative.
I'm gonna soil and then I gotta hop in this Discord 1 second.
That there's a kind of like, it's the Republican talking points. It's the Republican talking points. If it's a critique, I'm okay with you criticizing candidates for the right reasons, whether it's the primary or the general. And that's true, by the way. If liberals want to be, which I count myself among, I don't use that pejoratively. If they want to be snarky about like some faults with Al Sayed and him continuing, let's say that he continues to campaign with Hasan Piker, you're not going to shut up about it, will you, IRI? You won't say.
Wait, that's the rage quit?
You won't hold your tongue.
I don't, but I won't shut up about it. But it's because I'm saying every time I say it, it's because I'm saying this is holding him back. I think he can be a great senator. I'm worried it's handicapping his campaign. He can win, but it's making it harder. So I'm not like just this is worse than the Republican.
Yeah,
that's basically
the equivalent. The equivalent would be if Guy had a Fox News clip of them being like, "Look at the elect for the Democrat Senate position. He says that America deserved 9/11," and Guy just retweeted it and said like, "Should have been Stevens."
All right, chat. I'm going to do the thing that I have not done and I should be doing for you every time. We got 2 extra hours added to the stream today. All right. I would be remiss if I did not use more than one of those hours to give you bonus content. Now, I've got no word from any of you. Any of you have supported the stream as generously as you have today. Which of these topics you'd like to see? That's fine. You don't have to, weigh in on this. You have the ability to, but I don't have any. What I'm saying is I don't have any extra. Like, we're just going with the poll, and the number says, chat, the number says Noah Sampson on Asmongold. Let's go. Okay. And then the second one says Westside Tyler spills tea on Hutch. Let's go. Are we okay with being done with Destiny for today? I'm not pissing anybody off by going away from this too early or anything like that. God, I love this guy.
Magic.
I'm just playing, I'm trying not to play too much of it so I get copyright claim, chat. But I love this shit. Davy says Tyler and Hutch. Look at that. Look at you. Look at you reversing the order of the content. I kind of like, I like the cut of your jib there, Davy. $5 super chat. Go into Westside Tyler and getting him over the hump. All right, let's do that. I'm game for any of this. But yeah, that one sounds fun. Westside Tyler, Hutch. Okay, so let's see if I can find this myself. Westside Tyler, Hutch. I don't know why that thumbnail makes me laugh so much, but I'm sorry, chat. Like I said, Westside Tyler, not necessarily a dude I want to be anywhere close to, right? He's a madman. He doesn't know the line. He goes too far. He's a dangerous loose cannon, and loose cannons tend to blow up. You want to be the fuck away from them. Oh, this is what I was talking about, chat. Oh God, Hutch is getting into the bald Hasan, oldifying Hasan game as well. Jesus Christ, you even gave him freckles. Or are those age spots? I don't know. Chat, does Hasan have liver spots? Is that what they're trying to imply here? Anyway. Is Hutch the world's dumbest man? You can see he's done a lot of content. This is a ball knower when it comes to Hutch. Vosh Leaves America. Is this the one? Let me see if this is the one that I've got.
Because it feels like unilateral disarmament.
It feels like unilateral disarmament is the most important aspect of that. So you know it was a technique that was used to, enforce an idea. Literally, this was a weapon that we had in our arsenal, but now that someone else can use it against me, I'm getting away with it. I'm getting rid of it. I don't want to have it around him. Get it out of the house. Hutch can't do anything.
Tyler's audio is pretty good. Do I need to take off the filter on this maybe? I've got a gain filter that raises the volume. Wait, do I? Do I know what I'm talking about? Filters, yes. Yes. Let's turn off the gain filter because I feel like Tyler's going to kill the headphones users if we're not careful. Like I said, he's a dangerous man. Loose cannon. We don't want to get, exploded on by his loose cannon, so gotta stay away from the cannon. Stay well away from that cannon. That cannon is loose as fuck.
Else. I think this is Hutch's last stop. He's a parasite. That's it. Hutch is just a parasite. There's nothing else to say other than he is a fucking parasite. He's a person that has attached his lamprey's mouth to other people's careers for the entirety of his career. He started he jumped onto Optic before Optic got big. Then he just begged from Optic to get into Machinima. And then he was on Machinima, not as a person that anybody valued. He was just a fucking third, fourth, or fifth chair to, Cnanners or whoever the fuck that guy is and the rest of them. When that ended, no one's like, we need Hutch. Hutch's entire existence to those people from that era is just like nostalgia and also like, oh, I thought you died because you looked like you were on fucking heroin and then you vanished. Because he looked like, if you haven't seen pictures of Hutch from the time, he looks like, I don't know, Dave Coulier if Dave Coulier had a fucking 6 gram a day fucking meth habit. Just rough as fuck. But he's not the talented guy. He doesn't have skill. He's not funny. He's not entertaining. He's just another dude that you need to have a 3 stack. which doesn't exist on the internet.
I'm sorry, another dude you need to have a threesome? What? I don't want to have a threesome with Hutch. What the fuck, guy? What are you talking about? Hasan does have face freckles? I thought I was the only one with face freckles. Okay.
Because now you have streamers that are all so talented on their own right that they can just work with each other. Like you talk about people that are no relation to me, so don't bother them. But my wife likes to watch, D-Tune, Chris Melberger, Julian Solomita.
Both sides, Tyler.
And like a bunch of people that are aside of that.
Wait, is that what he said? I'm sorry, I was making sure we had the right VOD. Did he say that Hutch is on meth and heroin? I'm interested in what he's basing this on. Is it just 3 stack? What does that mean? What is a 3 stack? And how is it different than a threesome? Tons of people have face freckles. My whole family on my mom's side have them. Well, most of my friends that had freckles growing up, they lost their freckles. They had them as like little kids, but they disappeared. Mine have only gotten frecklier, right? And they're not everywhere. They're just on my face, my arms, and my back a little bit. Shoulders, maybe.
Those people are all different.
He said he looks like he's on drugs. Okay. 3 stack is any game that plays 3. So examples? A 3 stack is a group of 3 in a multiplayer. Okay, so there's certain games that that 3 is like the magic number. Oh yeah, Rocket League, right? Isn't that the normal Rocket League team is like 3 players? Or is it 4? I can't remember. Are there 4 players on I have freckles on my feet? Nice.
Different size channels. Julian, I think, is the...
I think my sister has more freckles than me. She's like the only person I know that kept her freckles when she grew up.
Largest, but I can't remember. But they're all very talented individuals.
Oh, the third guy is just a talk.
In their own right. And so if they want to stream together, that stream is fucking tremendous because there is no dead weight. It's 3 great streamers. Those 3 get together, they play games together. All of their audiences are entertained and there's great interplay.
Oh, I see. I see what Davi's talking about. Apex is a 3 versus 3. Okay. Rocket League is awesome. I need to get back to playing that. I love the physics of Rocket League. And I need to get better, chat. You know what I needed with Rocket League though? That's one of these games that you almost need a coach. You know what I'm saying? Like I know there's coaches out there that charge an insane amount of money to teach you to be better at Rocket League, right? Chrysanthemum, person I followed that was really good at Rocket League. I'm trying to think of who else. But yeah, there's like some aspects, like I can fly in Rocket League. But there's some things I just need to work on, right? I mean, there's tutorials too. I guess I could spend more time on the tutorials, but I feel like if I had somebody to just like watch me play and then be like, all right, you need to work on this, this, and this. And then I work on those things and they're like, okay, so now you need to work on this, this, and that. You know what I mean? I need somebody like that. I need somebody that could be like, okay, so you can fly now and score a goal from like, the top of the ceiling. You can go onto the top of the ceiling, jump off and score a goal. Like what's the next trick that I should, you know what I mean? I need somebody like that to really coach me. Yeah, like a virtual soccer coach, but for cars. I love Rocket League. I really do love Rocket League. That's one of the few games that is like a multiplayer that I actually have gotten into.
Bring nothing to the table at all. Hutch brings nothing. He's not talented.
Oh, also, I remember, so like there was somebody taught me, this is why you need somebody that's good at Rocket League, right? To sort of guide you, right? Somebody showed me there's all these settings on Rocket League and they like, it's too much. It doesn't make sense to me. I can't like, but it's like how the view is, like how the controls are, right? There's all these settings, right? And at one time somebody was like, all right, set this one to be this, set this one to set the FOV at this, set the, right? And they had me like set it up just right. And somehow I don't know, I had to reinstall it or something. And I don't have those settings anymore. Right. So I had really, really good settings. And I don't know how to get them back. And it's too complicated. I need somebody to guide me. I need somebody to like step by step be like, set this for this, this for that, that for that. And then I think once you get good, you can be like, all right, let me change my key bindings, right? Like you can customize it once you really understand. But I never got to the point where I was totally understanding.
He is not fun to play with. I've seen his Let's Plays with it. He's a malding, boring.
I mean, some would say, maybe even Tierney Candlewick would say that I can be not fun to play Minecraft with because I'm too annoying. I put torches all over the place. I don't set them up with like, I guess you're supposed to be like set up a torch, then go forward 5 spots, then set up another torch. Then you're supposed to do a grid, and I never do the grid. I'm just I'm just like torch. I just put, because torches aren't hard to come by in Minecraft, so I just put them everywhere. But some people, that really annoys them.
Quick to the point. He's not fun to listen to, not fun to watch, and most importantly, he's not good at video games, which is crazy. Because I thought at least he would I thought at least he could bang, but he couldn't even hang back in the fucking 360 days. Like he can't do fucking jump shots. He can't do sniper jump shots, which was like a big thing. He was like, oh, I'm gonna learn how to.
Yeah, I get the feeling Tyler would hate playing video games with me. I really suck at them.
Snipe, and I guess he just never learned how to do snipes before that even got taken out of the games. So you have that, and he doesn't have a record. He's not loved for being like a great gamer. It's like, oh yeah, dude, I'm playing with this guy that's like one of the best from that era. It's like, oh, this is that guy from that era's shit heel friend that was fucking always tagging along. And that's who he is. He's a fucking tag along loser, a fucking parasite on other people's fucking content. And the YouTube sphere and the Twitch sphere doesn't fuck with that anymore. People don't like that shit because they're like, okay, I can watch 2 gaming streams. Am I going to watch these 3 people that are talented, or am I going to watch these 2 people that are talented and their fucking irritating friend that they're like literally baby?
Nobody wants to watch somebody just suck and struggle at their game. Come on.
Sitting through his 30s.
Wait, chat, am I at least a good like JRPG player?
Or 40s.
Like I think I employed some pretty good strategies just out of the box without reading any sort of guides or going into. I think I did pretty good on the strategy against the Shadow Maya fight. I know people don't respect JRPG players, but
obviously you don't pick the second one unless it's tremendous. If he had any skill in that world, he would do it, but he doesn't. And so he switched to politics because that fucking door is closed to him. He has 800,000 subs. 800,000 subs on his channel. All of them are dead. All of them. He gets as many fucking concurrents on a good day as Lonerbox, who's a guy with like what, 60, maybe 120K, you know?
God, Tyler out there just pocket watching everybody's viewership.
And it's not like, I'm not like fucking
I'm sorry, pocket watching is the wrong term, right?
Showing here. This is like real algo shit. If you have that many subs and that few concurrents, as a person who got in it as a streamer, dude, you're fucking cooked. If you're at 800K subs, you're fucking, that's more than Vosh by a bit, I believe. Your videos should be 500, 600, 700K a pop. Do you know what I mean? Like, you should be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, but he barely fucking clears like 20K, 12 to 20. And that's because he's being.
What's the word for when somebody's pocket watching you, but it's not to be like you're too rich or something. It's to be like you're too poor, right? Or it's not to be like you're doing too good at like, you know, content. It's like you suck. Like, what's the reverse of pocket watch? I think that's what I'm trying to say. You should play Rhythm Heaven Groove. Yeah, that I love rhythm games.
Propped up by DGG. Without the DGG,
I haven't played them in a long time, but I was I had back when I had a working PS4, I loved Persona, the dancing games, right? They're like rhythm games, but you're like dancing, and those like my favorite shit in the world.
Prop up. He's got fucking.
I never got into Friday Night Funkin', but it looks like a lot of fun.
Nothing. They talk about people like Pisco.
Only a JRPG or highest intensity action games, so my brain is cooked. That is under the umbrella of pocket. Okay, I didn't know pocket watching could. Okay, so I was using it appropriately then. I thought I was out of pocket.
Pisco's a gateway into fucking to lead DSA people into the Democratic Party. The real issue is Hutch is just a fucking way for DGG to get into this like live and learn legitimate politics idea. Right?
There you go. Yes.
He's an untalented, uneducated streamer who relies on AI to make up all of his opinions for.
DDR, I never played that. All right. So DDR, you gotta you either play it like in a arcade, right? Or you can get like a mat. What Rocco, what was that on Wii? What platform was DDR on besides the, you know, being in arcades?
For him, like it should be a matter of extreme shame for somebody that's talking about whether or not somebody getting elected is a good idea, for you to have to go to ChatGPT or Claude or whatever the fuck and ask it if the guy's even running for that office or what that office does. Do you know what I mean? Like, he has no political education because he was a junkie for years. And I'm not saying that just because like junkies can't do politics. They can. Look at.
Wait, I never understood why the culprit dancing in the story. Why is the culprit dancing in the story of that game? Wait, the culprit for what? Persona 5? He's a numbers guy. My first high school had DDR in the gym. That's awesome.
Fucking Hunter Biden. But Hunter Biden was going to schools and shit for that kind of stuff.
But for PC or PS2, right? You need some kind of a some kind of peripheral that's like a mat or something.
Dad was eventually the president. He has mowed some of it. Hutch was losing at gambling and doing drugs and fucking his life up, and never in that time did he do anything to learn about politics. Nothing.
You can't get good DDR mats anymore. Yeah, I could see that being
There's a lot to know. It's politics. It's one of the hardest fields to be competent in because it is so
pads are really slippery.
Fucking varied and so subjective, and what is and isn't valuable from just, you know, election to election, politician to politician. Nothing can be unified or
I just never hung out with people that played it, but it looked like a lot of fun.
Considered uniform. That's the hard part about politics. And he doesn't have base understandings of anything, like of anything in it. I've seen him ask ChatGPT for the most simple shit a number of times. I mean, he needs ChatGPT to tell him that his dick is so fucking dirty he's pissing in 2 different directions. It's not just because he has a large member.
Ew, wait, is he talking about something that Hutch mentioned on stream? Does Hutch talk about his dick on stream? That seems like maybe
his audience will try to pass it off like he's joking, but he's
No, he does. He does like that. No.
I'm not 12 years old.
No.
I don't believe you. I'm pushing 40 myself. I can tell when somebody's trying to laugh off humiliation, and I see it happening with him all the fucking time. Like, it's a fucking dead end existence for a guy that's constantly frustrated and is basically came up seeing everybody that he considered his peer
surpass him. Yeah,
compared to him because he's a non-person. He's a fucking nobody that got unbelievably lucky and fucking cashed in all of his chips and lost everything, and then just got lucky again. That for some reason, fucking pondering politics and fucking Pisco dragged him onto a show that nobody else wanted to watch, and then Soy Pill got onto it too. And then Destiny just happened to fuck his entire life up, and he's like,
okay,
oh, fuck.
So there might be a little bit that I can add here in terms of Hutch, right? My understanding of Hutch is that the person that brought him into political streaming originally, it's not actually Pisco or, you know, because Live and Learn started, what, a year ago, 2 years ago or something, right? The person that got him into political streaming was actually Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns needed a, I don't know, a participant for one of his hippy dippy events, one of his kayfabe debate events, right? And for some, usually it's a conservative that Dylan's looking for, right? Because like I said, conservatives tend to self-delete from the platform by saying slurs and getting banned, right? Dylan definitely doesn't want somebody that's going to come on the hippy dippy and say slurs, get the channel in trouble. But yeah, this time he needed a lefty, and he got Hutch. Actually, I don't even remember. I almost feel like Hutch on Dylan Burns was. Am I even remembering the right guy? Was this Hutch or was this somebody else with a similar name? I thought it was Hutch because he was a COD guy, right? Hutch is a Call of Duty guy. It could be due to an enlarged prostate. I mean, that might be something that the multiple streamers are struggling with. But I think it was Dylan bringing him onto the Hippy Dippy that got Hutch sort of out of retirement. I think he was on some kind of semi-retirement from playing games. And then Dylan was like, hey, well, you don't play games anymore. Why don't you come on the Hippy Dippy and talk about politics? And this was, I think he still had hair at that point.
On to try to maintain some sort of relevance on, sure, okay, this Destiny himself parasitizing these live and learn people. And it's blatantly obvious to me from the outside because I've lived for more than 5 fucking seconds. But these people pretend like.
And no, I mean, my understanding is the live and learn people, I think they were all, maybe other than like Josiah, I think they were all Destiny orbiters, right? Pisco was a Destiny orbiter. Hutch was a, like, I think, I don't know. I could be wrong about this. Maybe. I feel like Hutch had some involvement with Destiny. I think he started back to the panel scene with Dylan Burns, got in touch from Destiny with Destiny from there because Destiny was a pretty common guest on the Hippy Dippy. Always had the same 3 conservative guys. Yeah, I know, right? Lefties seemed like fig leaves.
I don't know. I think in their minds, I think they're getting away with it, but they're not. And clearly, the dividends are failing to play out. But this all goes to some of the most important things about them is that they do what a lot of. We'll get into it. Hutch is a guy on the internet. I just did a little diatribe about him, but Hutch is a guy on the internet, and he's a guy that doesn't understand politics. He doesn't know what happens in politics. He doesn't understand the electoral process. He's never lived, as far as I know, outside of California in any any valuable way. He didn't follow politics. He has no institutional...
It's a little bit of a chip on Westside Tyler's shoulder there.
Knowledge of how political systems work, electoralism, none of it. He has almost no knowledge of civics or history in this country, past what a typical high school dropout who occasionally searches Reddit would know. But he is making a career for himself talking about politics. How do you do that? One simple way. Something good, something bad. Okay? This thing good, this thing bad. That's what you do. You just latch on to any concept and you try to find something good or something bad about it, and then you say it's good or it's bad. That's it. That is all he has to do. You put ideology and big statements and grandiose principles before knowledge of any system that you're talking about in order to distract from the fact that you don't know anything about it. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't understand that there are only this many people who can run for this seat and none of them actually are. But if you just imagine that somebody was and then they said that Chairman Mao was good, wouldn't you say that was bad? Does that sound familiar to you if you're a Hutch fan? Congratulations. I just exposed, in the most simple terms possible, the entirety of what you think is entertaining about him. All you want is confirmation bias that something that you do or don't like is good or bad, depending on how it should be in your mind. That's all that he needs to do, and it's all he does. That's the entirety of it. The fun thing about this is he has so little knowledge of politics that he gambles on concepts, thinking that the concepts will always be something that he can use as a static line to prove that he is connected to the zeitgeist or the American voter or whatever the fuck thing that he is pretending important in the moment is, the future of the country in this case. One of these is a concept that is vote blue no matter who, okay? Now, vote blue no matter who is a thing that you can say about yourself and you can say about others, whatever. I ascribe to it in national elections sometimes. Usually it's a guilty thing where I go, fuck. And I make myself go to the polls and vote for a candidate I despise. That's okay. Yeah, whatever. Because usually by the hair of a fucking snail, I don't know, the Democratic candidate will be better than the Republican candidate by margins that are as...
I will agree that the margins are too tight. I don't know about this usually, right? I can't think of an example. In fact, if the example does exist, it's got to be on a local municipal level of a time where the Republican would be a better choice than the Democrat.
And
it makes me a little nervous that Tyler's able to confuse that. That being said, no, the Democrats need to heighten the contradictions more. One of their biggest problems is for the average voter. And look, Tyler, I hate to say it, but he's maybe a little closer to the average voter in terms of his level of political acumen and knowledge than he thinks. I've caught him, making, just really easy, really obvious mistakes, like not understanding, how long a senator serves versus a member of the House, just simple stuff like that you'd think that somebody that like talks so confidently about politics would get. But again, he's probably ahead of the curve. And definitely ahead of people like Hutch and Destiny.
As a hair at times, okay? It has no place as a concept or as a speaking term really in primaries. Now, if you don't understand how American politics work, there's very often 2 elections for every election. There's the first election, the primary election, which is where you decide.
There's the primary, which comes first, all right? You do the primary first, and the primary is about the party and selecting the nominee that's going to be the candidate in the general election. So get this, y'all. Okay, the winner of the primary will face off in the general election against the winner of the primary for the other party. Okay, I know this is tough concepts for you all to get, but let me break it down for you. West Side Tyler style.
Which one of the candidates from one side of our very often 2-party system is going to run for that party, right? Other countries have very similar things. You have a Green Party, you're going to have who's going to run for the whatever as a Green Party candidate. It is a pre-selection process that's held between.
Sometimes you have a Green Party, sometimes you have an AFD, sometimes you have sometimes you have the Tories, and sometimes you have the NP. I'm sorry. Yeah, good point. That's what I was going to say, Nathan. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. But again, that's not necessarily a detail I would expect Tyler to get. Now, this is not me shitting on Tyler. This is just me being totally honest and upfront about what I've observed of his own level of knowledge of politics, right? Which I will affirm is more in depth and more thorough than like, Hutch or Destiny or any of the people he's going to be criticizing. So, if you want to tell me to shut up and stop snarking Tyler, good point. I'm just, there's a little bit of stone throwing around glass houses here, but not too much. But yeah, California and Washington with the jungle primaries, right?
Confederates of a sort who are going to eventually put a single candidate up. The primary process in certain districts is very important, and it's unimportant in others, because sometimes you don't have anybody running for the primary. Sometimes the primary election itself is really the election, as in case in Zoran Mamdani running for the mayor of New York. The primary election was more important because New York is a Democratic stronghold. So a Democratic candidate was going to win. Okay, obviously, vote blue no matter who. So our fight is in the primary, okay? So this is known. This is how it works. You don't say vote blue no matter who usually during the primary, because it's kind of rude to say, I'll have to go with it and all that sort of nonsense. He has held with it.
Okay.
This guy, they love the vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter who. I do personally ascribe to it to a degree, but I know it's a pain in the ass, and it's not something you should say to people because it's fucking irritating, all right? It's a thing that you're doing. You're reminding people of the gruesome duty of having to vote for dog shit candidates. These guys talked about vote blue no matter who as though it was some like auspicious thing to like, this is one of our greatest principles of all time. You know what I mean? This separates the animals, which is the DSA, because the DSA types, or not even DSA, but the uncommitted types, were like, I don't even want to vote blue no matter who.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he saying that this is the view of the omnilibs, of the live and learn people, or is this Tyler's view? Right? That's pretty funny if this is Tyler's view of the situation. I am noticing chat. I got too much stuff going on. What even is this? What is slowing down my computer here? I could kill Discord, or I could kill Firefox. We got 43 minutes left in the stream. I'm not choppy now, right? I killed off some programs. Hopefully that's enough. He's giving their POV. Okay, yeah, that's whew. Was he old enough to vote in 2016? I think so. Yeah, he's a little long in the tooth. He served several tours. He was in Iraq. He was a soldier in Iraq.
Oh, because the blue doesn't do anything for me in the red. Okay, that actually makes sense. I want you to earn my vote. Earn my vote is, I guess, the opposite of blue, no matter who. And I respect it as well.
So I don't say earn my vote, right? Because I do vote strategically. But I do recognize that my level of understanding of politics is not standard for the average American voter. And so to candidates, I would say earn the votes. That's your job. If you're ever complaining about voters, you fucking lost the plot, right? And I say this a little bit about content creators too, right? If you're blaming the voters, if you're like, God damn, all those Gaza people, they didn't figure out that Kamala was going to be like, a little bit better than Trump on that issue, right? They didn't realize, like, right. You kind of lost the plot at that point. And I can't take you seriously like that.
Because I come from places where they'll never try to earn your vote, but you kind of got to deal with the bullshit that gets sent your way. And ultimately, once I get into the ballot box, I'm probably going to vote blue no matter who. But like,
wait, is it Discord memory leakage?
The thing is are you trying to hold other people to that standard, or are you saying that they should ascribe to that standard? I can't. I think that people should vote however they want. I think it's dumb.
I think it's almost silly to think about like to prescribe how voters should vote. And even if I, make a point in my content of trying to give you like here's my framework for how you should vote, I don't think you'll necessarily internalize that, right? I think that you got to think about this as like, I don't know, like psychology, right? How are the voters going to vote? Are the voters going to see a difference between a Democratic Party that is trying to hide any frustration that they have with Netanyahu, although they might have that frustration but are they going to be able to tell the difference between that and a Republican Party that's in the pocket of Miriam Adelson? Sadly, no. Sadly, you need to be more demonstrative. You need to heighten the contradictions if you want voters to recognize that you're on the right side of the issue, whether it be data centers with Crowley or whether it be Gaza with Kamala and Biden, right? I do not. I do not get into thinking about, the goddamn these stupid ass voters. Yeah, we're in America. There's a lot of stupid ass people. There's we've been conditioned to think of education as a chore. We've been conditioned to think of learning as a boring endeavor, and it shouldn't be that way. But we're deprived of learning about knowledge that actually stimulates our curiosity. All the knowledge that's shoved down our throat is about making us better little, peons in the system, better cogs in the machine, rather than actually giving us a lifelong love of learning, which is, what we should have.
If you vote against your interests, but also it gets very complicated when if you vote for the person I think is best for you, you don't think it's going to go in your interest. That's politics. There are no hard answers. So fucking dipshit Hutch and a lot of his cronies, not his cronies, but his crew of individuals were all on this fucking vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter who, up until they had a moment where no matter who, and the who was somebody who would not be politically aligned with them, but is still a Democrat, a DSA candidate. I think it's Abdul al-Sayed in this case. I don't really care. That's inconsequential to it. Literally, the politics of the individual are inconsequential. If you are and have gone into this whole thing being vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter who. If you've been constantly saying it to other people as a principle that not only you hold, but they should hold as well, and you've been proselytizing it, to go back on it at all is to prove that you have no fucking principles.
Agreed.
Whatsoever. Hutch has never had any principles.
Wait, let me say it like the Vanguard would say it. 100%, Tyler. 100%.
He does not engage with politics as a principled actor. He is, and I can't hammer this home enough, a California Democrat who talks about politics outside of California. One of the most useless types of people on earth. We're going to watch this video because he's been called out on this, and his excuses for it are so dog shit. They are almost beyond human, the ken of man.
To make videos and put them on the internet. When it rains, it pours with Hasan Piker. I'm a little self-conscious.
Also, what in the fuck is it? Why are you yellow? Why am I blue? Fucking.
Well, at least you're not red. Hey.
Quite a bit.
It's an improvement, Tyler.
Couple weeks, but he is all.
It's an improvement, right? If you're blue, you're not red, so you're doing something right.
Over the news right now. And on top of that, he did a little segment on his stream calling me out, and so I felt like it was appropriate to react to that. There's one particular moment in this cut that feels a little jarring because there was an audio issue with the VOD. It's not that bad, but I just want to explain that. In this video, Hasan attacks me for, what he claims is me going back on a strategy of blue no matter who. He reacts to a clip that was posted by truly like one of the most pathetic accounts on Twitter. That guy.
So we're fucking hedging at this point. There's a lot of hedging going on, and this is something that's very obvious with Hutch. It's terrible in this video. It's ridiculous in this video. I love insulting my fucking enemies, okay? But if most of your counterattack is just the insult and you've got nothing else, it might be a bit much. He's hedging out here. Everybody that has any disagreement with him is a fucking idiot. You're gonna hear him say they're fucking morons. I don't know why anyone would listen to this person who posted a clip of me, which is a crazy thing. I don't know why you need to call in the... Unless the clip itself is inaccurate, you should just call the clip inaccurate. But, this guy's posting a clip of me. This guy's insane. This guy's a piece of shit. He's a bad actor. It's like, but is the clip accurate? It is. It's completely fucking accurate. Like, it is just massive amounts of hedging in order to get his audience to say, before we even look at this guy, he's bad. He's a bad boy. Yes. Okay. It's not even context. It's like, dude, the guy that shared.
He's a bad boy. He deserves spanking.
This clip of me can't be fucking trusted.
I is fully deranged.
Everybody will do this to some degree, but like, goddamn, it's so fucking.
Is anybody know the slime, the blob that Tyler has that comes out up from the bottom on his stream sometimes? Is that thing called Morpho? What, like, that's the other thing that freaks me out about Tyler. Now, this is kind of a good thing, right? He does his own animations. That's impressive, right? I think he does his own sound design, right? He has a thing about like wanting to make all the assets for his stream, and you can sort of see how custom it looks. It might not be. It's called Gummo. Okay, the monster's name is Gummo. But anyway, he's got this. Whenever people like subscribe to him, he's got like a blob that like comes out and it vomits. And then the vomit, it's like, thank you for subscribing, right? It's kind of crazy, but respectable. Morbo brings you the news.
Jamming on this one.
Hasan knows this and still amplifies that guy's.
But it freaks me out, chat. That the sounds. Okay, it's mostly this, like I don't know how he got the slime glurp sound design, but it's too good. It freaks me out, right? It legitimately scares me.
Tweets and posts and yeah. In the clip, I think I very clearly explained that I'm not talking about abandoning blue no matter who. That's still my personal philosophy. I will always adhere to the harm reduction principle. And as much as I dislike a lot of these DSA candidates.
So what he's saying is that before he would lecture you, you got to vote blue no matter who. You don't see a difference between Kamala and Trump on Gaza. Tough luck. You got family that died in Gaza and you can't bring yourself to vote for Kamala. Tough luck. Blue no matter who. Suck it up, Buttercup, right? That's his thing. And now that it's like, you've got DSA candidates, he's like, well, I'm not going to tell people to vote for Syed necessarily. I want to continue to, in other words, chat, he wants to continue to retain people who are so fucking lib-pilled, who are so fucking toxically attached, parasocially attached to the Democratic Party that, if somebody that they see as an outsider wins, they're going to like either vote for a Republican or not vote at all, right? That's okay now. It wasn't okay for people not to vote for Kamala. It's hypocritical. Any way you slice it. Is it Glorbo? Morbo is from Futurama. Okay, I saw somebody in the chat named Morbo. I was thinking maybe that was a reference to little glorpy guy. I mean, he's talented, creative guy, right? Also a writer, apparently.
I would just personally, I would never take any.
Yeah, harm reduction is not an ideology. It's more of a strategy, right?
That could help a Republican win an election, basically in any seat of government across the country.
This is a lie. This is raw a lie. Because he will fucking tear into these candidates. He says they're unelectable. He calls them like Maoists and shit. This has been relentless on all of these fucking shows that these guys go on. He doesn't push back on it. They have actively tried to call all of these DSA candidates pro-terror, anti-Semitic, fucking. They're just literally hammering them from the same direction that the Fox News broadcasts that they get half their information from do it. This is a lie.
I don't know about that. Wait, is that true, chat? Do these guys, like, if anything, my criticism, I don't think am I wrong, chat? Maybe I haven't seen enough Hutch, but I don't think they interact with right-wing content enough. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't watch enough Hutch. Maybe Tyler has been studying this guy and he does get information from Fox News, right? But I feel like the more common sort of route for a creator like Hutch is to watch Midas Touch and, you know, just kind of anti-Trump slop rather than necessarily Fox News slop.
I think he could. I don't know what other actions he thinks he can take aside.
But I do know what he's saying in terms of Hutch and Destiny and the like, especially Wick, echoing, sometimes even retweeting Fox News in their criticism of a progressive candidate.
But when you talk about candidates, you talking about the candidate is an action. So when you're talking about the DSA organization that they're a part of, etc., and saying that it's bad, you are actively campaigning against the candidate. That is what campaigning is. And you are campaigning against that candidate, including after they've won. That's it. You're done. This is raw a lie. A lie. I'm not even going to give him he's too stupid to know better because he
watches anti-Hasan content, so he will watch Fox and right. Really? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'm not a, I should probably watch more Hutch.
Too old to be too stupid.
They interact with people like Connor North and oh, I see what you're saying. So they might get, yeah, that's a good point, Snowhawk. They might get it sort of secondhand through some of their friends, right? Connor North, Wick. Now Wick won't cop to being a conservative, right? Back in the day, Wick would say he's a neutral arbiter. And nowadays he identifies as a liberal, but you're right. Wick has some of that conservative dog in him for sure. And a little bit of that fascist dog, too, if we're being real.
No better. He's bald.
But that's more of a Twitch politics thing.
Okay, and bald, whenever you lose your hair, unfortunately, I'm sorry if you're like 15 and lose your hair, you're officially in adult territory of you don't get to say, I didn't know. You have to know. You're in Costanza territory. You're now a George Costanza. You have to at least know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? It's fucking absurd.
I have my own personal reasons for that, but that's just where I'm at. I explain it more in this video. I hope you guys stick around to watch. It's a doozy. If you guys enjoy the video, click like. If you guys enjoy the channel, click subscribe, and maybe even hit the bell notification. Okay, I have not seen this full clip yet. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a funny moment. Hutch changes his mind about Blue no matter who.
Jake Chinatown, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most sad, pathetic accounts.
So this is an important thing to remember about Hutch. He reads all of his tweets and he cannot take heat. It hurts his feelings. So if you do tweet about Hutch, he sees it and it fucks his day up. You do with that information what you will. But he cannot take the fucking heat. Which I don't know how this guy came out of esports, because dude, if you can get somebody, he gets tilted immediately. He gets tilted on fucking mentioning the guy's name. And Jake Towntown's not even that fucking bad. He's a little absurd. It's not even fucking Gato Fumador.
I'm trying to remember what it was. I've you know, yeah. I'm not trying to do false equivalence with some of the Snark accounts or the, you know, self professed Snark accounts on Twitter, right? But yeah, there's a reason I don't fuck with Jake Chinatown. There's a reason I don't fuck with Gato Fumador.
Gato's fucking insane. Jake Chinatown's just fucking annoying sometimes.
Wait, I'm trying to remember what it was. No, there's something that he said that's like such a fucking, like, it's basically putting a talking point in Ethan's lap. I can't remember what it was though. You're blocked by Hutch? Oh my god, I'm surprised he hasn't blocked me. Destiny, I think, blocked me over a tweet I made, responding to Hutch.
Right? God damn. It's kind of a pointless complaint because everybody that's at this level complains about their Clippers. I guarantee you, if you look, Hasan definitely has complained about Yeet, maybe Substance, the Substance on his side. I can't even remember, but like, they complain about Clippers, whatever, but like the Jake Chinatown's fucking insane. Like, is the clip accurate?
God, I fucking hate. I did not put this up with the intention of agreeing with Hutch, but yes, Dadaps is reminding me what it was that Jake Chinatown tweeted. Yeah, it's like wishing violence on Ethan's kid. Like, come on. Like, that's. And again, I don't say this out of concern for Ethan or anything, or thinking that this like marginal Twitter account is gonna, put Ethan's kids in danger. It's just a gross thing to say, and also you are helping the other team when you say that, right? You are feeding right into Ethan's persecution complex and his viewers' belief in that's persecution complex is legit, right? That's why I don't fuck with Jake Chinatown. Thank you, Dudeps, for reminding me. But yeah, guess I agree with Hutch on this one.
Is the clip correct?
Don't tell Pisco.
No. You fucking idiot.
Nobody tell Pisco that NCC agreed with Hutch on like just one Twitter account.
Wow, this guy has completely lost it.
Wait, he didn't tweet it directly? He retweeted it? Okay.
He is just the worst, man. He is just...
I mean, it's still pretty bad, but I guess not as bad as if it was his original thought.
It's the worst. This guy has his little attack dogs. I'm almost ready to say, you know what? I'm not even going to... The blue no matter who rhetoric, I'm not doing it anymore. Because it feels like unilateral disarmament.
It feels like unilateral disarmament is the most important aspect of that. So it was a technique that was used to, enforce an idea.
Just to be really clear about these accounts and how, the accounts on Twitter that maybe go a little too far, the Gato Fumadors, the Jake Chinatowns of the world, right? I don't fuck with them, as in I don't follow them. I think I have, I'm not above pulling a clip from one of those guys. I don't think that because somebody that said something objectionable at one point tweets out a clip, I don't think that contradicts the validity of the clip. So just to be clear on that before somebody's like, but you looked at a Gato Fumador clip at the beginning of this stream. How dare you?
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I'm not trying to blow them up. I'm not trying to, snark I'm not trying to snark Gato Fumador. I just like there's enough shit that I've seen that is, more directed towards Jewish people than towards Israel or Zionism from Gato Fumador, and there's more. There we go. I guess I am snarking them, and yeah, the Jake Chinatown shit is just like, it's like thanks for helping Ethan, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, we were saying this because it was creating a situation of conflict that would go in our way. But now that it could be used against us, we don't want it anymore. Unilateral disarmament. Literally, this was a weapon that we had in our arsenal, but now that someone else can use it against me, I'm getting away with it. I'm getting rid of it. I don't want to have it around anymore. Get it out of the house. I'll still support. I used to have a huge gun collection, and then I got rid of them all. I don't know if other people should have them. Like, it's such a flip. It is such a flip. It's done at that point. Just the way that you describe it's done. But then he's going to spend the next...
But yeah, he's got Hutch dead to rights on this.
Fucking 30 minutes of this trying to talk his way out of it.
Doesn't it? First of all, how much of that particular term is helping the discourse?
I hate that. That's so disingenuous. That's such a nothing comment. How much is this really helping the discourse? I don't know. Was it helping the discourse when you were throwing it in people's faces that were disgusted by Kamala and Biden, enabling a genocide? Was it helping the discussion? Do you think that convinced anybody? Oh God, I guess I'm an idiot because Hutch says so. Even though I know somebody that was fucking killed in Gaza, right? Even though I got relatives potentially that was killed in Gaza, I guess I'm gonna suck it up and vote for Kamala because Hutch, the bald man, says so.
Never in all my years on the internet ever once witnessed a productive exchange about the concept of
blue, but it matters who. Root for DSA to lose. Wow.
Okay. Apparently, I need to unpack what I said again. I mean, I feel like I was pretty specific even in that clip.
This is another thing that Hutch
I said the
says
blue, no
all
matter
the time.
who.
He does this all the time. Hutch is an idiot. I'll pack that in for
Agreed. 100%. 100%.
another time. He is not good at speaking. He is not a talented entertainer, which is why he never grew without other people holding his fucking balls the entire time.
I'm sorry, Tyler. Dick and balls. Okay. Proceed.
He cannot explain himself accurately. He will also do what I call lie when he's caught saying stupid shit. He lies. He convinces himself that he didn't lie. He will probably, I think in this clip, never actually find contravening evidence. And so what he does is he says, I didn't say the thing I said. He will repeat the thing he said and say, it just doesn't mean what you think it means. And that's it. He said this to me a number of times on Twitter or variants of it where he goes, I just think you don't understand what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm often repeating you and breaking it down step by step. But it is just like gaslighting type behavior, you know, to be that lame. It's literally trying to pretend that reality isn't what it is so that he can get away with sounding like a fucking moron. You just said something stupid. You can just say you said something stupid. Do you know what I mean? All right, I fucked that up. I do it all the time. And it's why it's kind of hard to clip me saying stupid shit because the clip usually will end with me going, oh, wait, no.
Okay, so we learned a little bit about the history of Hutch. I don't know. The funny thing about Tyler is I don't enjoy his, no, I'm not snarking him here. I'm not like criticizing him, but I like his commentary, right? When he's on screen, like just himself not reacting, he actually drops a lot of knowledge and this is why we're watching this right now, right? Because Tyler has some serious insight on like the history of Hutch, some stuff that I didn't even know, right? Let's see, is there anything in the wrap up really quick? I want to also give you the Asmongold, the Noah Sampson Asmongold video.
For red, but it's a way fucking harder ask to say like, hey, you should vote for the blue person because you're not voting blue in that case because, oh man, it's my civic duty to vote. And also I appreciate the politics of this individual. It's like, yeah, this motherfucker is going to deport my family. This motherfucker is going to hire more cops to come into my neighborhood and beat my fucking ass if they catch me walking around with a fucking anything bigger than a water bottle. If I talk back to the cops, I might spend the night in jail. They might fucking come and do, a clearing zone on my entire fucking neighborhood. I might get fucking eminent domained out of here and they'll build a bridge so that the fucking rich people can drive from Hill 1 to Hill 2 and never have to be bothered with the sight of my fucking sister selling oranges again. But I got to vote for that guy because the other guy is going to do all that and he's also going to call me the N-word to my face. like, what? Do you know who's been hiring the fucking dog shit sheriffs in LA County? Fucking blue people the whole time. It's been Democrats. Like all the problems in California are Democratic problems. There's some
so yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly if I agree with what Tyler's saying here. There's a parallel concept that I like to use. I call it the Kasperian effect. This is there's something about the coast. I don't know if it's the coast or just like big cities or enclaves of rich people, right? But you get people like Anna Kasparian. I'm not talking about like super rich people. I'm talking about like upper middle class, usually like PMC type people, right? Where they will even though they're workers, if you're not a doctor that owns your own practice or a dentist that owns your own facility or something like that, you don't own the means of production, you are still a worker, you are still drawing a paycheck, although a much better paycheck than most of us. But they overly identify with the capitalist class and they get bothered by the existence of homeless people. Never mind the fact that it's the rich people, the actual rich people, the actual capitalist fault that the policies are so bad that people are, driven into the streets, right? And they'll identify the problem as being the homeless, and they'll start voting for more and more conservative candidates, more like Rick Caruso type candidates to be the scourge of the homeless and to get them out of their way and shit like that, right? I'm not sure if it's exactly what Tyler is talking about here. What does he mean by the blue people hire the sheriffs, right? I mean, you vote for a sheriff. He's saying that the blue area, blue voters, but then the sheriff that gets elected is like a skullcracker, I think, right? I don't know, Chad. I need to have time to. I would love to get into more of his analysis, and I do think he provides some pretty good analysis, and definitely has some knowledge that I don't even know about. You know, in terms of like Hutch's career. But we do have to. I do want to share with you the Noah Sampson video as well, because we got to 300 here, and I'm gonna at least give you 2 bonus contents for that. I think I'm gonna add the extra hour to Saturday, if that's okay with everyone. Which is my normal practice. Here we go. Noah Sampson using Asmongold to direct attention to Gaza.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Asmongold, the streamer, responded to the video I made a little while ago called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
An individual made a video about me. His name is Noah.
Wait, he means that Democrats voted in the hiring of the like voted for a sheriff, right? Is that what we're talking about?
The video is
LAPD has been extremely corrupt forever. I'm not sure if he knows about D Squad or any of that. Yeah, again, he's criticizing Hutch for being a California streamer. He's a Kentucky streamer. Do you really think that you got all this knowledge about California?
Called Asmongold's Terror.
Or is it just some abstraction to you that goes along with the chip on your shoulder?
Propaganda.
And it was interesting because his response was to agree with the point of the video that he supports terrorism as long as it's the US and Israel doing it. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they...
Yes, that's correct. That's absolutely correct.
But to Asmongold, there's no double standard here because he has different values, and these values rely on a hierarchy of human rights.
There's not a double standard. There's just a misunderstanding of my value system. My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern. And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
But yeah, just to describe a little bit about California, I've never lived in California either, so I don't have the greatest insight on the state in the world. But my understanding of the dynamic with the police is this, right? The people that get hired as cops tend to live outside of the city, tend to live in very right-wing enclaves, be kind of, in the suburbs, and they look at the city as a war zone. They look at the city as a jungle. They look at the residents of the city, especially when those residents are not white or are not, do not fit into the, demographics that they're comfortable with, the demographics they recognize from out in the suburbs, will treat the people of the city like animals. And that's a huge problem, right? That is where a lot of that violence comes from, is that, you don't have people being hired, from the city. You got people being hired that look at the city. Oh, that's that dangerous place, right? So I guess if you'll pay me, $100,000 a year, I'll drive around that dangerous place. But, if anything makes a noise, I'm going to shoot it, right? Even if it ends up being an acorn.
We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
It's that simple.
Yes, that's
yeah, it's common across cities across the U.S., but yeah, LA, it's been happening for longer, and it may be in a more extreme way.
Correct.
And that's fairly straightforward, right? If you view some groups as less human than others, then you won't care if they get killed or genocided. Under his moral framework, this all makes sense. But if this...
this was the issue with the cops that were involved in the OJ Simpson case. The reason that OJ Simpson chat was not convicted is because the cops that did the work, the investigation, some of those were white supremacists, right? And you can't, it kind of undermines the testimony of the cops, when you can show that as the defense did, that they're openly racist, right? So while it does seem like from the evidence that OJ Simpson likely killed those 2 people, him not being him being found innocent or not guilty, was due to racist cops, right? Due to the cops on the job were not people to be trusted.
His position then why does he have to lie? See, in his reaction stream, Asmongold tells a bunch of lies. He misrepresents sources, he denies facts, he ignores evidence, all in order to deny that Israel and the United States are doing terrorism, that they're killing civilians, committing genocide, starting wars of aggression, which is odd, right? Because if he's okay with US-Israeli terrorism,
that's absolutely correct,
then he shouldn't need to lie about these things. So let's just look at some examples of what I mean, right?
Yeah, this is the thing about dual streaming is you get a comment from YouTube and then you get the same comment disagreeing you on Twitch, not realizing that you just reacted to the thing that they disagree with. But yes, attack the block. It doesn't just happen in California. It's just a phenomenon that's been observed for, I'm referring to a 91, 93 court case in California, you know, where people were aware of this. But yeah, across the nation, it's a common thing that, you know, the cops that are patrolling urban areas are not living in those urban areas and are treating those urban areas, like I said, like war zones, like jungles, like you know, very wild and dangerous places, and looking at the people that they're supposed to serve and protect as being dangerous. So.
Right. So in my video, I brought up the Manab Elementary School bomb.
Yeah, Rocco says LA has to pay out like $300 million per year in lawsuits. Wasn't there a similar thing in Seattle that happened? There's like a federal investigation of the Seattle police.
On the first day of the war, the U.S. bombed an elementary school and killed over 150 people. The vast majority of them were children and teachers. And in response, Asmongold blamed Iran. In the first week of the war, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people.
I think Iran.
Philip Blair, why not have local cops? Good question.
Blew it up themselves, in my opinion. I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. They have no problem.
I think part of it has to do with the culture of the police, right? The hiring in the police, you know, goes like the people that they, you know, they get applications for people to be cops, right? And, you know, it's because it's like a self-reinforcing thing, right? You know, people that are cops, you know, tend to be a little bit more racist than the average bear, a little bit more conservative than the average bear. There's incidents that have been, you know, noted of police departments refusing applicants because they actually score too high on IQ, on intelligence, you know, inventories, and they are sent away told that they would be bored with a job, right? And so then you like I said, the way that I describe the culture is like these are, you know, a lot of these are like high school bullies that you know, got into the real world and were not successful at, you know, their bullying did not get them as far as it did in high school. And then, you know, what do they have? Okay, well, I can be a cop and I can bully, you know, I can go into the city and bully people like this. Not every cop, but you know, it's all too common. And yeah, there's a culture there. There's a culture there, so that the person that maybe is like from the city and has more of an investment in the people of the city, sees them as, you know, people, neighbors, people that, you know, should be protected and served, right? Is going to smell funny to the rest of the cops, to the people making the hiring decisions there. They're not going to get, if they do get hired, they're not going to, you know, get along as well. They're not going to get as many promotions. And so therefore it's like a self-reinforcing thing. This is why I argue for abolition, right? A lot of people think that's like a harsh thing. They think that I'm saying, I want Thunderdome. I want no laws at all. I want total anarchy. Crime is legal. And that's not at all what I want. But what I don't want is these fucking assholes that have been making people's lives miserable for generations to continue to stay in that. We need a wholesale change, right? Where we establish a new culture, where we have a professional police force, and where the culture is, one of protection and service, right? I would love to see, you know, cops on the side of the road helping, you know, somebody out with a flat tire. I know that does happen some places, but it seems like, you know, they're not invested in the communities, right? They're looking at the communities that they serve, especially in the sense that you got a suburban, you know, cop serving in a urban area. They're seeing them as, they're seeing the people that they're supposed to be serving as enemies, right? And, you know, and yeah, there's a lot of bias. There's a culture there. Even people, even cops that are not white themselves, sort of tend to display more bias against non-white people than your average person. And I do think that the solution to it is a new institution that is actually and a smaller institution, right? And a cheaper institution and a less militarized institution that is focused on keeping the peace, right? Protecting the people, not focused on feeding into the school to prison pipeline.
Martyring their own people, and I wouldn't put it past them.
We've known since basically the week that this happened that it was the United States. They used Tomahawk missiles. There's visual and fragment evidence.
Speaking to weapons analysts, they identified this missile as a Tomahawk missile, and only the US in that war was using Tomahawk missiles.
And every subsequent investigation on the issue has shown that it was the United States. From the New York Times, from Sky News, from Amnesty International, from Forensic Architecture.
Yeah, Incree, that might be true in some places, but my understanding of the police, salaries is that we're looking at upwards of $100,000, right? Now, that being said, it is a difficult job and it should be compensated well. I mean, the problem as far as draining the resources of the community, which is another thing that cops do, a lot of people don't realize this. Part of the justification for abolish, part of the justification for defund is that so much of a community's money goes towards the police force, goes towards the militarization of the police force, goes to increasing the headcount of that police force, that public like services that might be able to take care of incidents where police aren't needed. In other words, like mental health incidents and policies that support the community that might bring about material conditions which would lower the crime, not eliminate the crime, but lower it, making it so that you don't need as many police, are not paid for because all that money is going to law enforcement and going to militarization, training with IDF.
From the U.S. government officials themselves. The claim that Iran was responsible originates from some monarchist telegram groups that pushed misinformation about this happening, and then that was boosted by a bunch of pro-Israel social media circles. But these were quickly debunked.
This telegram account has no link to Iranian authorities. It is an opposition outlet that is well known for mixing information and satire.
And that was 4 months ago. So either Asmongold saw this 4 months ago and then did not encounter a single piece of information since about what happened, or he has, and he's not telling the truth.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would like, I mean, this might not be popular, this might not be popular because again, nobody likes cops, 1312, right? But I would like to see, whatever institution could replace our current police institution, pay more money to hire a professional force, a well-educated professional force, and yeah, it's I feel like somebody that goes in there with a little bit better of an idea about mental illness, for instance, right, is going to be a that maybe has a few more sociology courses under the belt, is going to be a somebody that's less likely to engage in disproportionate violence against marginalized communities and against people suffering from mental illness. Therapists with guns just in case. No, I feel like we got to have social workers, right? I feel like we got to have social workers for those mental health incidents, and then and then I guess like a more educated force for protecting and serving. Mr. Binky with the resub, that is 2 months for you. Hi to you as well. God, we got, oh, look at that. We got 10 minutes now, magically.
Who knows, it could be either. Let's look at some more examples. In my video, I compared Israel's ceasefire violations with Hezbollah's during the...
But yeah, impoverishing mental health services and is one of the reasons that, that there seems to be more need for police, when in actuality, that's a problem you could solve in different ways ahead of, any sort of violent incident.
So-called ceasefire in Lebanon, Israel had committed over 10,000 violations, while Hezbollah on the other side had fired only 4 rockets. But Asmongold still manages to defend Israel here for...
Look, I would like to not have cops. I would like to have professionals. And I would like to have, community college. I'd like to see master's degrees. I don't think that's too much to ask, especially considering that we don't actually need this size of a police force, this level of militarization, right? Again, a lot of this is a self-licking ice cream cone that directs resources into, we're away from prevention and towards, towards violent retribution, I guess.
An amazing reason. Where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations, Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction.
Aw,
I think that
thank you, Mr. Blinky.
I think flying over something is not as bad as shooting a rocket. I think shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane.
The fuck?
So what does Israel use to drop its bombs? Uses planes. Does he think the 10,000 violations were just people flying around doing nothing for no reason? They were bombing Lebanon thousands of times. They killed nearly 400 people.
Who was it that was talking about like buzzing? Was it like Iraq? Buzzing Iraqis with like jets or with helicopters as a way to, like, I don't know, intimidate the insurgency from happening. I can't remember who said that. I think we watched it yesterday though.
We saw a barrage of IDF missiles fired across Lebanon. This was the heaviest bombardment of the conflict so far.
Again, does he actually just not know that Israel uses its planes for bombing, or is there another explanation? In my video, I brought up a report from the...
Yeah, that's a good question. How much of Asmongold's batshittery it comes from ignorance, and how much of it is just him, creating a narrative, even though he knows it's not true?
IAEA in 2018, which showed that Iran was abiding by the terms of the nuclear deal when the United States just pulled out. The point being that Asmongold's definition of terrorism included being untrustworthy in negotiations.
They can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
That's what the US was doing here, so they're the terrorists. Pretty simple point, you'd think. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement, it was the...
Why are you citing the IAEA whenever... This is what he was just citing here. Why would you cite the IAEA whenever the IAEA also detected that Iran had uranium that was enriched at 60%? When the enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%.
That's exactly what the 2018 report found. Throughout the reporting period, Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile has not exceeded 300 kilograms, enriched up to 3.67.
And the sad thing, chat, is that you heard similar arguments from people that I have to assume are much less ignorant than Asmongold, right? People that are warhawks were making these kind of arguments, like people not necessarily on the right, were making these kind of arguments about the enrichment levels and the potential for Iran enriching something to a weapons grade, assumptions on the enrichment that had happened as being representative of an intention to create nuclear weapons for terrorism, rather than which doesn't make much sense from their perspective, rather than what it likely was a response to Trump reneging on the Obama JCPOA deal.
The figure he's referring to of 60% didn't occur until years after the US withdrew from the nuclear deal. And if you're thinking, okay, maybe he's just confused or wrongfully...
Well, yeah, community college should be free if that's what you're saying, Ankri. That's a bare minimum, though. Or
throwing out the IAEA as a source when the figures disagree with him, he is lying here because someone in his chat calls him out. They point out that the report I'm citing is from 2018, and he reads the chat, ignores it, and moves on.
Your own sources show that you're wrong.
I'm in favor, Ankri, of a smaller, more competent police force, better educated, better trained, and community minded, right? With the right set of incentives.
That's it. Like, I mean, this is insane.
But again, when I say this, like, this is like, I say police force, right? Understand that I am in favor, although, people hate to hear this and they take the wrong idea from this, right? Of abolition, right? I think the institution that we call police needs to be abolished, right? These people need to have they're irresponsible with their power. That power needs to be taken away. Another institution needs to be established in its place. And I think it could be a leaner and smarter institution that does more with less bloat, if that makes sense, right?
Doing 2018, yes.
of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out. So this sort of strange, confused lying thing isn't the only tactic he uses to pretend that the US and Israel aren't terrorists. Another one of his moves is just straight up propaganda, like Netanyahu speech IDF spokesman style propaganda. And with this one, he really plays the hits, you know, human shields.
They want to use these people as human shields, get people killed for international clout.
When they use civilians as human shields, they're the ones who are responsible.
They use the Lebanese people as human shields while they fire rockets from apartment buildings into Israel.
Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage.
Using innocent people as human shields.
To the civilians that Hamas has forced into the role of human shields.
It sort of looks like Asmongold's been coached, doesn't it? I don't know if this is true. I know there's, you know, allegations, right?
The reason why they're firing rockets from residential areas is so they can martyr these people.
But we take extensive measures.
Yeah, shit happens, and you need to be able to dispatch bigger forces. Look, some of that shit happens because we are impoverishing necessary resources to pay for a military. You'd be surprised, Ankri, at what we can afford when we're not militarizing the police, when we're not letting that become a self-licking ice cream cone. I am of the opinion that anything that becomes a self-licking ice cream cone needs to be eliminated. Now, it's scary shit because the military, obviously, the biggest example of a self-licking ice cream cone. Am I saying, you know, abolish any sort of defensive forces? No. But again, same issue with the culture and same issue with the bloat. The police probably, or sorry, the military probably even more bloated, the military budgets than the police, considering the Pentagon has not been able to produce an audit in I don't know how long.
To minimize civilian casualties, Hamas makes every effort to maximize them.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shield.
But yeah, Ankri, understand what you're saying is you need more numbers. You need greater numbers, right? What you're implying is you need greater numbers per people because yes, a city is going to have more resources. A bigger city is going to have more resources than a smaller city. Right. And I think when you start to say that, well, you know, cities, you know, like, right, you start to get into the brain rot that drives this self-licking ice cream cone. But again, unwinding the police as an institution and the culture surrounding it is not a one-day type job. So, and it's certainly not a job that we've got people that have the guts to undertake reform. Even somebody like Zoran Mamdani is approaching police defunding very cautiously, right? Starting with like not, you know, hiring more, which, you know, compared to what they've been doing year after year after year is a, you know, I guess a step in the right direction, although a frustratingly slow step.
Human shields.
Israel has the right to defend itself.
He frames everything as if this is just a random attack. This is just randomly happening. It's happening because Israel is getting bombed. They're shooting missiles over to Israel.
These are his go-to responses for any time I put evidence of Israeli war crimes or genocidal actions on the screen. Every single example, automatically, it's a canned response. He has no evidence for any of them. So like I show an example of an apartment block that Israel completely destroyed in late October in the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza. Over 120 people were killed, the vast majority of them women and children. And Asmongold's response is to defend it automatically without even knowing what happened. Doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers.
And stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
The IDF itself didn't even mention rocket fire. Like he's going above and beyond to lie for Israel. And he ends up doing the same thing over top of a screenshot of a news story about Hind Rajab, the toddler that Israeli soldiers murdered with her whole family and denied them medical assistance, and then when they did grant it, they murdered the medical workers.
6-year-old Hind Rajab climbed into a car with her aunt, her uncle, and her cousins in Gaza City as they prepared to flee to the southern part of Gaza. But as they were in the car, an Israeli tank approached them and opened fire. Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leon, called the Red Crescent for help. These were her last words recorded on the call with a Red Crescent dispatcher.
Hello? Hello, dear? They are shooting at us. Hello? They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me. Are you hiding? Yes, in the car. We're next to the tank.
Are you inside the car?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, Chad, I hate to leave it on a note like that, but that's real. And that's not going away without a lot of hard work and a lot of solidarity. That being said, anybody know anything about Stargate? You know who knows about Stargate? Bill Boneless. All right, so we're rating into Bill Boneless for something a little lighter for all of you that have stuck with me in Twitch chat through this. Yeah, it makes me angry too. It's wow. Again, I wish I should probably watch less Tyler or more of this, but I wanted to give you double bonus content, so there you go. Anyway, chat, rating you into Bill Boneless over on the Twitch side, and at the same time, I'm going to read out my Patreons, because I don't know if you know this, but if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to L, and also L, if you are watching the VOD and you hear this, just understand, say something in chat sometime, right? I'm gonna count your Patreon sign up towards the bonus goal, right? Towards getting more time. But I want to make sure that you're in chat when I do that, so that you can benefit from signing up for Patreon. So thank you, L. Shouts out. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I've been nocommentchick. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back again tomorrow with more. YouTubers are complicit in all that. They will face justice one day, yeah, inshallah. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe over on the YouTube side. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping my stream get more viewers, helping bring more people to the stream. I really appreciate that, as well as anybody who helped promote the blast off thread on Twitter. Hopefully, maybe overnight for me, it'll. People will actually see it, because I think people need this thumbnail. I think we need this thumbnail of Destiny and Stale 2000 crossed into one person, right? I think that's really necessary. And thank you, Bill Boneless, for the shout out. Yeah, not nice. Anyway, chat, much love to everyone. Seriously, take care of yourself and each other. We got a long, hard road ahead of ourselves if we want to make a better world, but you got to keep believing that there is a world to win and that a better world